Oh,
Good morning, Teddy Hoes.
morning, everyone. Russell gets a belt on a Friday. Congratulations, Russell. Russell, I like when you switch accounts just for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It makes it feel like there's even more people in here.
You know what I like, Kyle, is when the tweet goes up on a tweet goes out with the video. Heaven
Oh, did it
forbid.
happen? Come
It happened.
on! Yay!
Yes.
We are so effing back.
Woo!
Oh, I don't need to turn your mic on today. I turned your mic on.
Oh, sweet. What's going on, everybody? I'm back. I'm from
He's
home.
back. He's back.
I'm in the quarantine.
Hey, appreciate you, Leezy. What's up? I heard you were on the other station. That's cool. What up,
Yeah.
Drew Down?
Yeah.
Russell said,
Leezy.
what's up? What's up? Cut the shit! Sorry, go ahead. Morning, Michigan.
What's funny about this, I shaved on Sunday and no one noticed on Monday and Tuesday. Kyle didn't even say anything. Neither did Damian when he came in. No one mentioned in the chatty house. I shaved my goatee before I missed a couple of days. Just saying.
What's up, Spencer? Yeah, no, I had no idea. Greg in the building, Wheezy, Dr. David. I love when the chatty house is full on a Friday. What's up, Germs? Unless that means everybody's working today when they usually don't work on Fridays or whatever. In which case, sorry. What's up, Mrs. Mac? Yeah, he's back. TCG, what up, dog? What's up, Zabo? Oh, we should probably start a show here. Okay, 15 seconds. Just so you know, Charlie's going to come in the first segment to talk about the A's.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it sure is. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome in to the Insiders. James Ham back today. Salute to Jesse Top here for filling in, especially on short notice both days. He did a really great job. So thank you, Jesse. But James, glad you're upright, healthy, or at least here, and able to do a radio program. Got a lot to get to today. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm locked in a bubble, but that's okay. Everything's good. Everything's good. Thanks, Jesse, for filling in. Yeah, sorry about the last minute notice, but sometimes things shift on you quick. Like what in the world happened? We did a show on Tuesday, and by Tuesday night, I was not feeling good at all. And but I'm back. I'm back. We're ready.
I want to open today's show with a closing. And what happened at the Oakland Coliseum yesterday for the A's final game, a 3-2 win over the Texas Rangers, was nothing short of incredible. It wasn't it was exactly kind of what I was hoping it would be. The A's get a win, which is great. It's a beautiful day for baseball in Oakland, which is great. They stayed on the field afterwards. Fans stayed afterwards. And I think the coolest thing before we get in, we're going to welcome Charlie O in here in a second, who was at the game, and we'll get his perspective. But the coolest thing for me, James, aside from what happened on the field, was how many people in the media and how many baseball fans around the league from all over the country shared the outrage of what happened with the A's. And that, honestly, not having to like battle people on what this means and why this is important was helpful. Knowing that there were other people who saw what happened the way it did. Jeff Passan on Twitter wrote, The Oakland A's were killed by greed. Do not allow the people responsible for this to spin it any other way. John Fisher did not have to move this team. Major League Baseball and its owners did not need to be complicit in it. This was a choice, a wrong one. History will sneer.
Okay,
And go ahead.
as someone who lived through like this exact situation, right? The first relocation attempt in 2010, 2011, where the Maloofs tried to take the Sacramento Kings and move them to Anaheim. It was just the same exact thing. And like watching it unfold, like as a young reporter, my first year covering the beat was absolutely wild. Like watching the fans rally, watching, everything that played out here in Oakland played out in Sacramento. The one difference is that David Stern was a absolutely tremendous commissioner, and Rob Manfred is a coward. And that's just straight up. Besides that, everything was the same. And Kyle, the one thing watching it, like the seventh inning stretch really hit me hard. I started to like tear up, and then watching the Mark Kotze finish afterwards, when Mark Kotze came out on the field, like absolutely dramatic and like so well done. But that it reminded me so much of the late great Paul Westphal and how he was left holding the bag for a bunch of dirt bags, for a bunch of just subpar business people. They turned out to be bad dudes in the end, and they left him in front of everybody the entire season, just like Mark Kotze has been in front of everybody while those guys hid. And that to me was the moment where it really tied it all into the Sacramento Kings and how bad ownership is just a plague on a league, and someone who would allow bad ownership. And it's not just Rob Manfred. Yeah, he's a coward, but so are the other owners. They're
Yep.
absolutely cowardice in this whole entire thing. They're complicit in everything. And I agree with Jeff Passan. And for someone of his ilk, someone at his like where he's at in his career, to come out and say something so strongly against Major League Baseball. And that's what that is. It's a shot at, because like this shouldn't be allowed. And bad
Yep.
things happen in business people's worlds, and they lose money, and they lose their clout and their ability to make payroll and to be active. Well, that's when you have to sell and make just cash out, just make your money and go somewhere else. But to strip a community of their, you know, a baseball team, a basketball team, football team, they mean so much to a community. It's
Mhm.
jobs, it's culture, it's an identity, a global
Mhm.
identity. It's everything. And to have that stripped away from you is brutal. And to watch it play out almost identical to the way it did in Sacramento, just really shameful. Boo on Major League Baseball and A's ownership and the other owners, everybody involved.
They worked with the city. The city wanted to keep the team. The city was ready to subsidize a $12 billion project that was a waterfront district and not just a stadium. It was going to be a stadium, hotels, shopping, this whole thing. They insisted that it be this ballpark facility and this whole thing, not just a ballpark. And the city was working with them. They're going to give them a bunch of money for it. And then they walked away. Almost like they had no intention of staying.
Mhm.
But I would like to celebrate the Oakland Coliseum and the city of Oakland and the A's fans, the 40,000 people who showed up yesterday at the Coliseum. One of the people there, not one of the 40,000, one of the 40,000 plus, one of the media who was in the building, Charlie O, our esteemed boss in the building.
And I brought some of the Coliseum.
Oh, he brought some dirt. Come on, let's go.
I'm going to need some of that dirt, Charlie.
I'll share some with you. It's from home plate.
What talk to us about yesterday?
Well, it was kind of a wild and crazy day for me. I went to the Coliseum for the first time in 1972. My dad and brother and I and a couple friends went to see the A's play the Indians. And I'm just a fan. Never had any idea I'd do anything more than that. I covered my first game in 1985, and I sat in that exact seat yesterday.
Oh, wow. Nice.
At the press box, sitting beside the seat where my late producer would have sat. I lost him 10 years ago to heart disease. That was hard.
Yeah.
That was with me all day yesterday. I did okay through the whole game until I went down on the field to get my dirt. And one of the groundskeepers that I knew called me and said, "You're not getting sideline dirt. Come over here." He called several of us over that he knew, and he got us home plate dirt. And I turned around and I looked back up and I looked at the press box because that's where I spent the majority of my time at the Coliseum. And I looked back up, and guys, I had a freaking Field of Dreams moment. I saw Bill King. I saw Lon Simmons. I saw Ray Fosse. I saw some old writers that we've lost. I saw my old producer, and man, I'm telling you, that was it. I was done. I was just done. And I thought about all the great moments that I covered there. I was standing there and I thought about the Jeter flip that got Giambi. I was there for that.
All right.
Game.
That's Charlie's time. Thank you so much, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
It just, it was an emotional time for me. And I feel, for all those people that are there, I was so glad to be there because I'd gone to one other game this season, and it was me and about 3,500 other people, and it felt so empty. And to be there yesterday and have it be a great A's crowd, I was really glad to have had that experience because it felt like an A's game. And so to go out with it that way was great. And I agree with you. The guy that it's the commissioner that I hold responsible for this, and always will, because that's the difference. The difference is that he decided that baseball needed something in Las Vegas, and he ripped that deal up. And that is the whole reason why this thing's in flux. And now, of course, will they make it to Las Vegas? It's very iffy at this point that they're going to make it to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Now, that could be very good for us in Sacramento, but will they make it to Las Vegas? Every time I talk to reporters there, every time I look at financials and everything else that's going on, right now they're a team that's homeless.
Yeah.
And their interim home in Sacramento, there's a very good chance it could become their permanent home.
Yeah, which would be great news as long as it means John Fisher is selling the team.
Well, I think that's why Vivek's involved. I got to be honest with you. I've always thought that because Vivek doesn't go in. Vivek's a good guy, but he's not just a good guy. He's a very good business guy.
Yeah.
So that's why he's involved.
He sees an opportunity for sure. I obviously didn't get to go yesterday, but I stupidly I scheduled a dentist appointment for today or for yesterday. And on the drive there after work, I listened to Ken Korak and Vince Cotroneo.
Yeah.
Just the soundtrack to so many, and it felt like a perfect way to kind of take that in. Because obviously Ken and Vince just did a phenomenal job painting the picture. But Charlie, you mentioned the crowd. It sounded like I was listening to a playoff game.
Yes.
It was unbelievable. It wasn't just 40,000 people there to sit there and be at the stadium. Like, people wanted them to win.
Yes.
Everybody there wanted was cheering, and the vibes were, like I said, it was a playoff atmosphere.
One of the guys yesterday said, "I came to a funeral and a baseball game broke out."
Yeah.
And I said, what a perfect description. I said, you got to use that in your article.
Yep.
Because that's exactly what happened.
Yep. It was so cool. And then missed the rest of the game in my dentist appointment. But I got out in time to hear Ken and Vince kind of signing off, and they took Mark Kotze's speech live in the stadium. And I want to play that because, James, you brought it up a little bit earlier, and I think it's such an incredible moment. that a manager who, and James, I really think you hit the nail on the head. Like, this isn't his responsibility. His responsibility is they have 3 more games in Seattle. They're going to play those games, and then he has to get ready for a baseball season next year. This is not his job. Whether the A's are playing in Sacramento, Salt Lake City, Mars, Jupiter, wherever, he's trying to put together a lineup and win a game.
Mm-hmm.
That is what Mark Kotze's job is. He is under no obligation. Those players were under no obligation to stay on the field after the game and honor the fans. Mark Kotze certainly was under no obligation to grab a microphone and speak. And what he did and what he had to say, I thought was really, really powerful. If you missed it, here is Mark Kotze after the game yesterday.
There are no better fans than you guys. Thank you all for loving the game of baseball. Thank you for your lifelong support of the Oakland A's. And last, I want to thank you guys for coming out today to share this moment with the club that I'm so proud of. We've played our asses off this year. We still got 3 left, gentlemen.
And then, well, let's hang on. Let's pause on that. Pretty incredible that he was willing to go do that and to honor the fans like that. I thought that was a really amazing moment.
Yeah, I think it's crazy too, because you have to remember that Mark Kotze is more than just a manager. He's a guy who roamed center field there for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years. I mean, it's one of his home fields.
Yeah, it was when it started, the place went quiet. Because I don't think anybody was expecting it. And a quiet press box, that doesn't happen. No. And the press box went quiet because nobody quite knew what was going to happen. And it was an evangelical moment because it was bringing down the house.
Yeah, man. Really remarkable. The last thing he said was, "Let's go Oakland." And I was going to play the TV copy of this, but Ben Ross, who does a bunch of different media stuff in the Bay Area, was on the field and took video of this chant after the game from the field. And I want to play that so you can get an idea of how loud it was at the Coliseum. This is yesterday after the A's game. Play that at my funeral, dude. I was good until that.
Yeah.
I was nothing during the game. I thought maybe hearing Ken, introduce the game for the first time he mentioned the high sky at the call. I thought for sure like something was gonna hit me. No, I was good. And then, like I said, I missed the end of the game because I was in my appointment, and I came out and I'm sitting in the car, being a weirdo, sitting in the car in the dentist parking lot. By the way, the place closed right at. I was the last of, and there's like people leaving and like looking at the car. Like, sorry, everybody, I'm doing a thing. And I was sitting there, and Mark Kotze starts talking, and you're going, "Oh man, this is cool." Because Kotze was my guy.
Yeah.
When he was in center field for the A's, I was like 15, 16 years old. Went to Fan Fest, made sure to get a photo with him. Kotze was my dude. Excellent lefty, great swing. And I was like, man, this is cool. What a cool thing. And then the chant started, and that was it. I was toast. It was, man, what a moment. I'm just so proud, man.
Yeah, it was. I almost didn't go. I didn't know whether I could handle it or not. But now I'm really glad I did. And but it was tough.
Yep.
It was a tough day.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So that's it. The curtain has fallen on the Oakland Coliseum. A's win 3-2. Mitch Miller
baby.
slammed the door.
Taking my dirt and going home.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you. James, you got something else?
No, I just like it's such a sad day, and I think people out there who are excited about the A's coming to Sacramento, it's okay to be excited for that, but let's let the people of Oakland mourn what's happening here and not make it about you, because at the end of the day, you almost lost your team, and you know exactly what this feels like. And as opposed to "Let's go Oakland," it was "Here we stay" that was chanting that same night.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people need to take a step back and give a little bow to the folks of Oakland who played host to a franchise for 57 years and deserve their props.
Yeah. So that's that. A's
All right.
Their next game will be at Sutter Health Park next April.
March.
Next March. There it is. Charlie, thank you so much for making that trek down there, fighting the traffic in and I'm sure out. I saw people lining up at 7 a.m. at the parking gates.
It was insane.
Ken Korak said Korak's been doing games for 36 years now? However long he's been, almost 40 years.
Almost 40 years.
Damn near 4 decades. He said it was the first time he's ever driven to the Coliseum in the dark. Because they advise our employees hey, you got to get here early because it's going to be a madhouse.
Listen, I was so lucky. I slid in right in between the first traffic jam and the second traffic jam, and I was able to park where we usually park. I couldn't believe it. It was I didn't even play the lottery yesterday because I knew I had already won.
Thanks so much. That's Charlie O, everybody. You can hear him every once in a while on this program. Yeah, man. Super proud of A's fans yesterday. Seeing all the tributes and stuff on social media was really cool. And yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah.
That's what I got without crying all the way.
There you go.
So that's all I'm going to say.
You did well, Kyle. You survived it.
just barely. All right. So a couple other things that happened yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Giants 20-15 on Thursday Night Football. I want to get to that for in a second, but there's something that needs to be clarified again, because James, you have this experience as somebody who reports things that sometimes you'll write a thing that's not necessarily a report, but it gets grabbed by aggregators and either misinterpreted as reporting instead of just speculation or theorizing, or two, twist the words of the report to make it mean something that it didn't.
Yeah, I know something about that. Yeah, thanks, aggregators. The dots from 95.7 The Game, or even this during the last run with Mike Brown's negotiations. Yeah. There's a big difference between the ownership wasn't happy about the way the season ended, and ownership wasn't happy with Mike Brown. Yeah. There's a big difference between those two statements, and one of them I made and one of them I did not. Yeah.
Ownership unhappy with the team missing the playoffs turned into Mike Brown on the hot seat. Oh my God.
What? What in the world? Yeah. Thanks for all of you out there that can read.
The good news for you, James, is this is not exclusive to you. It turns out.
Oh, thank God.
People mess this up all the time. So Eric Branch, who is a terrific reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the 49ers, writes some of identifies the most fun thing about maybe an undrafted player, or he dives real deep on injury stuff. He's just such a good in-depth reporter, asks the right questions, asks tough questions, just does a really phenomenal job. And one of the things he did was, after it was confirmed that Christian McCaffrey had gone to Germany to seek treatment on his Achilles, Eric Branch talked with a doctor who specializes in the type of injury that Christian McCaffrey might be dealing with. That's where his medical expertise is. And he just got this doctor's opinion. what does this mean? It could mean he's out this long. It might mean he's out this long. He could be dealing with this, in which case he'd be out this long. Just because that's what a doctor who's asked their opinion about a patient they haven't seen, like that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, well, if it's this situation, here's the general timeline. If it's that situation, here's the general timeline. If this happened, then like, man, it could be this kind of time. And that's exactly what this doctor did. It was a good story. It was well reported. The doctor is very clearly a smart guy. And that's the end of it.
It's like what we do here with Dr. P.
Exactly. Dr. Pandya comes on, goes, he always says, haven't seen the x-rays, but if he's dealing with this, you're looking at 6 to 8 weeks. If this happened, or if they go in and find this, it might be 6 to 8 months. Like that's what we do here. That's what we want to know. Like, okay, in general. And then once the firm reporting comes out, we can go from there, right?
Yep.
We know Christian McCaffrey went to Germany. That's what we know. Aggregators took this story from Eric Branch and started posting, Christian McCaffrey gets bad news in Germany, because the doctor in this story said, yeah, if he's dealing with X, Y, and Z, he could be out more like 10 to 12 weeks instead of 6 to 8. And this got grabbed as Christian McCaffrey gets bad news in Germany. Update on Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey might be out for the season. All this insane stuff that was like report. It's not a report. That's not what a report is at all. Not even a little bit. I beseech people to please understand the difference between a report, an opinion, a speculation. Like, those are so very different. So now you got all these people running around thinking that Christian McCaffrey is going to be out 10 to 12 weeks, and he might be. It might be 4. It might be 6. It might be 12. It might be the season. We don't know. Nothing has been reported about Christian McCaffrey because we don't even know what treatment he got in Germany. Nope. Or if he got treatment in Germany. And that's just so could he be out 10 to 12 weeks? Sure, he could. But we don't know that yet. And the aggregation of that story has turned into this just mischaracterization of what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. So if anybody saw that and if anybody's freaking out, slow down. There's no reporting yet on Christian McCaffrey. We don't know how long he's out. We don't know if he'll be back in 4 weeks or 6 or 8 or 10 or 12 or more. Just wait. Hold your horse.
Don't sell him in your fantasy league for pennies on the dollar.
Not yet.
Unless someone's offering you AJ Brown, Leasy, then you can trade him. But outside of that, yeah, it's one of those deals where I think everyone just needs to take a step back and like let the process play out. We have no idea how long he's going to be out. We have no idea what exactly the injury is, and until we know what the injury is, then you have to sit back and.
Once we know what the injury is, then you can freak out.
Exactly.
Then you can panic.
Exactly. It's like, one time there was a shoulder injury with the Kings. It was Rashawn Holmes. And we got a report like, hey, Rashawn Holmes has a shoulder injury. He'll be I think re-examined in 2 weeks. And it was like, okay, so it's my job to go ask, like, what is a shoulder injury? And they're like, well, it's a shoulder injury. And I'm like, okay, is it a torn rotator cuff? Is it a sprained AC joint? Is it a grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 dislocation? Like, is like just kept going through all of the specifics of it. And like, well, we're just saying it's a shoulder injury for right now. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, because that doesn't allow us to make, because when you do hear that, okay, it's a slight dislocation, now we can go through and look at the medical, like what typically the timeline is for something like this. No, wouldn't do it. And then it took a month, and finally we got he has a torn labrum. It's like, okay, well, that's one of the things I asked you about. Why wouldn't you say that, a month ago? It's like, well, this is what we were comfortable saying then. It's like, okay, well, you saw a torn labrum on an MRI a month ago. Like, what are we doing here? And that's just, sometimes they hide. And then sometimes you just don't know, which I think McCaffrey's injury, they just don't know. It should have already been healed by now. Let's be honest. And that's the concern.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see on Christian McCaffrey. We don't know right now, but as soon as there's reporting on it, we will let you know, and we'll react accordingly. I actually want to run something by you, James, about the Christian McCaffrey thing that we talked about yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Giants 20-15. A couple of things from that game last night that tie in with the 49ers. We'll discuss that. Plus, Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiq. That is coming up next, answering your fantasy questions. That's right. This is for you. We want to know about your fantasy team. So hit us up in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can fire away your questions there, or you can give us a call on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. We can patch you through to Faraz, and you can ask your question your damn self on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Again, that's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Week 4 of the NFL season gets kicked off this weekend, and we're going to kick it off with Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiq from Upper Hand Fantasy next. You're on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Well, I see Faraz Siddiq. Faraz is putting books underneath his computer.
Okay, I think I did this right. You can hear me. I can hear you.
Yes.
And we're not going out over the air. Great.
Oh, we're not. Okay. Got it. Can we let Faraz in yet or no?
Yeah, for sure. You guys should be able to hear each other.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
I'm at home today. I've been sick the last couple of days.
You too, huh?
Yeah.
Man, dude, it's been this month my household has been just one after the other, dude. My older daughter, then now it's my younger daughter and me. But now I'm kind of ramping off of it now. I feel so much better today. But last week, I mean, dude,
We were going through it last week.
yeah, did you notice? Because I was not the same.
I wouldn't have, honestly, if you hadn't said anything before the show, I wouldn't have noticed. But no, you could see, like you said, there are a couple of times you turned your mic off and went, but during your talking, not a problem.
Okay, good. Because
see, I went to Vegas. I went to Vegas, and it's a bunch of bullshit that whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, because it came back with me. So
you know what's crazy, man? Similar thing here. Like my daughters were sick, and usually I don't really get sick like that, right? But I went out one night. I went out 2 Friday nights ago, right? And I just got I was just out there, dude. And I was just and I stayed up all night, and that's what happens. You know what I mean? And now my immune system went to 0, and that's it. It's it. I'm paying for it now. You know what I mean? So
I can't believe there was a point in our lives. You know, I'm going to say my life. I don't want to speak for anybody else. If you guys were late, great. I can't believe
probably mine too.
There was a point in my life that I could go out on Thursday night and be good to go back out on Friday.
Oh.
Right.
And then good to be at a pool party on Saturday. Man, what?
No. Now it's I went out that Friday, and now I'm I will never drink again. It's never happening.
I go out that Friday. Don't talk to me until next Saturday.
Right. Exactly, man.
I think it's funny too. I went years without my track record at my jobs. I don't miss time at all. My 6 years at NBC, I never missed a single day due to illness or anything else. I worked for a sporting goods company for 7 years. I missed 5 days altogether. I had a broken ankle. My wife is in the hospital in preterm labor, and I got the flu all in at one time. And I missed a Monday through Friday, and that was it. But now it's I feel like the pandemic, it did take away a lot of our immune system, just not being around people, and it's tough to build back up. I've been sick more in the last year than I ever have, which is
crazy.
Weird. Yeah,
crazy.
Getting older too. I guess maybe that's part of it, but
part of it, especially you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Sorry, it was right there, dude. It was right there.
It was.
You just laid it up for me and just slam it. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah, man. No, I was feeling it this week, man. It was bad.
No other questions here, huh? Just 2 questions in the chat.
What? Where are you people?
Listen, everyone's fantasy season's over. Okay, it's over.
Hey, here's one thing for the chat real quick. When you're sending questions, only send it once. I promise we're gonna we'll see it. We're constantly scrolling and looking. But what happened last week was several people sent the same question multiple times, and it just jammed up our starred things where you're trying to go through and So send it once. I promise we'll find it. Like, we're looking for him.
Let's see.
30 seconds. Huh.
Okay, good. How are you guys doing? Your fantasy teams pretty good, or not, or not really, like just like everybody else? Is that 0-3 or 3-0? Okay.
0-3.
Jeez.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. We're hot.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham, Kyle Madson, and of course, as it is every Friday at 10:30, Faraz Siddiq of Upper Hand Fantasy joining us now. Faraz, you can find him at upperhandfantasy.com, Upper Hand Fantasy on Twitter, and of course, wherever you get your podcast, the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast. Faraz, what's going on, man?
Not much. I think there are just a few players left that we can start in our lineups at this point. Trey McBride's out now, and no Tank Dell. We have a few guys there's not that many players left. So good luck. Good luck.
Should I start myself in fantasy this week?
I don't know if I go that far. But no, it's been bad, man. It's slim pickings on the waiver wire too in every league.
Well, let's get to one of maybe the biggest injury in fantasy football this year, Christian McCaffrey. How has his injury, and not necessarily just the injury, but just how long he's out in the unknown of when he'll come back, how has that impacted fantasy football this year?
That's the concern. It's the unknown that's the problem, right? Because you can plan around and you can make trades around, the situation if you knew, like, okay, I know he's going to come back week 5. I know he's going to come back week 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, but now it's like, all right, well, what is his workload going to look like? Is Jordan Mason going to continue to share a little bit in that backfield, maybe until they get to the playoffs? And that's when they'll completely take the training wheels off. Who knows, right? So that's a big question, and it's a huge impact because people who have Jordan Mason, they're enjoying the production, but they don't know, when that's going to come, screeching to a halt. And should we trade away Jordan Mason right now, so that we can get some long-term asset, so we don't have to worry about it? Or do we, if I have Christian McCaffrey, do I trade him away now and try to get something? It's like, what do I trade him for? So there's a lot of questions around it. I don't necessarily have a clear answer, but I will say, if you're 3-0 and maybe you take a little shot, see what Christian McCaffrey cost you, right? If you're 0-3 and you have Christian McCaffrey, do you really want to go 0-4? Maybe you can grab a piece or two that can help you win this week, right? So I feel like in those extreme scenarios, I think that's kind of when it's easier to make a move.
For us, sticking with the 49ers, Jauan Jennings went out and had this monstrous week, like 11 catches, 12 targets, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns. What does that do for the rest? Should 49er owners be concerned if, say, you have a Kittle, you have a Debo, you have a Brandon Ayuk, then all of a sudden now there is another mouth to feed, even if McCaffrey is out? There's another guy who all of a sudden has this big playability and some sort of connection with Brock Purdy.
I think all Jauan Jennings did was just waste everybody's fab this week. If you spend money up on waivers this week, you're probably going to be disappointed for the rest of the season, because I don't think Jennings is going to be anything more than a flex play, PPR flex play, if that. On an offense with Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, they're not going to be dialing up plays for Jauan Jennings. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. So if you picked him up, I'm sorry. But PPR flex play at best, and then Christian McCaffrey's going to come back at some point and earn some more targets over him. So this is not, if Kittle plays, if Kittle ends up playing and Debo doesn't, then maybe you can have you can play him this week as a flex and feel somewhat good about it. Maybe as a wide receiver 3, because there's really just Ayuk and then one other target. But when all 3 of those guys are on the field, he's probably not going to be in my lineup.
Interesting. Had a
he's
bone to
never
pick with
been
you about that.
he's never really been a target earner, before this week. Like this week was kind of like this outlier week for him, right? Like we've seen,
He had more touchdowns
him.
this week than he had in his previous 31 games combined.
Yeah. It's just, sometimes this happens, and we've had a lot of instances, and we have the data around what happens when he's on the field without Kittle, what happens when he's on the field without Debo, what happens when he's on the field without Ayuk, and what happens when he's on the field without a combination of the other two. His target share never really jumps up.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah.
Faraz Siddiq, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com. And of course, you can subscribe to the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, but do so on the free Odyssey app. Sam Darnold is leading the NFL in passing touchdowns right now. Does that surprise you at all?
It does. It does.
Like where because I guess let me reframe this. You're a Jets guy. Like,
yeah.
Were you out on Sam Darnold before this, or did you go into this year kind of going like, oh, okay, well, this is Kevin O'Connell. He's a good coach, and there's a lot of weapons in that offense. He could be a really productive fantasy player.
I will say, like my Jets colored glasses is a pessimistic one, right? It's a pessimistic view, right? But at the same time, you saw what happened with Geno Smith. And as soon as, somebody else can get a hold of him outside of the Jets brass, he becomes a good quarterback. It looks like Sam Darnold. He went from like the worst possible situation to the best with Kevin O'Connell, working his magic. Was this a possibility? Was this always a possibility? Yes. Was it something I was betting on? Definitely not. Because I saw a lot of Sam Darnold, and he's been really, really bad in his career.
Yeah.
So even with the 49ers, he got a little bit of an opportunity, and he wasn't great. Because we've seen so much success with Kyle Shanahan and random quarterbacks, and we didn't see it with Darnold, I was even more pessimistic. But Kevin O'Connell, he's doing his thing with him, man. He's not only just throwing it to Justin Jefferson, he's spreading the ball around, right? Jalen Naylor 3 touchdowns already as well. And, also we also have to keep in mind that passing overall and scoring overall is way down over the first few weeks of this season. So that also you just happen to have one quarterback who is throwing multiple touchdowns per game, where usually like the case is that we have multiple quarterbacks doing that. But no, I got to give credit to where credit's due, and that's Sam Darnold and Kevin O'Connell.
For us, I had a couple of bad beats early in the season, so we're 0-3. Our team didn't perform well at all last week, but I think I'm in the same boat that a lot of fantasy owners are, where the scoring is down and it's odd, and you have no idea who's going to pop off and who's not. When is it too early to start pulling the plug on the season and start thinking about, especially in like a dynasty league, to start working towards next season and start maybe accumulating some assets or accumulating a potential keeper moving forward?
I would start now. So if I'm 0-3 in a dynasty league, you got to be honest with your assessment of your team and then everybody else's team, right? So if you know that you're not going to compete with the top 2 or 3 teams, just start now, right? Those teams are going to be able to pay up more now for certain guys who are playing well. Like if you can offload these veteran running backs now, they have more value because you have the entire season that person can use, that whoever's trading for him can use them, right? Joe Mixon, Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, these veteran running backs, they will pay a first round plus for these guys potentially, depending on what league you're in and depending on how badly they need a running back. So in those type of situations, I'm definitely looking at that, because just go ahead and get that first round draft capital, rookie draft pick next year, and then you don't even have to wait until next year to use it. You could potentially grab a Garrett Wilson, some of these underperforming wide receivers now, because they're buy lows in dynasty.
Faraz Siddiq, Upper Hand Fantasy, joining us now. I'm going to get to some listener questions. I want to.
You can just hear the disappointment. I'm sorry, you just hear the disappointment in James. Like, oh man, I guess it is time to start reevaluating. It's all good, man. It'll be okay.
We'll be fine. We're always fine.
I'm never reevaluating. I'm always trying to win. But I'm gonna run my dynasty team into the ground because I refuse to trade anybody. All right. First listener question of the day. Again, you can hit us up in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Faraz is here to answer your questions, or you can hit us on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. So glad that this person is watching and in the chatty house. and asking questions about their fantasy team. Let's get to Fart Cat 69. Do I start Mahomes or Purdy?
Oh my God. I'm gonna go Brock Purdy. I'm going Brock Purdy here. I'm not even gonna lie.
Really?
Patrick Mahomes is not even like a great fantasy quarterback anymore. Like the last time he threw for 20 points and a 4-point touchdown scoring was, I think, like week 10 of last year. And he did it like once. So it's like once, after like week 4, week 5. So think about it. Travis Kelce isn't the same guy. All he has right now in the passing game is Rashee Rice, who's performing at least. So I don't know. Like now, if Purdy's going to get all of his guys back, not all of them, but hopefully most of them, I think he's going to be okay. So I'm going Purdy.
All right. Let's go to Russ Dog. Faraz, who is a tight end option on the waiver wire if Trey McBride is out this Sunday?
Ooh.
Oh, good luck. There is nobody there. But I will say that if Pat Frymuth is available, going up against the Colts, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kenny Moore is also out of this game. Their secondary is just completely depleted right now. If Pat Frymuth is available, he will be my number one option. Tyler Conklin, he's been running a full route participation over the last few games, and finally he got the targets to go with it. Usually targets catch up to it. So he is also in a situation where he can earn some targets this week. So he's available on a lot of waiver wires. I think those two are the primary options. I can totally understand wanting to go Mike Gesicki, but the problem with Gesicki is that he's in a little bit of a timeshare at tight end. And if anybody's snaps and routes are going to go up, it's probably going to be Eric All and not him. So that he's more of a little bit of a boom bust option there. So I think those three guys are the primary guys I'm looking at on waivers right now.
I want to stick with tight ends for now. Soren Smith wants to know, when does he pull the plug on Mark Andrews?
I have him as my tight end 10 or 11 this week. So really depends on who your options are. Last week was extremely head scratching. Okay. Because he ran just a handful of routes and obviously didn't pass it a whole lot, but he also just 33% of snaps overall, which is weird because you would think that, okay, if he's not running routes, they're going run heavy, maybe he's blocking, but that wasn't the case either. So what is wrong, right? Now, he did undergo a tightrope procedure last year, and now after 3 weeks, I'm like, okay, well, is that the issue, right? Is he just not the same guy? And is he still recovering from that? That's my question. This is the same thing that Tony Pollard went through. And then we saw when he came in last year, he wasn't the same guy, right? Like he got all this opportunity, but he was just kind of slow and he wasn't making big plays. Is that the case? I don't know. So I'm willing to play Mark Andrews one more time after this week. If we see similar type of usage as last week, that's when I'll be pulling the plug.
All right, let's keep going with some questions from the crowd here.
More from Soren.
From Soren, yeah. Is Ramondre safe to start versus Niners after his dud last week?
I'll be pretty worried about Ramondre, to be honest with you, this week. I think the Niners are favored by like 10.5, 11.5. Yeah, something crazy. So it's not great. The good news is that Ramondre is involved in the receiving game most of the time. Last week was just a complete dud. He's outside my top 24 running backs this week because of the tough matchup. So I'm hoping to have another option. If I don't, then it is what it is. At least you have a 3-down back to start.
The Niners can't stop the run, though. It's tough. It's bad out here. Javon Hargrave's hurt. Jordan Elliott gets carted off yesterday. You start like a third-string defensive tackle.
But can they sustain drives? That's the question with the Patriots, right? And I don't know. Like, sure, like Ramondre can potentially, even here's the thing, right? Like the Patriots get up there for it's 1st and 10. Like, what do you think they're going to do? Like, they're going to run the ball. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's really hard to, with that type of system, I don't know how Ramondre is going to be super, like his production is going to be super sustainable all year, especially against, better defenses.
Very good. Jake wants to know T. Higgins or George Pickens.
This is tough. I have both of these guys super close in my rankings. Actually, I'm going to pull up my rankings. I want to see, because I know that I've had some movement between these two guys. I love George Pickens this week, specific for a number of reasons. Number one is he's going. So because the Colts run so much single high coverage, He is actually one of the best. I would say, I think last year he was 6th highest in yards per route run against single high coverage. When you compare his production versus single high versus 2 high, it's night and day. And Justin Fields, his first read target share is over 50% when in single high coverage to George Pickens. Unfortunately, he's in a run first offense, so the volume isn't astronomical. However, when he does throw it to him, he's going to potentially make some plays. So I'm really high on Pickens this week. Higgins goes up against Carolina. That's also a really good matchup. The ball can either go Chase's way or his way. Andre Yoshivas also had the same number of targets as Jamar Chase last week. If I had to go with one, I think I'm going to lean Pickens here just by a hair. It's super close, but I think the matchup is just kind of like the nuts matchup. I don't want Pickens on my bench this week. I think he could blow up.
All right, let's stay in that same line. Let's go to Germ's question. Amari Cooper or Terry McLaurin?
This one's tough. I am going to lean Cooper here just by a hair. I know Jane Daniels is doing his thing, and McLaurin looked great this past week. But I think Cooper is the guy. I'd rather go with the guy who I think this team is way more pass heavy. They are, I think, 5th or 6th in pass rate over expectations, so that they're going to pass the ball in every situation. I'm going to lean Cooper just by a hair here.
You brought up Andre Yoshivas. We're talking with Faraz Siddiq of Upper Hand Fantasy. UpperhandFantasy.com is the website. Subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcast. You brought up Andre Yoshivas, Princeton legend, earlier. Zabo wants to know, should he go Antonio Gibson or Andre Yoshivas in his flex spot?
I'm going to go Yoshivas. Like I said, like he had the same number of targets as Jamar Chase last week. And against Carolina, I think he'll be okay. I think he's a solid flex play. With Gibson, you just kind of don't know what his opportunity is going to look like. So Yoshivas is on the field on every single play. So I would go with that guy.
All right. Let's just keep going. We've got Chris Ochoa. My wide receiver depth is Jamison, Keenan, Xavier, JSN, and Judy.
Nice.
Who do I start and flex?
Oh, this is a good one. I like Keenan, but he's coming off the injury, and I kind of like the perimeter matchups way more than the slot matchup for the Bears. So I'm going to go with Jamison Williams and JSN here. JSN going up against the Lions on Monday night. The Lions have been really bad against slot receivers so far through 3 weeks. So I like JSN to bounce back. They didn't really need to use him much last week because they were just pounding the Dolphins the entire time and didn't really need to pass the ball a whole lot. But the Seahawks are 2nd in pass rate over expectation this year. That means they're going to be super pass heavy in neutral situations. So going JSN and Jamison here.
Very good. I'm going to roll through a couple here. Flex spot. Deontay Johnson, Bucky Irving. This is from Johnny G. Deontay Johnson, Bucky Irving, or Kenneth Walker, or Xavier Worthy. A lot of the same guys as last time.
I'm going Deontay Johnson pretty easily here. I don't know if we're going to know if Kenneth Walker is going to be playing. Right, that's my concern. We're not going to. His first practice was yesterday, and they play on Monday night, so it was more like a Wednesday practice. He was limited, and we're not going to know until later tonight whether Walker is going to end up playing. So Walker would normally be my choice if he was healthy, but Deontay Johnson, his target share last week, from Andy Dalton, it's a night and day type of offense at this point. He's getting the target share, he's getting the production. So I'm all about Deontay this week.
Right on.
All right, we've got a question from JG. Would you start Zach Moss over Montgomery this week?
I don't think so. That Lions game, again, every single week, they have like the highest implied total for the week. So I'm going Montgomery here. He's only averaging like a target less than Jahmyr Gibbs, and he's getting the goal line work. He's getting a bunch of run on the ground. So you got to go with Montgomery. I think he's going to rack up some volume this week.
I have a question about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Would you bench him with him going against Christian Gonzalez?
I don't think so. No, it depends on your options, to be honest. But last week Garrett Wilson caught 6 balls on Christian Gonzalez. It was only for like 35 yards, but
I have him 5 for 33.
Who? Garrett?
Yeah, 9 targets. Yeah.
I think
you were in the right range. Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah, exactly. So, I think Ayuk is going to be fine. If you look at what Ayuk has been doing, he has been separating, against these corners at like one of the highest rates in the league. So he's doing his job. The ball's going to get to him. It's going to come. He missed all training camp. He missed preseason, all that. It's going to happen. I wouldn't panic over Brandon Ayuk right now.
All right. Very good. Back to the questions. Stephen McBride, Dontavian Wicks, is he a good waiver add and stash in a dynasty league? I hope so, because
by the way, just remember that DK Metcalf also went up against Christian Gonzalez 2 weeks ago, and he had a crazy game, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about it. It wasn't in his coverage when he ended up going off, but these players aren't always in in their coverage. Okay, Dontavian Wicks. Sorry,
7 yards against Christian Gonzalez.
There you go.
I've got
Dontavian Wicks. Good waiver add stash. I think Wicks is a good stash in a deep dynasty league, even in a regular dynasty league. I think he's a good stash. I'm a big fan of his talent. I think he should be playing over Romeo Doubs if it was my choice. But I think Wicks is he's going to continue rotating in. And by the way, over the last 2 weeks, his route participation has increased, and Christian Watson's has decreased a little bit. So he's moving in a little bit, just inching in a little bit.
Where are we at with Love? Is there a chance he plays this week? Is it going to be a true game time decision, or do you think we'll know beforehand?
I think it's going to be a game time decision, man. It's seeming like it's seeming like he's closer to playing, but like they're really playing mind games over there, and they're playing pretty good mind games, honestly. Because I truly have no idea if he's going to play this week, unfortunately, because it makes a huge difference whether Jaden Reed, where I have Jaden Reed in my rankings, because Jaden Reed is somebody that you want to. He's like a must start. If Jordan Love is playing, and if he's not, it's hard to get any production out of that passing game right now.
It's Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiq of Upper Hand Fantasy. Got a couple of minutes left. I'm going to rapid fire these last couple, if that's all good with you guys.
Go for it.
EG wants to know Mike Evans or Drake London.
Mike Evans.
Peg Junk wants to know Jamar Chase with Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes with Rashee Rice.
Ooh. Oh my God. I think I'm going to go Rice and Mahomes.
All right, very good. Russ Dog has Montgomery, Gibbs, McLaurin, and A.J. Brown. Which three does he start?
I'm going to bench McLaurin here. So I'm going to go Montgomery, Gibbs, and A.J. Brown.
Okay. John Poles has Jacoby Myers, DeAndre Hopkins, or Ladd McConkey in their flex spot.
I think I'm going with Jacoby Myers. Devontae Adams, is he truly hurt with that hamstring? I don't know, but that's where I'm leaning right now.
Okay. And then Sacktown Tony wants to know Sam Darnold or Anthony Richardson.
Sam Darnold this week. I'm benching Anthony Richardson just to teach him his lesson.
Smart. I would do the exact same thing. And then last one here, Adam L wants help with a trade. I don't know which side he's on here, but Tyreek Hill for Stephon Diggs and James Conner.
I'm doing the Diggs and Conner trade. I'm going to grab those two right now. If I can use them this week, especially, I'm taking them. I think Diggs this week, and then Conner is a RB1, so I'm doing it.
So if he has Diggs and Conner, you would recommend he not do the trade.
Correct.
But if he's sending out Tyreek Hill, you would got it. Okay.
Correct.
Very good. Faraz, you're the very best, and we appreciate having you on each and every week. Sorry, everybody whose questions we couldn't get to. But you can hit Faraz up on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy, online at upperhandfantasy.com. Tons of good info there available for you. And of course, the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts. Faraz, you're the best. Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. See ya.
Bye. Faraz Siddiq, Upper Hand Fantasy.
I love Fantasy Friday.
It's so great. We've reached the point that like literally last year we used to be able to go through and the rapid fire at the end would cover just the rest of the questions.
Mm-hmm.
And that would kind of be it. We have so many questions left in here that we didn't get to.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because I was just looking at the start questions once we got going. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah. Sorry about that, everyone.
Oh, that was nuts. That wasn't me though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good luck everybody with your fantasy teams this week. I'm going to give you the numbers on Brandon Ayuk though.
Oh.
And I'm going to make the case for having him on your fantasy bench at least this week.
Okay.
We need to talk about Brandon Ayuk in general because I feel like we've jumped the shark a little bit with the Brandon Ayuk conversation. So I want to talk about that, but then also let you know if you do have him in fantasy, why you should bench him, because Christian Gonzalez is a really tough matchup. You heard us talking about it a little bit with Faraz, but I'm going to really dig into the numbers and we can decide, James, you and I can decide if the Brandon Ayuk breakout is coming this week or not. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. If you would like to join the program, we have another hour coming right up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. There we go.
Oh, Greg Tabers. This is such a tough one. I don't know.
I'm with Faraz on the Jennings thing.
Yeah.
Where if Debo and Kittle are out again, then I'm starting Jennings without question. Without a shadow of a doubt.
And Shaheed was just horrible last week. He had nothing after he was so productive the first 2 weeks. So it's tough. He's like a boomer bust guy. Oh, this is a good question. Aaron Jones or Najee Harris. I don't know. I think I would start Aaron Jones because he's going up against his former team. That's just me. This is something I'm faced with too, Bobby Durkee. As a Jordan Mason owner, sell high or buy CMC low. I'll tell you what I think I'm gonna do. I think the cost to get to McCaffrey is too high, even in a situation where he's going to be out for a while. And then I don't think there's any guarantee. I'm just gonna ride the Jordan Mason like bus until the wheels fall off. And while I do that, I'm gonna go out and try to make some other savvy moves to try to find a guy who might be on IR that will come off IR later in the season and just kind of stash a guy, or a young guy who is going to get a better opportunity as the season goes. So as Mason might fade, you have somebody else sort of like in the hopper. Does that make sense? It's the way I kind of conduct business. Like, let's see, who do I have? We have hiding. We have Chubb hiding, right? And who knows when he'll be back. But there's a good chance that by the time he's back, that Mason might be fading a little bit. And then the other guy I would kind of circle is DeAndre Swift is playing horrible right now. But there's a possibility that Caleb Williams throws a couple more like big 300-yard games and the spacing opens up for him a little bit. So maybe it's possible you can get Swift, hide him, wait till he's more productive late in the season, and then kind of, transfer him in. Yes. Hide the Chubb. There you go. You're welcome.
What the hell is going on in here?
Well, I drew down. I was just saying, pick up Chubb and hide him on your bench. And now we have I'm just saying, like, he's a player.
You can't tell people that you're hiding Chubb. That's nuts.
Uh,
30 seconds.
Do we have any other questions?
Oh,
sorry.
boy. I wouldn't. All right, everybody. Chubb's out. Time for a show. Hour number 2, James Ham over yonder. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. We're hanging out with you until noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And D-Lo and KC will take you right into the weekend. An exciting weekend in the NFL, week 4. And a big game for the 49ers, big game for the Raiders. We'll dive into those games individually here. We need to ease up on Brandon Ayuk, though. I understand he got paid. I understand that he made a stink about getting paid. I understand people are frustrated and that he has to catch the damn football when it gets thrown to him. Like, no question. And if you want to be frustrated by the drops, 100%. He has more drops already through 3 weeks this year than he had all of last season. It's been an undeniably frustrating start. On the other hand, it's not all him.
No.
The ball has to be thrown to an open receiver, and I think this is partially on him because he missed camp, and I think that Brock Purdy and he are just not on the same page yet. And Purdy, I don't want to say throwing blind, but those ones where he's just really trusting that the receiver is going to be in a spot. I don't think he's quite there yet with Ayuk. I think they'll get there, but it's not all on. It's not like Ayuk is suddenly bad at football.
No, I totally agree. And like, what you have to hope is that, over the course of the last couple of weeks, that him and Purdy have had time to develop a little bit of chemistry off the field like they had the last couple of years. I'd point out that, Brock Purdy, of course, hurt his back and was a little light in practice early in the week. So it's a possibility they didn't get a bunch of extra time. But there is a point where, we watched it last night with CeeDee Lamb, right? CeeDee Lamb is slowly becoming CeeDee Lamb that we've known for the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, good play.
And again, he's a player who decided to, believe he did the same exact thing that Ayuk did during training camp. He was there, but he wasn't playing. Or was he not there at all? Either way, I think that there was some chemistry issues early on, but by week 4, now we're starting to see the player that we know from the previous seasons. And I would kind of put Ayuk in that same boat, that by this point, there's enough time for him to get his legs under him. There's enough time for him to get some timing. There's enough time for him to build some chemistry with Brock Purdy again. And then you're going to start seeing his ability to get separation. You're going to start seeing his route being run perfectly as opposed to maybe what it was before. And then maybe a little bit more trust from Purdy.
So on the CeeDee Lamb front, just to your point, 5 catches for 61 yards in week 1 on 10 targets. He had 4 for 90 against New Orleans with a touchdown, but they got blown out in that game. The game script was weird. Had 7 targets. 4 for 67 against Baltimore, but again, they were getting blown out. Weird game script but that was on 7 targets. Last night, 7 catches, 98 yards on just 8 targets. He also had 3 carries for 8 yards. And had that long 55-yard touchdown. Like you said, it looked a little more like the dominant CeeDee Lamb instead of the it was more efficient with Lamb yesterday. And I'm expecting that to come from Brandon Ayuk eventually. But this week, check this out. You heard me mention this with Faraz. Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots, second-year player. If you're unfamiliar with him, Oregon legend, Scoducks, and he got hurt last year. I think had a shoulder injury early last season. So he barely played his rookie year. In 3 weeks this year, the Patriots have played the Bengals, and Christian Gonzalez, when matched up against Jamar Chase, 3 catches for 15 yards on 3 targets. Week 2, DK Metcalf, this is what Faraz and I just talked about. 7 targets, 4 catches, 27 yards. Garrett Wilson, last week, 9 targets, 5 catches, 33 yards. He did get a touchdown. So Christian Gonzalez this year has been targeted 19 times. He's allowed 12 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown. Quarterbacks have an 88.7 passer rating when targeting him. I think Brandon Ayuk will get a couple of catches this week, but I don't think the breakout 10 catch, 120 yards, and a touchdown game is happening this week, because I think Christian Gonzalez is going to cover Brandon Ayuk a lot.
So are you saying you would start Jauan Jennings in a fantasy league?
I got to see what's happening with Kittle and Debo first. That's the bigger, that'll have more impact on Jauan Jennings for me if people are thinking about starting him.
And what we know right now,
I don't know that just from a hey, is Brandon Ayuk good at football still standpoint? If he goes out and has a slow week this week, I'm not necessarily chalking that up to anything other than, man, Christian Gonzalez, a heck of a player. Now, maybe he doesn't get matched up with Christian Gonzalez at all and still doesn't produce, in which case we can have a different conversation. But my guess is the Patriots are going to work hard to make sure he's covering Brandon Ayuk and trying to make sure that Brandon Ayuk is not putting up huge numbers. And against number one receivers, that's what Christian Gonzalez has done this year. He's shut him out.
Yeah, he's been really good at limiting especially their run after the catch. It sounds like, that's, would you say, 11 catches for 75 yards. So
well, for
less,
75,
yeah. So less than, 7 yards a catch.
Yeah.
That's impressive. What do we have for updates on Debo and Kittle?
Yeah, so Debo returned to practice yesterday. He's dealing with the calf injury. A little bit of a surprise that he came back yesterday, and I can't decide if that means that, he's going to be good to go, or if they're eyeing next week and they just want to kind of get him ramped up. But he was limited yesterday. It is notable that he was back in practice, though. And then George Kittle has been limited the last 2 days. My guess is that George Kittle plays because he was doubtful last week, which meant like there's a small chance he plays, and then they ruled him out Saturday. So it sounds like he's trending the right way. My guess is he plays. With Debo, I'm leaning that he doesn't play, but I bet I would be willing to bet he's like questionable for this week.
Okay.
I'm not ready to lean on him just yet.
So Jennings is probably still a really strong play, and it really does depend on how that game goes. I would say for one more week, Jennings feels like he's a strong play, and I feel bad for people who went out and spent a bunch of their money on, if you're playing in a league where you're bidding on players.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bidding a bunch of money on a guy, I would at least give him one start because he's coming off 11 catches for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean, that's a crazy week, a breakout week. So
here's where I'm at on this. When you have a player who has a game where he scores 40 freaking fantasy points,
yeah,
you can feel great about putting him in your lineup. Because look, I mean, the maybe he goes out and has a normal Jauan Jennings game where he has 4 catches and 38 yards, and all 4 of his catches go for first downs. Maybe that's just it. Maybe that's what it's going to be. But here's the thing that I can't get out of my head. 4 of the 49ers' 5 longest pass plays this year have gone to Jennings. Purdy very clearly is comfortable getting him the football. Nothing Jauan Jennings did last Sunday from a contested catch standpoint was like out of the realm of possibility for him. That's just who he is as a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got to compromise Deebo Samuel, even if he plays, if you've got to compromise Deebo Samuel and you've got George Kittle playing it at 75%, you're in 3rd and long. And I feel like Jauan Jennings is the player that Brock Purdy's going to lean on right now. And which may be a little bit of the problem with Brandon Ayuk, right? Like that should be Brandon Ayuk. It should be 3rd and long. Okay, hey, he's throwing it to number 11. That's a receiver he trusts. But the reason I can see another kind of big Jauan Jennings game, not like just for the record, I don't think it's going to be 11 catches, 175 yards, and 3 touchdowns. I'm ready to go out on that limb and say he doesn't do that again.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you told me, yeah, Jauan Jennings got 9 targets and he caught 7 of them for 87 yards and a touchdown, I wouldn't yeah, sure. I wouldn't doubt that at all. So I'm absolutely from a fantasy perspective, from a just getting ready and watching the game perspective, I could absolutely see Jauan Jennings being a factor, even with Brandon Ayuk and all those other guys on the field, just because he's healthy. Purdy clearly trusts him. and he's been his go-to guy. Remember, here's the other thing. Remember before week 3, the Niners had a huge 4th down in that game in Minnesota, and Brock Purdy made a tight window throw to Jauan Jennings like 25 yards down the field. He'll throw it to Jennings in a tough spot. And I can definitely see that being a factor moving forward, where we're kind of coming out of the game going, hey, should they have paid Jauan Jennings $30 million? I think that wouldn't shock me at all if that's the sentiment after Sunday.
I remember it was week 1. I sent you a text. They got a steal with Jauan Jennings on a two-year $15 million deal.
Yeah.
Like you could see it right away. Like, oh, the connection is there. And especially if you're going to have situations where guys are healthy or not healthy. I mean, he's a really, really good luxury to have. And, so far he's been exceptional. He's 3rd in the NFL in receiving yards.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, which speaks to the the receiving yards being down, but also to his one big week.
All that said, the Niners need big games from whoever they can get them from, because please understand that this is not the literal definition. I'm not talking literally, but from a putting yourself on the right track standpoint, this is must-win stuff for the 49ers on Sunday. If you're going to be a team that is in the hunt for a number 1 seed, which they say they want to be, okay, all right, fine. If you want to be that team, then you have to go, to me, not only win on Sunday, but you kind of got to go dominate. I don't care about the injury situation. They should have beat the Rams by a couple of scores, and they didn't because of like execution stuff. And that's where you can't have that here against the Patriots. We talked yesterday, the Cowboys and Giants game was very, very similar to where the 49ers are at, right? The Cowboys needed to beat the Giants. You can't fall to 1-3 and consider yourself serious, right? So you have to go win. And the Cowboys did that. They win 20-15. But dude, if the 49ers go beat the Patriots 20-15, and the Patriots have the ball at the end of the game with a chance to win it, that's not serious to me, dude.
Oh, no,
the Patriots are not good. You got to go beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, this is a team where you need to cover the spread. Like, and you need to show that you're that team again, right? And like, again, we watched, to compare them to Dallas, we saw Dallas go up against a Giants team that's kind of finding themselves, as all of a sudden Daniel Jones has found neighbors, and so they've got this little bit of connection and some excitement. But to barely beat the Giants, a division rival, when you're supposed to be the big dog in your division, it's just not good. Like, they don't look like they're a good team, and then they lose Micah Parsons, and so what I need to see is for the Niners to show that they're not on that same path that the Cowboys are, that they're a much better team than what we've seen so far, and that they're not going to let games that they should win, like last week, slip away, and that they're going to get back on the right path.
Yeah, man. That's I give the Cowboys a little bit of grace, because Thursday night games are weird. Division games are weird. Road division Thursday night games, really tough. But we've seen the Niners go into Seattle the last 2 years in that exact situation and do that, and get a win, and get a solid win. If the Niners go out on Sunday, not on a short week, not on a road, not against a division opponent, they have to go beat a bad AFC team at home. Like, yeah, go dominate that game. Even if Deebo Samuel's out, even if George Kittle's out, they have the horses to do it. And they got injuries on the defensive line. Totally. That's going to hurt. It's going to hurt more against teams that are not the Patriots, though. Like, the Cardinals might cook whatever version of the defensive line the 49ers roll out against them in week 5. But this week, if you want to stay in the serious conversation for one more week, you have to dominate this game on Sunday. You take a win. You will chalk up a W however you can get one, right? But at the same time, if they go beat the Patriots 20-15, and it's the exact same type of game the Cowboys had, it's not going to be coming in here like, hey, the Niners are back, baby. It's going to be like, what the hell? You can't even cover against the Patriots?
Yeah.
Like, no, you got to go beat the brakes off somebody, dude. They haven't been playing well enough to just go, oh yeah, just sneak by with the win. No, go play well. Go be a dominant team. Go be a Super Bowl contender against a rebuilding team. That's it. That is, I don't give a damn about the injury stuff.
Yep.
They're still good enough to go dominate, so go do it. And
Yeah, I
if
would
you
say
can't, then let's have a different conversation.
I'd say the one downfall to this game is that the Patriots have been really good running the ball early in the season, and the 49ers defensive line is again, they'll be starting like a third string defensive tackle in this game.
Yeah.
It's not great.
So if you missed it, which wouldn't blame you if it did, Javon Hargrave, of course, out with a partially torn triceps, but it was also reported yesterday after practice. Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group reported that Jordan Elliott, who's the 49ers' third defensive tackle, was carted off, and he was officially listed as a limited participant in practice with a foot injury.
Oof.
John Lynch went on the radio in the Bay Area today and said that there's no official designation yet, but he would consider Jordan Elliott questionable for Sunday. Why does this matter? That's a big guy in the trenches. We're worried about the playmakers, right? Well, here's why it matters. That means the 49ers will ostensibly be starting a fourth string defensive tackle.
Oof.
Alongside Malik Collins, who's like their number 2. And then aside from that, the Niners are constantly rotating. So now you're rotating down to your 5th, 6th, 7th defensive tackles. They might have to call up 2 guys just to play that position from the practice squad. They're in bad shape in the middle of their defensive line. And this is on top of a defense that was already in disarray. This is on top of a defense that already couldn't get off the field on third down with third and short, third and long, whatever. So now you have a good running team in the Patriots who are going to be able to, or theoretically could be able to get into second and third and short really consistently, where now it doesn't matter what your personnel is. Getting a stop on third and short is hard.
Yeah.
And I think the Patriots are going to be able to attack what has suddenly become a very real weakness for the 49ers, where I think the Niners have the players to go fix that. I think they have a good coaching staff to overcome those injury problems and scheme up what they need to scheme up to avoid having Kevin Givens and T.Y. McGill doing too much in terms of run stopping. But man, that's where this could get sideways. I agree with you. Because if the Patriots are getting Jacoby Brissett into second or third and short, like I said, it doesn't matter what your personnel is. That's a hard situation to live in.
I totally agree. Hey, Kyle, we do have some news coming up.
Yeah.
We got our guys. D'Lo and Casey. Yeah. Our guys, D'Lo and Casey, will have Kings superstar center Domantas Sabonis on at 12:50. Let's go. Got a little Domas.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Didn't turn that down. Domantas Sabonis on this very radio station at 12:50. Hell yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so tap in, make sure to lock in. Of course, lock in with us 10 a.m. to noon every single day. We're here Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
We're doing the show 10 a.m. to noon. We hand it off to D'Lo and KC. And D'Lo and KC at 12:50 are going to have Domantas Sabonis. So stick around just all day. Just hang out. We're vibing. We're here. We're talking sports. We're having a great time.
That's what you should be doing anyways.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And if you miss the show, where should they get the show if they miss the show, Kyle?
Well, if they miss this program, James, that's a great question. You can subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show wherever you get your podcasts. And you might be like, why isn't it called The Insiders? I don't know. That's for people who make more money than I do. It's called the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show. It's the podcast version of this program. So you have a couple of options. One, you can do that because you only get to listen to a little. And you go, hey, I want to catch something I missed, or maybe you want to re-listen to something. Option number 2 is you already listened to the whole show and you're like, if I want to revisit it, I can go back on YouTube or whatever. That's all great, but help us out. Help out your boys.
That's
and
right.
Just subscribe to the pod. You can go. You don't even have to give it a listen if you don't want.
Just subscribe.
Hit that subscribe button wherever
right.
you get your pods, and we would appreciate the hell out of it. Thank you everybody who has done that already. Thank you everybody who will do that. How do the Niners get a win on Sunday? James, let's get to 49ers keys to victory, number 1.
Ooh. My first key, protect Brock Purdy at all costs. The dude's got back problems, and a lot of that it's because he's shouldering the load of everything. And you got to protect this dude. He's taken a couple of big hits, even if he's not getting sacked a bunch. He has taken some hits, and they need to figure out a way to protect him.
Yeah, man, that's big time. Interesting thing from 49ers offensive line coach Chris Forster yesterday. It sounds like the Niners are working out a couple of different players who, like, not working out free agents, like moving a couple of guys to right tackle in practice. So down the line here, we might see a little bit of a shakeup on the 49ers offensive line. Key number one for me, you got to get off the field on third down, man.
Amen.
You can't let the Patriots start sustaining drives. You can't let them stay in the game. Okay, you got a touchdown early, but hey, there's a 16-play touchdown drive to score the game. Just that's not acceptable. You have to get off the field.
I totally agree. It's been a problem that's plagued him throughout the early part of this season. Just figure it out.
More on the third down woes coming up on Mad Props in about 30 minutes here. No, not even that. About 10 minutes. James, number 2.
Force Brissett or May to beat you. I don't know who's going to start a quarterback. It doesn't matter. Neither one of them are very good. This team is super unbalanced. Well, they are super balanced. They're like basically 175 yards passing, 180 yards rushing. That's kind of who they are. You need to figure out a way to stop those guys. I mean, you need to figure out a way to stop the run and make those guys beat you.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. If you can get them, and the way you do that is getting them in second and third and long. Make them drop back, make them throw it. I'm guessing it'll be Jacoby Brissett. And part of the thing is they just don't have the horses in the passing game.
Yeah.
Even if Jacoby Brissett was this awesome quarter, and he's fine, but there's not a ton of weapons there for him. Number 2 for me, no special teams shenanigans. No big kickoff returns, no big punt returns, no weird fake punts. I don't need any of that. No special teams shenanigans. Do what you got to do. And if you're expecting a fake punt, get a stop.
That's right.
Number 3, James.
For me, the money guys need to step up. They got a bunch of guys on this roster that make a ton of money. And whether it's Trent Williams or it's Warner or it's Bosa or it's Ayuk or it's Kittle, these are your money guys. And when you mention the Patriots and how they don't have the specialty players, they almost do the opposite of what the 49ers do. They don't pay specialty guys. They don't pay your perimeter receivers and your all-star, superstar running backs. They build their team a different way. Well, the 49ers do, and they need these guys to be a big piece of how this season turns around. It needs to happen now.
Yeah, man. A players got to be A players. That's it. Fred Warner it went under the radar because he's usually so good, and a million other things happened. Fred Warner was putrid last week.
Oh,
straight up, he's got to be better. Nick Bosa, flat out, has to be better. That's kind of the long and short of it. I couldn't agree more with you there. Number 3 for me. Hey, normally we do the turnover bit here, like win the turnover battle, but we're scrapping that this week. You still got to do that, but that's not a key to victory. Maybe in a huge spot, don't throw it at Ronnie Bell.
Can I get an amen?
Maybe if there's a big point in the game, a big third down, maybe don't throw it to number 10. You want to throw it to him early. Maybe you want to try and get him involved. Get his confidence back, and you want to throw him a little screen pass early or something. That's fine. I rock with that idea. A little slant, little okay, fine. Big spot. I don't want him on the field, dog. I want no part.
Second down. Find him in second down. Let him get some burn. First down, pass, all that stuff. Yep.
1-score game in the fourth quarter. Don't want him on the field.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a little bit. No.
Oh man.
We're on the same page, Kyle.
Thank God. Dang. What's the one question you're hoping D'Lo and Casey asked Domantas Sabonis? Domantas Sabonis, if you missed it, by the way, if you happen to tune in the last 8 minutes, Domantas Sabonis joining this very radio station, D'Lo and KC. He will be on at 12:50 today, so in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'm kind of curious about is how much did he learn from the 1 week that he was with DeMar DeRozan and how he can integrate him into their system and how he can, sort of play off of him and build like some chemistry as a 2-man game partner. And that's kind of the one thing that I would like to know. Outside of that, it wasn't that long ago we talked to Domas at his basketball camp, and yeah, I still think that, there's a lot we can learn from these guys, but I want to see him on the court. So, yeah.
I would ask him why the hell he doesn't shoot the ball more.
Oh, would you?
Holding his feet to the fire.
I have never been someone who thinks that Domas needs to shoot more. I think he shoots.
Domas, put the ball on the rim, bro.
The games where he shoots 6 times, though, yeah, okay. But outside of that, like, I think he does everything within the flow of the offense, and I'm totally fine with it.
Oh, man. All right. We've got mad props coming up. Is this a must win for the Raiders? We'll talk about that. Kings Media Day is on Monday. We got to get into that. So much to get to coming up on the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
What's going on, everybody? Huh. What do we got?
Hope you weren't talking right there.
No. Nope.
I forgot to take you out of program 1. Were you talking that whole time?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, thank God. Okay. We're clear.
I might have said, "What's going on, everyone?"
I keep taking your microphone. Oh, Jesus. I keep taking your microphone out of program 1. Your studio mic. Will you be at Niner game this week? I will not be at the Niner game this week. James, how was Vegas? John Poles wants to know, how was Vegas besides getting COVID?
It was great. We stayed downtown. We didn't stay on the Strip, and it was a crazy experience. That place is wild. I highly recommend it. I think it's way more authentic than downtown than the Strip. And then we drove down to the Strip one night and had dinner, which of course costs you like an arm and a leg. But overall, it was a good time. Except for now I'm sick. Russ, I did miss Donut Friday. And that's actually, it's 2 weeks in a row that I missed Donut Friday. People in the office are going to get skinny without me there.
I brought donuts today.
I saw. Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy.
What?
I feel like the donuts never get finished.
They're already gone?
Yeah.
Oh.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah, this charismatic enigma, that United draw in the Europa League was trash. I did get to watch that yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, they just don't play well for Ten Hag. I don't know, whatever it is.
Totally. Oh my God, this break is so long.
Oh no.
There's still 3 minutes left.
I'm holding up. I'm still sitting in the chair. I don't know how much longer I can last, but yep. Prize Picks is going to make you skinny, Leezy. That's definitely a thing that's going to happen when you run out of money. Yeah, I know people don't understand all this, but yeah, I'm totally not convinced by him. Like, you go out and you get players for him, and then instead of using those players, he relies on older players that, again, I think Ericsson's played really well, but you have all these other guys that you need to integrate into your system. Colby Mainu should never be on the bench.
D'Lo and Kenny are cowards if they don't ask Domas's favorite cereal.
Yeah, Polo, I'm with you. Man U does need to demolish Tottenham. One of my son's best friends is a Spurs fan. And I'm sure they'll be here yelling at each other the whole game. This is a long break.
Oh, that's what I said.
How much time do we have?
Another minute.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to scurry over and grab a paper towel, blow my nose.
It's about to be Jesse time coming in for Mad Props. He's gonna make his picks. He's gonna sit in James's chair because James is at home because he's sick. It's the Insiders. Oh, can't hear you.
I said I love it.
Thanks. If our show had a 90s Disney Channel intro. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madson here, James Ham over there. Also joining us.
What?
Yeah, also joining us, the producer of D-Lo and KC, Jesse Tapia, in the building. He's going to join us for Mad Props, if that's okay, James.
James, is that okay with you?
That sounds great. Are you going to ask Domas a tough question? Are you going to ask him if he's going to shoot the ball more?
Yeah, dude, you got to hold his feet to the fire.
I guess that's what
Ask
you
him
guys
why he
want
doesn't
from
shoot
me.
more threes.
Imagine I just pop up, Domas, what's up with the shots, bro?
Why aren't you more like Kristaps Porzingis? That's what you should ask him.
No.
Fair question. No.
Jesse Tapia joined Mad Props last week. And hey, this is a lot more fun when we have three people doing it. So you're just gonna join us now.
Sounds good.
This is now a bit that you're in on as we get ready for D-Lo and KC here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's get to Mad Props.
It's time for Mad Props.
Yeah.
2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Yeah, here it is, sponsored by nobody. Could be sponsored by you. Typically, we'll do a Niner game and a Kings game, but because there's no basketball on just yet, very soon, though, right around the corner, we'll get to more of that in a second. We're doing the Niner game and the Raider game. Picking two different things, two different props that I've made up.
Raiders game I was thinking about on the way here. It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
There's not
it'd be a
gonna be
nice
much
little
going on
win.
that
It'd be a
one,
nice. It'd be a nice little win if they could beat the Browns.
So, yeah.
All right, so James, here we go. I'm going to throw the first one to you. Jauan Jennings targets or Zamir White rushing attempts.
Ooh.
Targets for 49ers wide receiver Jauan Jennings or rushing attempts for Raiders running back Zamir White.
Ooh, I'm going to go Zamir White here. I think he'll get 8 to 10 carries, even though that defense is still formidable. And I don't think Jauan Jennings is going to get that many targets.
Jesse?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Zamir White in this one. Jauan Jennings gonna get his, but it won't be as much as it was last week.
I'm going to go the same way because I think a high target game for Jauan Jennings might be 7 or 8 targets.
Yeah.
And I think Zamir White, even if he's not super productive, is 10 to 12. Jesse, 49ers total points or Gardner Minshew passing attempts?
Ooh, I'm gonna go Gardner Minshew passing attempts.
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to run the ball that great, so they're gonna be forced to throw the ball out in this one, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. James?
I'm going to go 49ers. What?
Yep.
So it's Give me what the question is again.
Perfect. 49ers total points or Gardner Minshew passing attempts?
Yeah. 49ers total points. I think Minshew's going to get in trouble with that Browns defensive line, and we might see Aiden O'Connell again. And the transfer of power from one bad
Ooh.
quarterback to another.
That's a good call. I think I
have news real quick that might affect this.
Okay, go ahead.
Devontae Adams is out on Sunday, as is Max Crosby. That's defense or whatever. So just updates it.
Oh, my
Myers
God.
out on Sunday.
Oh my God. Okay,
Yeah.
so no Max Crosby, no Devontae Adams. James, does that change your pick here?
No, I'm solidifying my pick with that.
I'm trying to decide if I trust the 49ers offense to score 30 plus.
The Patriots defense is like good too. It's not one of the top of the top or whatever, but
I'm going Minshew. I'm going
I'm gonna stick
Minshew.
with Minshew too.
Okay,
I'm going
very good.
Niners.
All right. The next one, I'll go first on this one. 49ers sacks or Raiders turnovers. I'm going Raiders turnovers on this because I don't think the 49ers are going to get a sack on Sunday.
Not one,
Actually, you know what?
maybe two.
I feel committed now.
Gardner Minshew
feel committed
interception,
now.
maybe a sack from Leonard Floyd and one from Nick Bosa. That's how you get it right there.
Yeah, like Leonard Floyd's got to bounce back.
Mhm.
All right, I'm changing it. Jesse, you swung me there. I'm going with the Niners. I think this is going to be one of those things where I feel like the opposite of a thing always happens in the NFL. Like you think, oh man, this team's got all these defensive linemen out. They're not going to be able to rush the passer. And then, oh, lo and behold, they're doing something different defensively now. The other offense wasn't ready for it. I think we're going to get a bounce back Leonard Floyd game at some point. I've got to lean on the idea that Nick Bosa is going to break out eventually.
You'd expect your elite player to do so.
Yeah, so I like that. James, who do you got?
I am going Niners. I think, especially if New England decides to mix it up with their quarterback play and go Brissett, and then start to pepper in May, that's where you get the sacks on those young quarterbacks.
Jesse?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 49ers too.
All right, it's a clean sweep for the 49ers, just like the first one was a clean sweep for the Raiders. All right, number 4. It's an interesting one. Jordan Mason receiving yards. This is for James. Jordan Mason receiving yards or tackles by Raiders linebacker Robert Spillane.
Oh, man. I saw what happened with Kyle's prize pick last week. And it was
Brutal.
vicious. It was
Just
horrible.
brutal.
He needed 12 and he got 11.5, right?
Yeah,
He got 11. He got 11. Yeah, I'm going to go Raiders there. I'm going to go with their linebackers been playing really well.
Yeah, he has. Jesse?
How many receiving yards did Jordan Mason have last week?
11.
11. I'm gonna go Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
Go Jordan Mason.
Here's what I'm waiting on with Jordan Mason. At some point, he's going to catch a ball in the flat with nobody in front of him.
Exactly. Like all he needs is one catch for 15
At
yards.
some point, that's going to happen. It's what I thought would happen last week. It didn't. I think it's going to happen this week.
There we go.
Against a little bit better the Patriots defense is way better than the Rams. I'm expecting Jordan Mason to have that big catch at some point. And Robert Spillane's been as good as any off-ball linebacker in the league this year. You pencil him in 11, 12 tackles. But I'm thinking there's one big catch in there for Jordan Mason. Jesse, Brandon Ayuk receiving yards or total points in the Raiders-Browns game.
Oh, Brandon Ayuk receiving yards. All he needs is about maybe 27 receiving yards, and that might do it.
To clear the total?
Bro, this is going to be an ugly game. It's going to be defense. Like, how are the Raiders supposed to score on Sunday? Brock Bowers, you're on one of my fantasy teams, so salute to you. But I guess Jacoby Myers, Patriots, great out there.
James?
It's not going to take much, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that there's going to be that much scoring, so I'm going Ayuk.
Deshaun Watson can't play quarterback.
Nope.
It's going to be ugly.
I'll rock with Raiders-Browns total score.
All right, you're going to lose that one.
Contrarian.
Yeah, we'll start with that one on Monday.
Okay, great. Let's see. No Max Crosby, no Malcolm Kuntz. I think that you're going to see Deshaun Watson and Amari Cooper and Jerome Ford. No David Njoku this week. Tyler Conklin out for the Browns. Oh, my God. This might be like 6-0.
Yes, I'm telling you. All we used to do is catch 2 passes. Like, all right, we won that one.
All right. I've made the pick. I'm sticking with it.
All right.
I'm rooting for points. I'll do this one. Patriots third down conversion rate or Raiders total rushing yards. And I put this down and then I went to look up the numbers to see if they were even close. I thought maybe, hey, you're underestimating the Raiders' run game. It hasn't been that bad. No. The Raiders average 51 rushing yards per game as a team. 51. The 49ers opponents are averaging 52.9% on third downs this year.
Blake, go ahead. You go first on this one.
I'm going Patriots third down percentage.
All right, that's where I'm going too.
Yeah,
the Guardians might have to win this game on Sunday for the Raiders. Like Cleveland's defense is legit. I don't think the Raiders haven't been able to run the ball all this season. You literally just threw out the stat. I'm gonna go with the Patriots third down percentage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the same. It's a clean sweep.
Another clean sweep. I just I'm envisioning a version of this game. That's mad props. Thanks everybody for playing along. We'll revisit Monday. The thing I keep envisioning in this game is the Patriots just living in 2nd and 4 because they're able to run the ball so effectively. And okay, maybe they kick a bunch of field goals and they can't score in the red zone. Maybe they turn it over a couple times. Maybe the couple times they get into 3rd and long, they can't convert. So I can see the Niners winning pretty handily. But on the other hand, they beat the Jets pretty good in week 1. 32-19 was the final there. It was 32-12 before a garbage time touchdown by the Jets. And the Jets went 60% on third downs. That's just...
The Niners have their issues on defense, but I don't know if the Patriots just have enough to get it going on offense this week. It's gonna if the Patriots have any chance, it's gonna be ugly, like a defensive game. I think.
Wait, did
the
we?
Offense can't move the ball or anything like that.
We all picked the Raiders to have more rushing yards than the Patriots third down percentage.
No, we picked all the Patriots to have better third down percentage.
Okay, that's I wrote that down wrong. So thankfully I asked because I was like,
wait,
this doesn't sound
I
like
thought the Niners were gonna hold them under that.
Oh no, we've lost it now.
Okay, revisiting. Hang on.
Hit the music.
We're back. Beat dropped in the middle of that. What number will be higher? The Patriots' third down conversion rate or the Raiders' total rushing yards?
Oh, I'm going to go Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you think the Raiders will have more rushing yards than the Patriots' third down conversion rate? Okay, Jesse.
I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with the Patriots' third down. I don't know. They're both.
It's tough.
Yes, it's tough. Like they're saying in the chatty house, like the Browns starting line's going to be hurt. But it's like, yes, the Raiders' just running game just stinks, though.
They have 51 rushing yards per game.
I'm gonna
and you've got their coach talking about how they can't learn zone blocking.
And it's like on the other side, it's like, okay, but there's Jacoby Brissett. Like Ramondre Stevenson might get us a couple first downs or whatever when we need it on third down. But I guess I'll just stick. I'm not going to second guess it. I'm going to stick with the Patriots third down percentage.
That's what I'm doing too. And James, you're going Raiders rushing yards.
I am.
You're buying into the Niners defense.
Yep. This week only.
All right. There it is.
Good stuff. Glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Appreciate you, man.
All right. See you guys.
All right. You can hear Jesse on D-Lo and KC coming up in about 15 minutes. And speaking of coming up in about 15 minutes, in about 1 hour, Domantas Sabonis, Kings Superstar Center, will be joining D-Lo and KC. What question would you ask Domas? Or what question do you want to hear the guys ask Domas that's not serial related? Trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Trying to hold his feet to the fire. You know, why don't you put the ball in the rim? I want to see 28 points a game. Domas, what's up? That's all. No, it's it. It's not crazy. No, I think you hit the nail on the head, James, and we'll transition to Kings talk here because Kings Media Day is on Monday.
Oh yeah.
And then the day after that, training camp starts. Like basketball season is nigh. I refuse to say basketball is back. NBA basketball, let me clarify. NBA basketball will not be back until the first opening season or opening night tip-off of the regular season. That is when basketball is officially back. It's not training camp. It's not the preseason. That's my take.
Okay.
Basketball is nigh, though. It is right there. What are we? Where are we at with the Kings? I feel like right now. We talked about this a little the other day, but it feels like, hey, this is a 50-win playoff team, chance for more. Like everything, like the vibes feel really, really good again after being down for most of last year.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at. You're in wait and see mode. We got to see how everything cooks in the pot here, and how they integrate DeMar DeRozan into the system. But this team looks much improved. They look like they went out and, I mean, you go out and you add a star level player, a guy who instantly becomes your third best player, and allows players like Keegan Murray and Malik Monk to maybe fit into better roles as like fourth, fifth best players on your team. You're going to get a healthy Kevin Huerter early in the season. You've added some nice pieces like Jordan McLaughlin, who I think can, just by his shooting alone, can provide as much or more than what we had last year from Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell, I think, is a great defender, but his inability to consistently hit the three did hurt the team at certain points. And you get a Keon Ellis that is a little more comfortable in his skin and ready to roll. And I'm sure he's been hitting the weight room heavy and maybe added a few pounds during the summer, and he might be ready to play a huge role from early in the season.
Damian Barling from here for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up in about 10 minutes and about an hour. Domantas Sabonis is going to be here. And Damian, you're welcome, by the way. Just letting you know ahead of time. You don't even have to say thanks. It's okay. James and I got you. So you guys can, take it easy and really enjoy the Domantas Sabonis interview. We've asked the Chatty House for question recommendations, and we're getting some good ones.
Christ.
So I've starred all those for you, so they're in there.
Yeah.
You got to ask about his favorite cereal, obviously.
Of course.
I'm trying to find out why he's not scoring 30 a night. You got to ask him that.
Okay. I got an idea. How about we talk about the series that he's starring in on October 9th and is here to promote? How about we talk about that?
Yeah. October 9th, Netflix.
So
anyways,
we don't piss off the Kings organization, who I'm not quite sure likes us very much anyways. The great part about this is this is true behind the scenes story. I was calling because I was angry. That's why I was calling the Kings. Shannon calls me back and is like, hey, I know you want to talk about Media Day, but you guys want Domas at 12:50? I don't think you got our email. And we go over this whole thing about how she sent an email out, but James may have gotten it, but D'Lo and Casey didn't. And James is sick, and she wants James to get better in this whole thing. Anyways, Domas is available at 12:50. You guys want him? Yeah.
Okay, yes, but also my thing.
That would be terrific. Okay, great. Send me the link, and can we talk later? All right, man. No problem, Shannon. We'll talk later.
She just did this. And you
questions for Shannon. Send him over.
You won't understand this reference at all, Damian, but she just went, these are not the droids you're looking for.
Nope.
Star Wars.
Do not get that reference at all.
That's what she just did.
But she took great care of us. No clue. Absolutely none.
Okay,
Jedi mind trick.
Netflix starting 5.
Yeah.
Are you going to ask about the juxtaposition between his outfit and Anthony Edwards' outfit?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have some fun with the red carpet special and the trailer and some of that stuff. And I think they would be okay if we threw in a few DeMar DeRozan questions and outlook on the season. But
sure.
I'm excited to talk about this series and what it's like to be in a series with LeBron and Ant-Man and Tatum and some of the big dogs in the NBA and what that means for you. I know if Matt Graham is listening, Matt, I love you. I just hate this Jiffy Lube logo right over James's face.
Oh, well, we go to the free box. We can pull it down.
James is a good-looking guy, and we got the Jiffy Lube logo. It doesn't James
help.
solely is brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
It doesn't help that when I stand, I block the Jiffy Lube logo on the screen behind me. So let me stand off to the side like this. Everybody, get your car serviced at Jiffy Lube.
Is
Brakes,
one. There's
oil,
literally one right there.
Whatever you need.
Right there.
Yeah, but there's more.
Okay.
Over there.
Just trying to help.
Love Matt if you're listening.
Yeah, Matt's the very best. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. I had another Domas question to pitch you.
Oh,
I can't remember what it was.
You're pitching me questions.
Oh, yeah. It's not about the Starting 5 documentary, which airs October 9th on Netflix.
Fine. Okay.
Domantas Sabonis at 12:50 on this very radio station, by the way. We're inside of an hour. Can you ask him about the Killer D's nickname?
No, absolutely not. That question is completely out of bounds. And we need to pull Vivek Ranadive aside and tell him, look, man, this We're not mature enough for this. Like
We
you can't.
cannot. If there is,
you cannot be putting tweets out there like
if there
that.
is Killer D's merchandise,
No,
it's going to be a problem.
no. And Drew Down is going to buy all of it.
All of it.
Literally all of it. He's a Warriors guy, and he will still buy
Oh.
all of that merchandise.
Absolutely. Real quick here. Sunday in the realm of a not literal, but definitely for the vibes, a must win for the Niners.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
you.
Like, they're not the Rams. Like, they're not Sean McVay. They're not a divisional opponent. You kind of need this one. And we tried to draw the correlation between the Cowboys and the 49ers. The Cowboys game last night, what the 49ers have to do. The Cowboys win last night. They did not look good last night. I thought Dak did. I thought Dak looked really good. The Cowboys as a whole look like, they have problems. They exhibited the problems we talked about. They got to win, and in the end, it's just kind of like, okay, good. You got to win. That's what the 49ers are facing. Like this, the reaction on Monday if they lose is massive.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction if they win is minimal.
I agree.
And the balance between the two is going to be very, very different. So, yeah. I don't care as much about that.
You the Cowboys, a little bit of a pass to the Cowboys because Thursday night game on the road, big opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Did I beat the Patriots 20-15, and the Patriots have the ball with a chance to win at the end?
Oh yeah, that's not the best.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's
man.
not the best.
Yeah.
That's not the best.
Neither is
this.
Why is this happening?
No, this is fantastic.
Why is this happening?
No, we're $1 billion multimedia
Jesse,
company.
fix it.
Yeah, this is going great.
So it's not me this time, it's you?
No, it's literally us. We're freezing inside the studio. This is perfect. We got an hour to fix this.
It says connection is unstable.
How
which
awesome
is
is this?
Same.
Domantas Sabonis is going to join us, and the internet is going to crash.
Hey,
there it is.
Frozen Domas.
I can't stress enough. Like, I will leave. I'll just leave.
You can,
I've been wanting to walk out on this show for about a week and a half. This just might be the day.
That would be actually a perfect time to reset the Netflix special. Like, hey, if you want to see Domas in crystal clear 4K Ultra HD,
yes,
tune in to
unless
Starting 5 on Netflix.
I'm the one that's frozen. Then that's a little bit of a problem.
I will take a troubleshooting step at the end of the show, which is coming up right now, to try and make that so it's not the case. And I'll walk you through how we do it.
Okay.
You leave the studio and then come back in.
Excellent.
So that's what we're going to try.
Okay.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. Domantas Sabonis will join them at 12:50. More importantly, I'll join them at 12:15.
Most important guest of the day.
Yeah, 12:15 and 12:50. Yeah, I'm
Jay
going to be the
Gadon,
opener.
Eddie Gonzalez, all with us today.
Oh my God.
We gave James the pass. I had no idea James was going to be here. You can go to bed, James.
Yeah,
Sweet.
no, we
have the whole 3 o'clock hour booked.
I'm fading a little bit.
We got you.
I can't wait. I'll be tapped in. Everybody else tap in. James, thank you so much. Your flu game. We appreciate you hanging out and gutting that out. And we're done for the weekend. D'Lo and KC coming up next. We'll talk to you Monday at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Bye. All right, y'all. Have a great weekend. Be safe. James, we'll see ya.
Thanks,
See you later,
friends.
Hammer.
See ya.
Flag. Immediately.
What the hell's going on in there?
Oh man, you can't even use the English dictionary no more.
I said exit the other day, and people were like, "Whoa!"
Okay.
Like, wait,
Calm
on,
down.
man.
That's a little excessive. That's a little excessive. Check 1, check 2. Check. Welcome back to the Twitter audience.
Oh, Twitter back.
I think he's on the stream. I don't think he's coming in.
They reviewed us and we passed it.
Yes, I took care of all that. Thank you.
All right.
I'll be in here in a minute.
All right, man. All right. I'm just saying what's up.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. It's Friday. Come on now. It's Friday. Hey! Welcome back to the Twitter audience. And welcome back to everybody who is with us here on this Friday, September 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Boiling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Y'all know what it is. Coming up later on this hour, Domantas Sabonis from your Sacramento Kings will be with us here. The starting 5 set to debut October 9th. We'll talk to him about that. Media Day coming up on Monday, the first Sacramento Kings practice coming up on Tuesday, and we're happy to get the Kings season started with the All-Pro Domantas Sabonis. Again, that's coming up around 12:50. I was told it could be 12:55. It could be 1. It'll be somewhere within that time frame. But Domas, kind enough to join us. Actually, a very busy day. Kyle Madson will be with us, as he is every Friday, coming up here in just a few minutes. Jake Gadon, CBS 13, or as some of you know him, John from Connecticut, will be with us coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us in the 2 o'clock hour. And we've got game number 1 of the top 20 games of the Kings season. That's all coming up here today, wherever you are. ESPN 1320, Twitter, Twitch, Matthews Mattress Chatty House, YouTube, HD2. Thanks for hanging out, man. Cowboys sneak out a win last night. Wasn't pretty, but as Kyle just noted, it was a Thursday. And, you know, we talked about this and we tried to draw the correlation between what the San Francisco 49ers got coming up this week. And you just got to get a win. And
you know what it is.
No one's going to celebrate like you beating one of these lowly teams. But boy, oh boy, you're going to be talked about if you lose.
You know what it is. It's a JWTDG. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's a JWTDG.
I'm not doing this
Gotta
with you again.
just win the damn game.
You wrote those initials down in front of you so you could say it
Nah,
faster.
it was so smooth.
You're
Man.
lying.
That
You
was
wrote
all
it down.
memory.
You wrote it down.
JWTDG. There's nothing here. There's nothing here, man. I got it. It's going to be etched in everybody's mind now, man. That's just what it is, man. Just win the damn game. So, and that's what the Cowboys had to do yesterday. That's what they had to do. It definitely wasn't pretty, and hopefully for them, it didn't cost them one of the best players in the game. But they got out of there with the victory.
We did get an update on that. It's the MRI revealed a high ankle sprain for, I assume you're talking about Micah. Yeah, it's been a bad day for injuries. Probably should have led with the fact Devontae Adams and Max Crosby are not playing this weekend. Just brutal. There aren't very many guys playing this weekend, to be completely honest with you. That is a tough look for the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll get to that more later on, but obviously, big news there. But yeah, high ankle sprain for Michael Parsons last night.
And I know sometimes those things can linger, the ankle sprains, and a lot of people like to say, just you'll take that over a clean break because the ankle sprain can linger all year long. But with a clean break, like you're out. You know what I'm saying? So at least with this one, got the ankle sprain. He can rest it up. I don't know how long. He may not miss no games because they got the extended bye, but he's still going to be there this year, and that's got to be good news. Because when I went back and watched the game later, but I was following along on my phone earlier while it was live, and when I saw he got carted off, I said, "Oh no, that doesn't seem like a good situation." So it's a little bit of a relief that it was just an ankle sprain.
Yeah, given the fact they lost to Marcus Lawrence, also a defense that looked sketchy to begin with, just got worse. And I don't think it's unfair to say they just got significantly worse.
Yeah,
that's their 1-2 right there in DeMarcus and Micah.
You losing
Micah and DeMarcus.
You losing those two guys. That's rough.
And the only thing,
like you said, with the defense that's already kind of struggling as is, you lose two of the best pass rushers in the game.
And the only thing that would have made it worse was if they lost. And they didn't. They had to come out of there with a victory. And no matter how ugly it was or whatever, they wound up doing that. I thought Dak was actually really good last night. But, man, every issue that we have talked about with the Dallas Cowboys was on full display last night. They cannot run the ball. They're limited in their options outside of CeeDee Lamb, who I thought looked pretty good last night. And, now I think you said yesterday, if they're going to win games, it's going to be on the shoulder or on the arm, I guess, of Dak Prescott. And it's like, given what just happened to their defense, I mean, Micah and DeMarcus aren't going to be out for the year, but they're going to miss weeks. Like you've got to find a way to grab a couple of wins with them out and just try to kind of stay afloat. And now you're kind of, you went from a team who maybe you thought going into the year, I'm not talking about us or anybody else, I'm talking about them within that locker room, thought they were Super Bowl contenders. And now you've just got mountain upon mountain to climb while facing the realization, like, our offense has a lot of flaws in it. And I don't know more than anything what turns those offensive flaws around. And that's where I worry, like, if you want to put it on the shoulder of Dak Prescott, you can. But if you have nothing back there to help him, and right now it appears that they don't, this Dallas Cowboy team is in a lot of trouble.
You talk about it all the time. I forgot who we were talking about. Was it the Cowboys or maybe it was the Raiders? And you're 100% correct. Like, you got to be able to run the ball. You have to be able to run the ball. You have to be balanced, and they through 4 games, they haven't shown to be able to do that consistently. And that's, to be honest with you, that's you kind of mentioned it. That's not good for Dak Prescott. Like, eventually, if you just have him back there by himself, essentially in the offense, his numbers are going to go down, and he's still going to have like yards and passing yards stuff, but interceptions because he feels he has to force things and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Playing catch up, and all this other stuff. They've got to find a way. You would think, not trying to rag on these guys or whatever, but you got to think they should be able to go sign somebody in the running game. Matt Breida's out there.
Yeah.
Like, somebody that might be able to give him some type of juice in the running game. And
I don't know why Jerry is against signing players right now. I don't know why he seems to be against trying to improve. I don't know why he's against trying to improve this team right now. Maybe I can't imagine he's taken the view like, I know that this team isn't it. I have to get through this season. I can't imagine that's the view he's taking, but it just feels like they're sitting on their hands with a a very obvious, massive flaw in their ability to produce points, in their ability to produce yards, and their ability to sustain drives. Like there is a massive flaw on that offensive end, and that is well before we talk about what happened to their top two defenders last night.
Right.
So it's a long road ahead for the Dallas Cowboys for sure, but they did what they needed to do, and it's get a win. And I don't care, Kyle thought that the 49ers needed to win big this weekend, and he's going to join us coming up here in a couple minutes. He thought that the 49ers needed to win big this weekend. He thought it would be a tough look if the Patriots had the ball at the end with a chance to win. And I understand that sentiment. Like maybe you don't feel great about it, but in the end, you just need a W. You just need something positive.
And you needed it bad because they play the Giants again on November 28th. You want to know the games in between that, between yesterday and the next Giants game?
Mm-hmm.
At Steelers, versus the Lions, at 49ers, at Falcons, versus the Eagles, versus the Texans, at the Commanders.
It's tough, man. That's tough, man.
If they can come out of that over 500,
I was gonna say 500, but sure.
I'll salute and be like, no, these guys might be for real.
We're four.
Right now
we're four, and they're
2-2,
2-2. Yeah. Okay.
2-2, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. They come out of that. They coming out of that situation 6-4. Like, I'll salute.
The football team or the Eagles, they have a chance to come out of this weekend as the clear top team in the NFC, in my opinion. Both of them have tough games ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Where I think there's a lot of prove it games in the NFL this weekend that I'm excited to talk about. And the Eagles and the Washington Commanders are both a part of games like that.
Yep.
And the Cowboys just don't look like it. The Giants are not. The Giants are talking about improving week to week, which was just wild to hear last night.
They talking about this morning. They don't know if Dayball gonna make it through the season.
I don't know. Y'all should lose your vote. That's all I'm saying. Y'all should lose your vote.
I will say this. This is the first time I really paid attention to him all year. One with the dyed beard.
Dayball did?
Yeah, that's
I don't even
not
think
natural.
I noticed. I don't even think I paid attention to him.
He out there looking like Ryan Day, and that is not natural.
Oh, Ryan Day is tough.
You ever notice how these coaches, and we get their players in there, me and Carl were talking about yesterday, just switch something up with the beard or whatever once they're hot, their seat is as hot as it gets. Like Ryan Day is all dark, whatever. Daniel Jones about to be out of the league as a starting quarterback. He got a beard in the offseason. Then we got Brian Daboll now.
Oh, man.
Maybe I'm about to be let go.
Kyle said too.
Well, no, you're not doing anything. You're not dying the beard or nothing.
Oh,
Kyle said that ESPN did an article on Matt Eberflus's beard this offseason, how he's going to change it, like he's going to be ready to go now and all that. It's a real thing.
Oh man, yeah, Dayball might not make it.
Damn shame what happened to Brian Dayball. We'll come back. Domantas Sabonis set to join us at about 12:50 or so. Make sure you're locked in just to make it easy on you. Don't go anywhere. Kyle Madson joins us next. We'll talk 49ers football with our 49ers insider from the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Did you get through any more of the Vince McMahon doc?
Mm-hmm.
It is a WWE
It's fucking
doc.
dog shit.
Yeah.
It's trash. It's awful.
Did you finish it?
I'll finish it.
Maybe the last few episodes could save it.
Maybe
but...
I'll finish it tonight. Yeah, it's not good. Wow, I'm getting ETA updates from Shannon, so we're tracking pretty much on time. She must have known I was upset by the way I dialed. I don't know.
I shouldn't tell you guys.
Yeah,
this.
so this is pretty much it right here.
Yeah, it's a good, and that's fine. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. It's not for I don't think it's for us.
And to that point as well, I'm sure there's always something, but a guy like Damian, what's really going to come out that you don't know?
I was thinking about that too. Maybe we just know too much at this point.
Yeah, that's probably all it is. Like, I mean, I think he talked about the Wendy Richter thing for the first time. I'm on the third episode. I was just gassed last night.
What I've learned from this doc as well is that Bret Hart, bro, get over it. Like, just
Well,
like we got
did you know
screw job and all that, and it's like, bro,
Did you know the Wendy Richter story?
I wasn't
That
I think
opened.
I knew
Wendy
about
Richter's
it, but
WrestleMania 1, right?
Wendy Richter was WrestleMania 1,
I
but
didn't know no story about it.
but the screw job story. That like, yeah, she had a Madison Square Garden screw job where she didn't want to lose the title. And this is so the you talking about, I didn't learn anything. Been well aware of this story. Sorry, I didn't realize that computer wasn't logged in, Kyle. Wendy Richter didn't want to lose the title, so he put Fabulous Moolah under a mask as the Spider Lady, had her go out there, roll up Fabulous Moolah, or roll up Wendy Richter. The ref counted 1, 2, 3, despite she had kicked out and all this other stuff, and just said that Fabulous Moolah had won the title. And she starts like punching Moolah, and Moolah just does grabs the title, yanks it away from her, and walks to the back. She was never seen from again until she went into the Hall of Fame, like however many years ago. 10 years ago or whatever.
give the title up, bro.
It's the only time I've ever heard Vince talk about it.
With Bret, it's like, what did you expect?
Like, I'm always been on the side of I would have done it too.
Yeah, exactly.
The was that, did that already happen, or was that a clip where Bret was talking about how he made wrestling an art form? Not made it, but what I did was art.
Yeah, he
that
said
was
that.
from
Yeah.
that was from this.
What I did was art, and I was great at
He was, but also Jesus Christ.
Bret comes off as just being better than everyone
Just-
else.
Oh, frustrating sometimes. My bad. Oh, thank you, Kyle. For your average WWE. Yeah, it's probably like I'm watching with someone who's really interested in it. So like I get it. I just, like I said, every once in a while I just blurt out, "That's not real. That isn't what happened." Yeah, and I'm with Steven. I don't think you get over that type of stuff. Like, I still think he hates Shawn Michaels. Domantas Sabonis set to join us around 12:50. Just got an update from the Kings, and I've been told they are on track.
There we go.
So Domas will join us coming up in about 30-ish minutes or so.
Also, a little side note. Check out. Never mind. Nah, I ain't gonna say it. Because the magical radio. So I'll just leave it alone.
Kyle Madson is here with us.
I just
Hey, guys.
thought about that. I said I don't think it's actually up yet. So yeah, just leave it alone.
It's a good tease.
I'll tell you Monday. How
Can't
about
wait.
that?
Steven says,
Tune
"Great
in
radio,
Monday.
Casey. Great job,
Tune in
pal."
Monday.
The great part is I have no clue what he's referring to, so I'm just
Well.
gonna. I don't.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Hey,
It's fine.
you know, I heard this thing about the Niner game. Nah, never mind. We'll talk about it.
Have you seen what you wanted to from Brock Purdy this year?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you were pretty tough on him.
Yeah, he's been good.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no complaints. I thought he was better than he was better against Minnesota than CJ Stroud was, which I think is encouraging. And with that specifically, because I thought week 1 he was good. Week 2, I thought he struggled a little bit just with that scheme. It was really clear he was way more indecisive than usual. If Brock Purdy thinks a throw is there, he's gonna rip it. whether it's there or not. He's going to let it go. He's going to trust his eyes and his arm. The fact that he wasn't even doing that against Minnesota at times and looked like, oh, there's a receiver. Nope, not going to pull the trigger on that. Like that was a little worrisome, but that's something where, okay, you play more games. Kenny brought this up last week. You start to see everything, all the different things a defense is going to do to you over the years, and that's something you can adapt to. And he was outstanding against the Rams, I thought.
I made this argument yesterday about the Brandon Ayuk play at the end of or late in the Rams game that he, busted coverage. He's wide open, and Brock sees it late. Kyle broke down, what was supposed to happen there, and he sees it. And I'm always of the belief, while I'm like, man, I'd love to have that play or whatever the case may be. I'm of the belief of if you're not feeling it when you see it, it's okay to, tuck it and go to the next option in that case, as opposed to, oh, I saw it. Well, I better get it down there, and then you throw it into coverage, whatever the case may be. Sometimes I guess good quarterbacks do that, see it late and aren't sure, but trust the receiver or something like that. But on that specific play, what would you kind of think about that?
I thought it was situational that he didn't throw it. I thought it was really important for them to keep the clock moving at that point and to not turn it over. And based on what Kyle Shanahan said, the safety was supposed to be in play, or the corner was supposed to basically go deep. He stayed low. That freed it up for Brandon Ayuk. And I think if that's the second quarter, I think Brock lets it rip. Because if there's a safety that he doesn't see or whatever, and they intercept it, it's an arm punt in the second quarter. But in that spot of the game, you cannot turn it over. You need the clock to keep running. And so I thought that's why he didn't ultimately pull the trigger on that.
Fair to say he had a split second to decide what to do right there, because he had one spot that he could hit him in stride to where that safety you were talking about or I think it was a safety, isn't there to either disrupt the entire play or whatever.
Yeah, it was, and you see him. He starts to you see him step in, and it was like, there it is, and then he doesn't. And that's just again. I think that's
too. Do you think that's not
maybe a little
being together?
Maybe a little, but that it was so from what Kyle Shanahan explained, that was a broken play. That was Brandon Ayuk doing basically what they practiced. If you recognize a blown coverage, go to the empty space. Do you remember? I know you do.
I probably don't. Just keep it stacked.
There was a touchdown that George Kittle had in Brandon Ayuk's rookie year. I think it was against Tampa Bay, where it was supposed to be a touchdown to Ray McCloud.
Oh, yeah.
And Brock throws it, and Ray McCloud is there, but then George Kittle is there too, just right in front of him. And it looked like they ran to the same spot. That was a broken coverage.
That was, I think that was the Commanders.
Washington, maybe. Yeah. So they get a broken coverage. Kittle runs to the empty space. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what Brandon Ayuk did. And so Purdy's expecting him to be in place X. Oh, nope, he's in place Y. So now he's got to decide, okay, do I throw this? Where's this? Like, that's a tough spot. And I think when you're calling a player, when you're going up to the line, you hear quarterbacks talk about this all the time, because FYI, I didn't play quarterback in the NFL.
No.
But you hear, no, I swear to God, I know, I'm sorry. Is this okay?
That's all right. You can keep going, I guess.
Right. No, I hope Domas still comes.
I thought I heard. Well, I don't know. Well, there's the
check. You're like, wait, that is not former NFL quarterback Colin? No, but you're thinking about all these different things, and one of the things you're thinking about is situational. In that spot, we need points here. We cannot turn this ball over. And again, I think it's different in the second quarter. I think he goes, all right, we're letting this rip.
It's so simplistic of me to think this way, but it's almost like if they, which I know they do know, like Brandon Ayuk all the receivers will break off a route, and if they see a broken coverage or something like that. So if Brock goes back over to that side of the field and expects, let's just say for argument's sake, Ayuk to run a drag route, and he goes back over there and he sees him deep, my thought, and once again, way too simplistic, is even if I don't see the safety, I know he just broke off the route because he saw something. Let me just let it go. Like, wouldn't that be the thought a little bit?
And that's again, I'm gonna say this for the 10th time. I really think in the second quarter that's exactly what happens. But I think the situation won out there, and so he scrambles around instead. And It's not like he's scared to throw a deep ball. We know, in fact, he probably throws them to his detriment sometimes. So I didn't read into it that much.
I like the way he's played so far this year. I think he's done a good job. Still early, still a lot of things that he's got to see, and he's had to overcome. This was his first time not playing with Christian McCaffrey
This year, yeah.
Did he play last year without him?
Nope. Week 1 was his first start without Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, so this year, the start of this year, first time he didn't play with him, and Damian brought this up yesterday. It was another great point, but and you've said it before as well. The receiver aspect of Christian McCaffrey is something that, even though Jordan Mason is running the ball at a very, very high level and showing that he's worthy, missing that aspect of Christian McCaffrey as a receiver is something that I think this offense is struggled with in the first 3 weeks.
Yeah. And honestly, though, like, the offense isn't a problem for me. I said this yesterday, and I don't know what you guys feel about this, but the Christian McCaffrey injury, from a football standpoint, obviously you want everybody to be healthy and have great lives. But from a football standpoint, the Christian McCaffrey injury is like down the list of things that are wrong with the 49ers right now. They'll be better once he's on the field. No question. You add the offensive player of the year to your offense is going to be better. But they give up 27 points to that version of the Rams. They've not been able to get off the field on third down the last 3 weeks. They're like 30th in yards per play allowed. Their defense is a huge problem, and now they're missing Javon Hargrave, who is their best pass rusher against the Rams. They're missing him for the rest of the year. Like that, their ability to get stops or their inability to get stops is a way bigger problem to me than when is Christian McCaffrey coming back. Yeah, okay, their offense will be better, but if you can't get a stop, none of that's going to matter.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
What is the biggest flaw? Or that's a flaw wasn't the word you used. The biggest problem. What is the biggest problem for the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, now it's their defensive line. They can't rush the passer, which is a huge issue. I think it's exacerbated by the fact that Devondre Campbell in the second level is old and slow, and they've been so dominant the last few years for a couple of reasons. But one of the big ones was they were flying around in the second level. Those easy throws that Matthew Stafford was hitting for completions with Yak the other day were just not available when Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner are running around. But Devondre Campbell's just not it, man. Yeah. He's not. If he's your third linebacker, okay, fine. Yeah, if he has to come in and be a 3-down player for a couple series, like, okay, you can survive it. But when he's an every down player, I think you have a really huge issue, and I think that's something the 49ers are seeing right now. Is it's just too easy to convert against them because I think they can attack Devondre Campbell in coverage. It's what Kyle Shanahan does. Kyle Shanahan's going to go, hey, who's your worst linebacker? All right, we're going to put that guy in a blender for 4 quarters. And I think that's a little bit what's happening to Campbell.
This probably sounds a little crazy. I'm just kind of throwing things out there to see how can they improve in that respect. But would it be crazy if on passing downs, or maybe even you're guessing a little bit, and you might get caught with an audible or something like that, but just trying something, if they started to try Mustafa in that linebacker spot? And the only reason I say that is because, and he's a different body type, different type of guy, but Fred Warner was a safety in college.
Yeah.
And they saw something, and he was able to play linebacker. And I know Mustafa as a linebacker against the run is probably not what you want, but Campbell's real issue, it feels like, is in coverage.
Yeah,
but if you can,
too slow.
And if you think you have the offense in a situation where they're in a pass formation and you can get him off the field, would it be crazy to have a guy like Mustafa out there?
First of all, fantastic point. Brought that up on Candlestick Chronicles a couple weeks ago. Couldn't agree more. Like, I absolutely think that's something that they need to look into, but they're already looking into D. Winters, second-year linebacker from TCU.
Okay.
John Lynch compared him to Dre Greenlaw when they drafted him. And it's like, hey, from the jump this offseason, when they brought in Devondre Campbell, it was like, okay, maybe he comes back to all-pro form next to Fred Warner. But if he doesn't, there's got to be competition. You're missing Dre Greenlaw. You have the Dre Greenlaw. Your GM compared this kid to Dre Greenlaw 2 years ago, or I guess last year. Put him in there and see what happens. And they started to against the Rams. He came in for like 6 plays and then got hurt on the fake punt. So he was questionable, or I'm sorry, he was limited yesterday. If he's healthy and playing, I wouldn't be shocked if he outplays Devondre Campbell in terms of total snaps.
So you feel like this is a personnel issue and not
Yeah.
a scheme issue or execution issue?
I think
it's a personnel problem.
I think it's turned into both. Like the personnel is such that they can't run the defense the way they want to run it.
That's the same thing I think. Like you can't have the same scheme that maybe that you wanted to or you had in the past. And you're going to have to change the scheme up. The thing that I also think about is this isn't necessarily a staple of 49ers football on the defense, but you're going to have to bring more blitzes. You're going to have to, who was it? Was it maybe Greg Roman? Don't do everything like him. But wasn't it a situation like where the Saints went under, not Greg Roman,
Greg Williams.
Greg Williams, but where second.
Don't do anything like that.
No, don't do anything like
that. That guy
him.
sucks.
But I remember second and definitely third down, there's going to be about 7 defenders on the line.
Facts.
And they're going to bring the heat. And their corners are going to cover as much as they can, but they're going to bring the heat. The Niners, aside from the one play by Charvarius Ward and him dealing with issues, seem to be able to cover in the secondary. Maybe that's the answer. You got to bring a little more pressure and let those guys going to have to cover and see if you can get pressure on that way.
So that's another reason I think the linebacker thing matters. Because right now, if they blitz Fred Warner, who's a very good pass rusher, it's easy completion to whoever's underneath because Devondre Campbell can't keep up with them. Or whoever it is can't keep up. Like that's been a little bit of the problem. They blitz, they can't get home. They don't blitz, they can't get home. It's just it's a huge issue right now. So yeah, it's akin to like the Niners want to be they want to get after the quarterback with their pass rush, make life easy on their secondary, and then force early throws or bad throws. Like that's what Kyle Shanahan knows what wrecks his offense, and he's like, that's what I'm going to use to wreck other offenses. And if that's your entire, can you imagine if D'Lo and Casey guessed in 29 minutes or no 20 minutes, Domantas Sabonis said, "Hey, Mike, I had such a great time on D'Lo and Casey. I'm actually going to become a radio host." And that's just what he did.
He's welcome.
The Kings
got bad news about that paycheck, pal, but you're welcome.
The Kings aren't going to run a dribble handoff offense through whoever their new center is, right?
Alex Len, yeah.
Through Alex Len. Like that's just not they're not going to do that.
Right. They're
going to switch. That's kind of what this is hey, you don't have the personnel to go get the quarterback and affect the quarterback. So you have to do something different.
Do you think they knew that going in? Like
no. I think they went in going, all right, Javon Hargrave bounced back here. Malik Collins is a good player, by the way. They traded the 7th round pick to the Texans for him. Okay, Malik Collins, really good player. You feel good about him. But they went and signed Leonard Floyd on purpose. They signed Yetur Gross-Matos on purpose. They have Nick Bosa. I think they went, hey, this is an improved defensive line. They're going to get after it. Leonard Floyd's been a no-show. Yetur Gross-Matos hurt week 1, did nothing last week. They just don't have the dudes.
And Nick Bosa hadn't done enough.
He has not. That's the underlying thing here. Like I said, Fred Warner was bad last week, and it didn't get talked about because he's just so good so often, and they had so many other problems. Can I get Nick Bosa to take over a game? Just one.
TJ Watt does it.
Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt. There's games they where they're just like, you know what? I'm not getting blocked today. TJ Watt last year against the Niners. You think the Niners didn't devote resources to TJ Watt? No, and he whooped Colton McKivit's ass. Like, go do that one time. Have a 3-sack game once. He's really good. Like, I don't want this to come across like I think Nick Bosa. He's a really good player. They paid him to be a really good player. Defensive player of the year. But go be that defensive player of the year again. Yes. You need to be unstoppable.
He's often referenced in conversation with great players, like the ones that you just mentioned, and he hasn't quite done that.
No, he's been okay. Like I said, it's not like a disappearing act. But I don't care that Nick Bosa.
You can't be okay when your entire side of the ball is a little rough.
If Leonard Floyd is the one that's getting Matt Stafford off his spot and he's moving around, great. But I need Nick Bosa to be the one that's getting to the quarterback and putting the quarterback on there.
Surprised Debo was suited up at practice yesterday.
A little bit, for sure. It's just like a calf injury, and you hear a couple of games. That to me is 3 or 4 games. Because that's a couple of weeks, and then we'll try it out.
He's only missed one game.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not totally sure if this is one of those, if we're getting him back in practice today so he can get another one tomorrow and then ramp up for next week and he's a full go next week. Or if this is, hey, he's got a shot, we'll make him limited, see how he responds. Okay, we'll give him Friday. My guess is he's questionable or doubtful, and then they check in with him Saturday.
And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, that's what they're doing with McCaffrey, no? Like McCaffrey's not, maybe I misunderstood what Kyle Shanahan was saying. McCaffrey's not necessarily sitting down for 4 straight weeks. He's sitting for 2, and then they're going to start kind of testing him a little bit, putting him out there on the practice field. Obviously, he's not playing in games, but he's getting back out there, and they're going to be a little more aggressive with the process.
So I'm not.
Or did I misunderstand that?
I'm not totally. He can work out and stuff, but you can't return to practice until that 4th week.
I see.
You have to miss four games.
I see.
You have to be
after next week for him, right?
Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
So after week 5, they can open his 3-week practice window. But I don't think they're going to do that.
Maybe he was going to do calf curls, and I just misunderstood what he was talking about.
Well, but it's notable if he's out on like a side field getting work in. Like that's definitely notable versus just like not being around the facility because he's in Munich or whatever.
Yeah, and I got
just an Oktoberfest.
And also, did I misunderstand? Like he already did the trip. Like
that's what. Again, this is where
I feel like he's back and the trip is over and he already did it.
Maybe. I initially thought
the tweet didn't go out when he was on a plane. Like
right.
I got the impression he's back, but again, clearly I misinterpreted everything Kyle said yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't get a good feel for where McCaffrey is exactly. But we definitely don't know anything about where he's at. And if he's out getting work on a side field and that's going well, then great. But yeah, they can't open his practice window until after those 4 weeks. And at that point, I don't even know if they'll do it because if you open the practice window and then they don't play, they're done for the year. So I'm guessing they'll wait as long as humanly possible to do that.
Wait, say that again?
If they open his practice window after 4 weeks and they don't activate him within 21 days of opening the practice window, he's done for the year.
Got you.
So he can be off the IR at week 5, but they don't have to start practicing him till say week 8, and then that's when the clock starts. Is that what that means?
No. Once you're off
the IR,
he would still. So the way it works is you do nothing for 4 weeks. So what do we say? 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's not allowed to practice until Wednesday of week 6. Gotcha. They can say we're opening his practice window. He's still on IR technically, but his practice window will be open. They then have 21 days from that start of week 6 or whenever he returns to practice. They still have 21 days to activate him. And if they don't activate him in those 21 days, he's done. Gotcha. If they say, his practice window's open, he's not practicing, that's just wasting days.
So that's what I was trying to understand. So like, say you don't start the practice window till going into week 7. Does the 21 days start when you
open the practice?
So he can be off that IR and I cannot open the practice window for another 3 weeks.
No.
Okay.
He's gonna.
I'm trying to buy more days. That's
no, it's not. So he's on IR.
Yeah.
You open the practice window. He's still on IR. He's just eligible to practice.
This conversation is making me dizzy.
I'm sorry.
This feels like the Blair Witch Project of words.
Oh man,
I'm trying to help. So yeah, once he's practicing, he'll be coming back. That's the moral of the story. Back to you, Damien. Back to you, Kenny.
Kiddo look like he's good to go.
I don't. Maybe.
He certainly sounded like it.
Yeah, I don't. It's a hamstring.
That injury was
weird.
also kind of an RKO out of nowhere. It was like he was fine, and then he wasn't.
Yeah, and then he was doubtful, and then they ruled him out. The fact that he was doubtful gave me the impression they went, hey, it's not that bad, but it's early in the year. If he comes in Saturday and is feeling anything, we'll just rule him out. So I think the fact they didn't immediately rule him out last week gave me some optimism for this week.
Why is the Anaheim Ducks doctor talking about Christian McCaffrey?
Because he got asked. That's the thing.
Why did he get asked?
Because look, I totally get what Eric.
Hey, bro, you ever been to Germany? Yeah. Oh, let's talk.
No, but I saw Beer Fest one time.
So tell me about Christian's Achilles.
No, that's the really important aspect of this. Eric Branch did not ask about Christian McCaffrey's Achilles. He asked about these Achilles injuries in general.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he go to Germany? Like, what typically catalyzes that trek?
Mm-hmm.
And what could he possibly be dealing with? What are all the... And so this doctor is just laying out, yeah, hey, he could be dealing with this. If it's this thing, he might be out this long. If it's this thing, then maybe it's a little longer. It's just, yeah, hey, if. And that's information.
Mm-hmm.
It's not information about Christian McCaffrey. The way they got run with, I'm not going to call them out because they're a rival blog to mine, and I like the people there. But they ran with this headline, Christian McCaffrey gets bad news in return from Germany.
Yeah.
Like, man, what? No, you don't. Maybe.
Yeah.
But we don't know that.
Yeah.
Like,
we were tagged in that like 7 times last night.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
It did. But then you go read it and it's some doctor who has not seen Christian McCaffrey's Achilles. He has no idea. He's not. But
I didn't because it wasn't Niners Wire. So I was like, I'm not reading that. Come on, man.
And see, and because Niners Wire is responsible, we didn't aggregate.
That's right.
So I get why you do that. It's the same reason we have Dr. Pandey on, right? To talk about what? I don't like when you smirk at Jesse.
I was smiling at Kimberly. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I just know you're talking English on this show.
Oh no, I know.
Say that you misstep a little, and it's
no.
Next thing I know, I'm getting double T's.
Yeah, man. He's just trying to say what's up.
Because I said he's never seen Christian's Achilles
Kimberly's
before.
like the only other human being in the office.
That
She
is a
walked
fact.
by. She smiled. I smiled back. It's all right.
Relax,
you're
pal.
yeah.
Here, relax, pal. You're fine. You're fine.
But when we have Dr. Pandey on.
I blame Chris Verlade for all of this, by the way, for all of it.
Oh, facts. That's just true of anything that happens.
That's a good point.
That's Verlade's fault. Yeah. I'm putting that one.
Been doing that for years.
Can we say his name?
What are they gonna do?
Oh,
he's like the boss over there. Like, what are they gonna do? Get mad at him? Like, Jesus Christ.
That plays.
He's got a picture of me in his office, for God's sakes. It's not the most flattering picture, as you might guess, but
can you imagine?
is.
Can you imagine what would happen to this radio station if Jesse said, "Hey, I'm done"?
Oh God.
well,
Okay, that's that.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So, yeah.
You know what the first thing,
injuries?
You know what the first
Crazy,
thing?
right?
You know what the first thing Chris said to Jesse was?
Oh no.
Jesse's at the house. He's upset because he got to my party too early. Chris gets there right after.
Classic.
Chris walks in and I introduce him, and Chris looks right at me and goes, "You didn't tell him?" And that was it.
Shout out Chris too. That's the homie.
Yeah, definitely.
He took a Candlestick Chronicles to the Coliseum yesterday. That was dope. Sent me a fire picture.
The beer.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Not the show. He didn't just like say, "Hey, I got you guys tickets." That'd be great.
You guys get those beers every year. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, they just send us a case.
That's awesome.
And I'll probably get another case at our live show on October 12th, 8 p.m.
Hey.
Out in Santa Rosa.
Whoa. Is that the same spot?
Yeah, same spot.
Very nice.
You're welcome.
I haven't
to
been
come
invited
out.
back. I haven't been invited back since my first appearance. I blame the Bay Area sports guy for that, by the way.
Same.
He basically went, it's because Trey's black, right? Left and handed me the mic.
Here is the exact, and he's like, because we were talking about Trey Lance and like this and that, and he's like, well, Trey Lance is getting evaluated the way he is because he's black. All right, bye guys.
That's not terribly far off what happened. And then there I am.
Hey,
It's like, I'll do it. I got you, Bay Area sports guy.
well, yeah, because and then guy in the front starts
And
popping off.
then it turned into a thing.
Yeah.
I had to break the news to the gentleman that Patrick Mahomes was black. He was floored to find out this piece of information.
Hey, you
Said you're
rock
lying.
that guy's reality to the core.
You should have seen it. And then there was a certain point in the midst of the conversation where I realized I'm arguing with a drunk guy. What is happening? I'm arguing with a drunk guy.
You're arguing
Just stop.
with a drunk guy whose opinions are bad when he's sober.
Right. Exactly. Either way, I haven't been invited back, so that's fine. Kyle Madson of the Insiders. Check out
I
NinersWire.com.
don't get to hang out late this time.
Oh, you can hang out as long as you want. Oh,
Niners-
no, we're not going over. No,
Niners
no.
winning this weekend. They win it, baby.
Yeah, I think
2-2 after this.
Domantas Sabonis of your Sacramento Kings scheduled to join us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I wonder how long Steve's been on the phone trying to figure out how he got booked here. This is bullshit. God damn it.
Who?
Steve, your old boss.
Oh.
Why is he redacting?
Everybody has that voice to me. I don't know why.
Every boss, every higher up.
Every boss has that voice, except for Charlie. Charlie's like, hi, guys. I got home plate dirt. Did you see his dirt?
I did. You showed it to the camera.
There you go.
Hey, do you know
You
what the
did.
worst part is? I'm so
did.
jealous.
Of the dirt? I'm sure he'll give you a little dirt.
I
Put it
hope
in a
so.
mason jar.
I have
Just take it home.
I have little vials that I get.
Finish
the-
that sentence, buddy.
The
Is it snowfall? Uh-oh.
What do you got?
the joints I buy
Okay.
come in these little
All right.
glass vials.
Got you. I have some of those.
Come on, man.
I got some of those. It's fine.
Can't say anything.
It's fine.
Well,
Hey,
you should've
Chatty
just
House,
went out and
Chatty
said
House.
it,
You
said
should have
it.
heard what Kenny said to me earlier.
Yeah, what was said before that? That was off the
flagrant.
mic.
Kenny
That-
walks up to me.
Yep.
I'm getting my stuff
crazy.
ready.
Yep.
And Kenny walks up to me, and I feel something like
I'm
like
trying to dap him up.
No,
he's
that's
trying
not
to.
what you
That's
said.
not what he said.
Not
That's what
you
he was
said.
aiming for. But I was like, wait, what just happened? And he said, oh, I was trying to pound you.
That's exactly what he said. That is verbatim what he said. No hyperbole. That's
Wait a minute.
exactly what he
Don't even
said.
think about
HR
it.
is on the
Don't even
way.
think about
Yeah.
You know what? I know it's the third quarter. I know it's the third quarter, but we went back and reviewed it. If it was on the line, that's a
You
flag.
didn't even see it.
We reviewed it.
Earl Hepner came in and reversed the call.
They just
then-
had like two different sports on that flag too, right there.
That's all right.
And then he went, no. I was trying to give you pounds. Like,
Well, tough
That's a
start
double tech right there.
to, tough start to the day for my guy.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of here before Domas arrives. Again, starred messages, lots of Domas
Yeah, there's
questions for
definitely
you.
lots of Domas questions.
Yeah, lots of good ones in here. Like this one.
Domas,
You
do you
gotta ask
pause
this
your
one.
do you pause your teammates?
It's a good one here. What's his
That
favorite
is a good
wine?
one. That's a
Wine
very
racks?
good one.
Is he working on his free throws? Does he
Well,
shoot free throws
that is-
sometimes?
Okay,
No,
we'll
that's
just
low-key,
get that
no.
off the screen.
You're gonna shoot more 3-point shots this season? Great question. What's his favorite cereal?
Domas, is it outrageous for me to ask you to shoot 2 more times a game?
You probably should ask him that.
All right,
We are
Well-
5 to 7 minutes out.
that's 51 to 53. Like that's just not what we agreed upon.
Actually, we did. She told me it could be as late as 1.
All right, everybody, have a great weekend. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Kyle. Nice hoodie.
Order yours today at DLoneKC.com.
Yeah, it's still there.
All right.
We're not getting rid of that one.
Hell yeah.
I don't know.
I got to hit up Dave Garcia.
You done with this computer?
We are, yes. Thank you. That would be a disaster.
Olivia did that.
A very literal disaster.
A live show, Domas interview, just
Oh boy,
appreciate you.
my dog.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, my man. You too. Shout out to our people over at Sky River Casino. And shout out to our people over at the Sacramento Kings. Domantas Sabonis of your Sacramento Kings set to join us coming up here, as I've been told, in 5 to 7 minutes.
There we go.
Domas will be with us. Thanks to Kyle Madson as well. Busy day. Jake Gadon's going to be with us. Eddie Gonzalez in the 2 o'clock hour. And we've got game number 1 of the top 20 games of the Kings season. I understand. But it's tough after yesterday, dog.
Yeah, yesterday.
It's tough after yesterday.
Yesterday was pretty good.
dog.
I think I think this is a worthy number one. Though.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Were you?
Go ahead.
For whatever reason, I feel like you weren't there that night. Were you there?
I wasn't. I didn't go. I did not go. I had to think about that for a second. I did not go to this particular. Well, I can't tell. We'll talk about it when we get there. But I definitely was not there.
Because I remember Kim and the tribal chief were there, and Stacy was there.
Oh, very good.
They were all there.
You were sitting down courtside with them?
No, I didn't sit with them.
Or you sat with someone else? No, it's good. You don't have to tell us. It's fine. It's all right.
So look, that one I can't deny. That was.
You can't. What are you talking about? You can't deny.
Well, the other time you guys just be jumping out the window. You'd be jumping out the window.
That's right.
You posted.
It's us. Like,
well,
it's literally on your Instagram feed.
Yes, but y'all was jumping out the window the other times. Every other time y'all be jumping out the window.
Just trying to jump in the court like you, bro.
And thank you for not promoting that interview that no one on earth would be able to find.
That's what see, because I saw the video. I was like, oh, maybe it's up on, but it's like, nah, it's probably not.
No, it's not. It's not. 4 years into this, and he still won't let me do my job. We didn't talk about as we wait for Domantas Sabonis to join us. Zach Lowe was released yesterday.
I saw that, man. I speaking of jumping out the window, Zach Lowe's really good.
He's very good.
He's really good at what he does. I enjoy his podcast. I enjoy his articles, the thoroughness of it. He's really good at what he does. So that sucks to see him leaving ESPN like that. I'm sure he'll be somewhere really quick. But I did get a little frustrated with everybody that complained about ESPN and more Stephen A. Smith or whatever. I just thought it was a little disrespectful to the people who are there doing NBA basketball. You know, I think Perk does a good job. I think Shanae does a good job. I think Windhorse does a good job. Like there's still people there who do a good job, and people kind of crapped on it. Like, oh man, all they do is just put Stephen A. on there and make it a sideshow and all this other stuff. And I just thought that was a little unfair to some of the people who were still there. And Bomani Jones said it perfectly. You can give Zach his flowers without kind of showing yourself.
Speaking of giving someone their flowers, let's welcome in our All-Pro. Oh, we knew the alcohol would be behind you. This is our type of setup. Actually, let's see what's back there. We know you're.
We'll see what V's got.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's a good look right there. We know you're a wine guy. What are some of your favorite spirits behind you?
Let's see what we got. I see the tequila. We got there's a bit of everything.
Yeah, that's a full. I see. I see that. No, that's black. That's black.
Oh yeah, my bad.
That's
no
a black
disrespect.
label.
No disrespect.
Yeah.
That's black label. That's black label. One of the most common questions when we told people Domas was going to join us is, what's your favorite type of wine? Like, what are your wine recommendations? You seem to be the wine guy around here.
I'm a big Pinot guy. I like Pinot.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people. And it's funny because in Napa, it's all cab. It's known for cab country, but Pinot for me is better. It's more lighter. You can drink more. Have a good time. You know, cab sometimes kind of like fill you up and put you to sleep.
When did you kind of get into that? Because I know a cousin of mine, he's a kind of a wine connoisseur, and I'm interested. But was it something that you just after maybe some going to restaurants, you're like, hey, I want to know a little bit more about this?
I got into it like maybe my third year in Indy, and wine's been a thing in the NBA now for a long time, and it keeps. And we're kind of like, we're a brotherhood here, so everyone teaches everyone. JJ Redick learned from TJ McConnell learned from JJ Redick. TJ McConnell taught me, and the list just goes down, and you that's how you bond on the planes and restaurants on the road, and we all just talk and try and learn things.
Yeah, that's dope. You're one step away from being a Kardashian at this point. You've got your reality show debuting October 9th, starting 5. Obviously, the entire city was amped to find out that you were going to be a part of this. What was this experience like for you filming this series with the cast that you got?
It was crazy. It was a really cool experience overall. I remember they reached out to me end of last summer. If you wanted to do this, obviously everyone who knows me, I'm more personal and private, but at the same time, Netflix is a huge production. I saw all the other shows, from the tennis to the Formula One to the quarterbacks, receiver, and I thought straight away, like, no brainer. It's huge chance to put Sacramento on the map, the Sacramento Kings. Everything we've done since I got here, and we don't get as many national TV games throughout the season, so no one knows what's going on. Well, now the whole world's going to be able to watch, and see what we're building here. So that was really cool for me, to be able to do that.
So, Domas, it's really nice that you wanted to do it and you were eager to do it. But I'm a married man and I have a boss, right? And if the boss says it ain't happening, then it ain't happening. Did you have to convince your wife of, like, hey, this is a good opportunity? I think it'll be pretty cool.
Everyone who knows me is my wife did the convincing with me. I'm the one who wants to stay in the shadow and just do my job. She's always pushing me, to do new things, be better, strive for more, so I wouldn't be here without her. And, it's the best thing that we could have done.
You did mention being notoriously private. We actually joke. Do you hate this? Like, in this moment right now doing media, like, is this the most miserable part of your day, having to, like, do media?
It's not miserable, but I've been here for 2 hours now. Time away from the kids and the wife, but it's fun. I like doing it at the end of the day.
We were, one of the things that we've been doing the last couple of weeks is going back over some of the what we have listed as the top games of this past season. And we get to number 1 today, so we've had the top 20 games, and it seems like every time we go through a game, we look at the box score, and is Domantas Sabonis 27 points, 15 rebounds, 9 assists, maybe something like that. Like the season you had last year, I still think gets overlooked, and I'm interested to see the reality show to kind of see how you went through the season and the double streak and all this other stuff. Was it something that you were just kind of on cruise control last year and just going out and working, or do you feel like there was a little more emphasis on rebounding or scoring last year?
Not at all. I mean, people who know me, I mean, I've played here long enough. You guys know that I'm going to come and give it my all every single game. So there definitely didn't need no extra motivation. And that's just me. If anything, people are going to be like, I can't believe what he's doing on his off days with his kids before a game. You really get to see the side of me off the court, where I'm a husband, father first, and, putting them, they're the people that are most important to me. And yeah, you see stuff like how each play, all of us actually throughout the show, what we sacrifice, how you have to make time for your kids, your wife, take care of your body, then go in if you want to get more shots and work on your game, at the same time to perform. So I think that's really cool how you see how every single player prepares.
I don't. You mentioned the wife and the kids and the part that they played in the starting five, and you being a part of this. And I don't know this to be 100% factual. I believe your father is the biggest human being that's ever existed. Did your mother and father? I know they were here last year. Were they a part of this series as well?
Yes, my dad will definitely be in the show. He's had interviews. They've got us on camera, and yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna see. It's really cool. You really get to see all these clips of our Sabonis legacy. When he played, I played. So it's very cool.
I think it's really cool that you're part of this series, not just because we get to see the behind the scenes thing, but look at the group that he's with.
Yeah,
we talk about LeBron, Tatum, Jimmy Butler, Anthony Edwards. I mean, and you are one of the top performers in the league, one of the stars in the league, and to be recognized and to be with those guys is great to see. Did you get a chance, through the whole premiere and everything, to maybe talk to these guys a little bit more and have a little bit more interaction than you normally do during the season, and maybe create a little bit of a friendship?
Yeah, everyone was obviously super busy, but yeah, that typical brotherhood friendship we have throughout the NBA. Obviously, we knew at the time during the season, but the games that are more featured throughout the show are the ones that we played against each other. So all the LeBron games, the Jimmy Butler games, all that. So obviously we obviously knew at the time that we're both mic'd. More cameras are on us, you know what I mean? So obviously there's more interactions there than there would usually be, because we obviously know we're all in this together.
Domas, I think fashion is always a great window into someone's personality, and obviously you got Malik on your squad. We saw you at the premiere looking like $1 million. And then Anthony Edwards pulls up in like a sweatsuit on the walk-in, and it was like, is that probably the most indicative thing of Anthony Edwards' personality right there?
having seen the first 2 episodes of the show, you know why he dressed up like that. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but that's just all him, his personality. I mean, you get to know every single player behind the curtain more than you can even imagine. You know, everything we post on social media isn't what it is. They're catching footage of you with your family, your wife, your kids, your best friends. You know, like, people have confidence with you. They can be making fun of you, picking you, and you got to take it because it's who you are with them in real life. So that raw footage is going to be something really exciting.
Did you ever get a point where you were kind of, all right, man, y'all been here for about 3 months, man. I'm about tired of y'all, man. Did you ever get tired of it, or was it pretty smooth sailing?
At the end of the day, it was pretty smooth sailing because, you know, you'll see how people treat their off the court activities throughout the show. You know, I'm one of those guys who I found the balance of doing stuff, but also staying ready. So my off days are packed. I'm doing stuff with the kids, going out to do stuff, experience. I like to get away from basketball. So when I am on the court, I'm fresh. So nothing really changed for me. I wasn't doing anything extra or nothing. That's just my life. So like I said, some people might think like, well, I can't believe he's doing this before a game. Like, what's he doing with his kids or this, that, you know, but that's just how I do things. And yeah, I just had to figure for 6, 7 people with cameras walking around always.
We appreciate you, Domas. We're excited for the premiere. We know you've had a long day. You mentioned it being away from the wife and kids. We'll ask you one question. You're going to be asked a whole lot about this come Monday. Tuesday, practice gets underway. You got a new teammate.
Yes, sir.
DeMar DeRozan. First, if you could talk to Vivek and tell him the Killer D's nickname probably isn't going to fly. Like maybe we go back to the drawing board for the nickname. But we've got Domas, we got De'Aaron. And you got DeMar DeRozan, man. How exciting is it for you to get back on the court with that guy on Tuesday?
It's really exciting. You know, I mean, I worked out with DeMar in LA for a couple of weeks at USC, and you know, his IQ, you know, everyone knows what he can do on the court, but his off the court IQ, how he's willing to teach people. I learned so much off him just by asking and him just being willing to share, you know. And then on the court, like, you got Fox, you got him. Who are you going to put the best defender on? The other guy is free. You know, then at the same time, I'm getting more open looks. Keegan's getting more open looks. You know, everyone's benefiting from just being on the floor. But his veteran presence, you know, he's here for the right reasons. He wants to win, you know, just getting everyone locked in for the whole season. I feel that's going to be our biggest thing.
We can't wait. We can't wait.
The city loves you, dog.
And congratulations on this show, man. This is really cool, man. This is really dope, man. And we
can't appreciate it.
Domas, we appreciate you, man. We're looking forward to this season getting started and seeing a lot more of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. Best of luck. That's our man, Domantas Sabonis, right there. The starting 5 debuts on October 9th. That's tremendous. That is absolutely tremendous. I am so excited this season is back. I'm about to cry. My God. It feels like I said this after you left yesterday. It's felt like the longest goddamn off season of all time. Just looking at that number in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. We did it. Oh, we did it. Kimberly, get some alcohol. We made it. God damn it. We made it.
Man.
Oh, man.
And I was telling, I was, you know, talking to some people yesterday and just, you know, this city is so ready for the NBA to come back. Like we're in Doco a lot. We, you know, concerts in the park and all this other stuff all through the summer. And I know the thought is, for most cities, for a lot of people, like, hey, football comes back, we back at it. Everything works. Not here in Sacramento. Football was like, all right, that's cool. When does basketball season start? Like, that's what they worried about. That's what they're excited about. And we're pretty much here, man. We're pretty much here.
Thank God, man. Media day on Monday. Kenny will be there. And then the first practice on Tuesday. Just tremendous stuff. Appreciate everybody who caught that. Big thanks to Jill Adge, who appears to have been tweeting notes of the interview all throughout.
Jill's the GOAT.
The absolute GOAT.
Jill is the GOAT.
Thank you so much for that.
I was kind of I was a little surprised to hear Domas say he jumped at the opportunity. I thought maybe there'd have to be a little more convincing.
Or maybe jumped after his wife said, "Hey, maybe maybe you should look into this a little bit."
Yeah. I'm anxious to see his everyday life.
And big thanks to the Chatty House, brought to you by MatthewsMattress.com. We did try to get to the wine recommendations, Mrs. Mac 10, Big John Poles. We did try to get those. I'm sorry. We'll ask about his free throws on a different day.
You don't even have to ask that, Loki. He working on his
well,
free
I
throws.
do. I actually. This would have been the next question. How does it feel to be the most hated center in the NBA? That would have been. I think that would have been a solid last question.
Would have asked. I was like, man, let me just keep it on the show, man. Let me just keep it on the show.
You want us to jump Draymond Green when Golden State arrives?
Gonna ask him, have you been doing shoulder workouts? Make sure they're in prime condition for this season, because people in the Bay Area seem to think that's all you use is the shoulder.
I hope Stacy sends out an email about how we had Domantas Sabonis on the show today. That's pretty dope. I don't think you get it. Do you get it? Jesse, I think Jesse caught it.
I thought I got it, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll
share. Well, Zabo says. Well, Zabo says.
No, that's great.
Well, that's what Zay.
That's great. That's great. No, Kyle ain't seen it. You got to show Kyle, man.
Yeah, that's just right. Hey,
put it on a shirt. Put it on a shirt.
Man.
Oh, man.
King season starts next week, baby. Starts next week.
Yeah,
First
man.
game 1 week from, I keep forgetting, is it Wednesday or Thursday?
It's a Wednesday. I think it's the
1 week from Wednesday. It is the 9th. I just can't remember if that's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday against the Warriors.
It is. That's right. At the Golden One Center. 7:30 start.
Oh, let's go. Hey, we outside. 7:30. We need more of those.
No, we don't. One, we don't need any.
We need more of them 7:30s.
The 49ers play on Thursday, too.
Oh, yeah.
They're in Seattle for that one.
Yeah, because the Kings play on Sunday, and I won't be watching Giants.
No, we've been over this. We went over this. It's a 3:00 start.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out in Doko after. And
that is a home game. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hang out in the arena.
Yeah, that's a home game.
Stay away from the TV because it's Giants and Bears. Somebody terrible.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Somebody where I just rolled my eyes.
It's not fun. But yeah, that's one of those days where we can. Yeah, that's a good call. We could just hang out at the Golden One Center that day. Come hang out. Chatty House Meetup.
Chatty House Meetup for sure.
Chatty House Meetup.
Man, did you see earlier?
Jake Gadon, by the way, going to join us. This is a tough spot. Jake is the old school divas match. Jake landed. Jake is the divas pillow fight after the.
What was my girl's name? Not Tori. Who was the? Oh man,
Tori Wilson.
No, the little feisty one.
AJ.
No,
CM Punk.
This is like Sable era. What was the little feisty one? Ivory.
Oh, I don't think Ivory was little. But
she looked little. I'm bad with people's height on TV. I guess.
Yeah, I think you're a little wrong. Ivory wasn't little.
She wasn't tall.
No, she wasn't tall.
She was
but
just average height.
I guess so. Yeah.
But yeah, Ivory versus Tori.
Yeah, this is tough. Terry. That's who I think you're thinking of. I think you're thinking of Terry.
Terry.
The Gold Dust. Marlena.
No, I know Marlena.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right.
I didn't forget her.
All right. All right. Salute. 916-909.
She was a little something too. And who put her in the bear hug? It was China.
China looked like she killed her on pay-per-view.
That's right.
916-909-1320. Let's get our brother TC in here. TC.
Hey.
Here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. TC, what's up, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? TC has a drop on the morning roast. The high level loser is a drop.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Hey, Kitty, Kitty, I told you I went crazy that morning, man.
I still got to go back and hear that because you said you had Butch all upset. I gotta hear what happened.
He talked about it because they had like an hour left in the show, bro. He talked about it the rest of the show. He still talk about it every day. Listen in the morning. He always talking about high level. Hey, that's the core, bro, because it's the truth. When somebody talk about that, bro, it'd be the truth, bro. That was the truth about that dude, bro. I'm talking Kings right now.
What you got, man?
I love that interview, bro. We moving up in the world. I like that. We got Domas on the line. When y'all said Domas, I said, ooh, look at my boys. They can't stop nobody. Stop playing. Hey, look. Hey, Zabo, stop playing. He talking about too many D's.
No, hey. No, we ain't even say that out loud, TC. It was just on the screen. Oh, TC.
That was low-key a classic call by our guy TC.
TC feeling good today, though. TC feeling good
said,
today.
They can't stop my boys.
I'll say this: we don't get many Kings interviews, but when we do, man, boy, they hit.
Absolutely,
they hit.
Absolutely. But I mean, I saw Domas on another interview this morning where he's talking with Kay Adams, and he was like, "Yeah, they're trying to start beef, saying Anthony Edwards shaded you on the red carpet or whatever the case may be." He's like, "Oh, this guy get along with the best. What are you talking about?" but just getting Domas in that arena, you know, like getting him on that national stage, that comes off a summer of DeMar DeRozan, or at least, you know, the last month or so of DeMar DeRozan.
You know? I mean, he's been here since July.
Yeah, man. So, you know, it's good to see these guys.
I feel like DeMar been a King for a year and a half at this point.
Right. Get this type of national recognition. And, you know, I think it's just going to lead into how they play this year. And, you know, they're going to start getting recognition for that as a team, as a good team. I think, I was talking to Deuce yesterday. And he was talking, he made a great point, and I agree with it. You know, another thing that we may be overlooking is the continuity that these guys have. Most of these guys, you know, outside of DeMar, it's their third season together. Third season with Mike Brown as the coach. The time to, you know, kind of learn the system or learn each other and all this other stuff, they've graduated from that, it feels like. It should be kind of on cruise control now and just read and react. Like you know what Keegan is going to do. You know how, you know, Fox is going to penetrate to the cup and then dish out and be ready. Like all that stuff is gone. And, you know, it's just going to be about them executing at this point. And I think that's a positive. That's something that, you know, they maybe, you know, needed a year or two to get through.
I think we also may be underestimating. There are going to be some adjustments that have to be made.
Well, yeah,
with Harrison is gone. You know, like Harrison has been with De'Aaron for a long time. He's been with this. We didn't think he was going to be with this. What became the Beam team? We thought he was going to be gone before that team started. And he wasn't, and he was a part of that. He was a part of the building. He was a part of ending the streak. He was a part of all of that. And, you know, Davion's gone. Davion has been pretty important the last few years, despite his ups and downs with Mike. There's, you know, it's not going to be, you know, having DeMar here is certainly exciting. It's not going to be, you know, without its bumps. You just hope that a lot of those bumps are in practice and far fewer of them are in the 82 game schedule, where last season was nothing but, and today's game is no example. It was nothing but bumps. You know, how many games did we have where we were like, man, what a win for Sacramento? Yeah, they lost the next game to such and such. Oh, what a game it was by Sacramento. Yeah, because they lost to Charlotte the night before. That was like really, I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from this list is no matter how many highs we find, and when I say this list, for those that are the KC's top 20 games of the Kings season, when the number one takeaway I have from this list is no matter how many amazing highs we had in the season, the lows were not far away. Yeah. They were either right behind or right in front, but they were a stone's throw away. They were within arm's reach. And there weren't very many stretches in this season where we were fully able to get away from those lows.
And it feels like if this is the new, just a 9-game losing streak, but if they were able to, we've talked about this at least 10 times during this list. If during one of those times they would have been able to bookend it with a nice stretch.
That's right. Yep.
And then the game that we're talking about, and then another nice stretch. Yep. Feels like that's the playoffs right there.
Right.
That's the playoffs.
Yep. So, the actual playoffs.
Right. And they weren't able to do it last year.
We'll come back. Jake Gadon from CBS 13, or some of you know him, John from Connecticut.
We got beef this week. You know,
that's fine. What you guys do on your own time is your business. Jake Gadon joins us when Tilo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, that was terrific. We're cutting that right now. Okay. Cut it and post it right away, and I'll try to see what I could do.
Aldrin, nothing. I haven't seen or heard anything new other than what we heard yesterday. I ended up watching that whole press conference, and a little nugget in there that was.
I am not a nugget.
Nugget.
I'm a winner.
Was President Luke Wood saying,
oh, look at this guy.
like, what are you doing, bro?
Wow, look at this guy.
What's this guy doing?
You love it.
Can you turn on a light, Jake Gadon? For the love of everything, is this your first time on camera, pal?
I don't know if that's going to do it either.
Hold on.
That's what you get living in them downtown lofts.
Straight up. That's gonna be shit.
Oh man.
Just open the blinds behind you.
No, because I'll be backlit. That'll be bad.
Oh, okay, you're right. Oh, look, you got a little basket. Boy, look at this place.
What I'm saying.
Look at this place.
Hey, when's the next party?
Sometimes I dream that he is me.
I hate you guys. How am I supposed to follow up Domantas Sabonis? Okay. Also, my collection right here. My Grey Goose.
I see you.
That's a good
little Grey Goose up there. I see you.
Good look.
I don't like that jersey. Big dog.
I wonder if I could.
Not this week, big dog.
I wonder if I could get Beyonce's alcohol delivered to us. I think I can. That'll make for a real interesting KSFM show.
Hey guys,
when skinny drinks.
You killed it.
No, we'll
that was great with Domas.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Thank you.
We got that. I interviewed him like an hour ago. He's great. He's cooked though. He's like, I don't want to talk about anybody more.
Yeah, that was very obvious. It was so obvious. It was like we might as well point this out. My man is exhausted, and I completely understand.
Kyle Madson says the camera is fine. Your jersey just sucks.
Well, that's a
and
shoot.
I agree.
That's a shoot.
Thanks, Kyle. We love you.
That is a shoot.
You guys, by the way, you good for Sunday? Either of you guys?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm good.
I might be later. Let me text you because we have a Republic game, but we may be able to. I'll text you.
They're playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
When I was, I'll talk to you about it. See what you thought. I heard something yesterday.
What's our address here again? 3010 Lava Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're coming back, Jake. All right, we are back here. Our man Jake Gadon from CBS 13 joining us with the stupidest jersey I've ever seen.
I agree.
On his person right now, just grinning from ear to ear. He loves nothing more than talking about
ridiculous.
Talking about Northeast sports. John from Connecticut. My man Jake gearing up for the. I do love this juxtaposition of having the Cowboys jersey on one, or excuse me, the 49ers jersey on one screen and the Patriots jersey on the other.
Although he's in a celebratory mood. The AL East is his Yankees once again. You know what I mean, they took care of business. I like the Yanks though, so I ain't got nothing bad to say about the Yanks. I like the Yanks.
How can you not like the Yanks? Aaron Judge is the man. Okay, 58.
All rise.
All rise for the Judge. Baseball is back in the Bronx in October. It's going to be great.
That is one of the great atmospheres in sports.
Absolutely.
Playoff baseball in Yankee Stadium.
Absolutely.
Is bonkers. I can't wait to see it.
Can I tell you a secret, guys?
What's up?
I might be going back for a playoff game.
Oh, that's how you feel?
I feel so confident in this team making it to the World Series that I will literally kill myself if I do not go to a playoff.
Don't do that.
Yeah, Jake, can we? Okay.
Don't do that. 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 Okay.
Let's definitely not do that.
I will
believe it is our professional responsibility to urge you to do no such thing.
Just saying you'll be upset.
I'll be very upset. I'll be very upset if that does not happen. So I'm going to go back for a game. I don't know which one yet. Maybe ALDS, ALCS type vibes. Maybe World Series. Who knows? We'll see what I can get my hands on.
Very good, man. That's exciting. Exciting time of year as baseball enters its best part of the season. Football is underway. You'll be at Media Day on Monday. Practice on Tuesday. Much like us, you got an opportunity to talk to Domantas Sabonis. How'd that conversation go, and what were your takeaways from talking to the All-Pro?
I love that Sabonis, being the guy that we know him as, is a quiet individual, very private, opening his life up for everyone to kind of see and peek through the window of who he is as a person, because his story is incredible, right? Like his father was a legendary NBA player. He's become such a great player here in Sacramento and an all-pro here in Sacramento. But then he also has this incredible home life with his wife, Shoshana, his son, Tiger, their newborn daughter as well. And like, if you've seen him on the sidelines prior to games, he's always playing with his kids. I'm excited to show the rest of the country what Sacramento is about, but specifically what Domantas Sabonis is about, because the guy is an incredible human being beyond basketball, just a great human being. And I'm excited for everyone to see that.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to see it either, man. I think I think his day-to-day and even after listening to this interview and everything, it's going to be a little more interesting than people probably thought. You know, what he does on a daily basis, what he does as a husband and a father on his off days and stuff like that. And even just seeing them going through that season, you know, maybe they get his reaction after they lose to Detroit. And you know, he tells the camera, no, not now, guys, cut it, you know, something like that. So I think this is going to be a really good series, and it's going to be good for him too.
It'll be good to put Sac on the map. I think you'll give people a person to root for out here, especially with the season that they're about to kick off, like you said, on Monday, which I think is the most anticipated season Kings fans have had in the past decade.
Do you feel good about the season? Do you feel good about where this team is at? Like, not everybody loved the DeMar DeRozan signing. Do you feel good about the steps this team has taken?
I do. I still wish they made one more move to get a little longer lengthwise at the forward position. But hey, if they want to play small ball and look like the Warriors did a couple of years ago, so be it. I think there's a lot of X factors this season. I love DeMar or Debo or whatever you want to call him. I think that veteran leadership is going to be phenomenal in that locker room. Plus, another guy that can go get a bucket when you need it, right? Like when it comes to Malik Monk, when it comes to De'Aaron, being able to take a little pressure off of them. But the things I don't think people are talking about is twofold. One, the ability to play with Domantas and how well they're going to probably play off each other in that 1-2 pick and roll. And then two, how it maybe alleviates Keegan Murray and what he has to do maturation-wise this next year. If they didn't bring in DeMar, okay, you're going to put a lot on Keegan Murray's shoulders for year 3. And I think it maybe takes a little bit off of it. I also, the X factor this year for me is Kevin Huerter. Like, I still think he's one of the best shooters in the NBA. He's one of the best rebounding guards in the NBA. I just don't know how he will be if he has to come off the bench instead of start. I think that's the biggest question mark that we have going into next week. What does that look like? But I'm confident. I know, KC was picking 52 wins, my guy. Like, I'm still in that role. I like 48 to 52. Like, I still think that's a very attainable thing this year. And I think they're going to be playing in that 4 or 5 seed. Like, that's what we were looking at. No plan. I think they're going to get out of it. And I think the West got a little weaker with some of the departures. And that's my personal opinion.
Do you look at DeRozan coming in and the positives of him coming in and what he brings to the table and think that somebody's numbers are going to have to go down? And if you do, who do you think's numbers maybe go down, even though the team might be a little better?
I think numbers, when you talk numbers, Casey, are you talking minutes played or points per game?
more so points per game. You know, whose numbers maybe take a dip in that category.
I think maybe Keegan Murray's numbers go down a bit. I think maybe Malik doesn't take as many shots as he used to. But again, I'm considering it this way. I think still Malik Monk comes off the bench with Keon Ellis, and that's the 1-2 punch that you have coming off the bench. And maybe Keon, is more the defender, while Malik is more of what De'Aaron is, which is the attacker, the point scorer. I don't know where the points are. Harrison Barnes, you got to account for those points. I know they're minimal majority of last season, but like there's times where we needed Harrison to do well, and he didn't. That's why he lost the game. So that's where I think points maybe don't diminish. I think that's where you gain the points to win a game.
I do think there is a bit of an adjustment without HB, and there will be guys that have to learn to step into kind of that role. Like Harrison didn't always succeed in the moment of like calming everything down, but he did. There were plenty of times where he did, and whether it's DeMar, who has done it time and time again throughout his entire career, whether it's De'Aaron stepping into that role, Domas, whether this is where Keegan's next step of maturation comes from, somebody's going to have to do that. And I guess the good problem to have is they got a variety of guys that can do it. But there is as much as we got to get Harrison out of here, as much as whether that's the case or not, there is a bit of a void here that someone is going to have to step in and fill at various points throughout the season.
Oh, totally agree. I think that's where the X factor comes in of where do these guys fill these minutes, and rotationally, like what does it look like? And do we figure that out within the first 2 months, right? Like I think Mike, that's the big question I have coming in on Monday. Like, hey, Mike, what does the rotation look like? And like, are you okay with it being not settled for the first 2 months of the season and figuring it out by December, January, or are you still going to tinker with it all the way to February? Like that's where my biggest question mark is, because everything else is settled. They have continuity within the roster. A lot of guys know their roles or what their roles are going to be. It's just putting the puzzle pieces together to make it all come together and have a winning formula.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think you mentioned it. I said it a little bit as well, but that the continuity that this group has, I think, is an underrated factor to this season. And there is an adjustment period. I with DeMar coming in and everything, I expect that, but I don't think it's going to last very long.
Agree.
I think it's going to be something that they get the hang of and start to feel good about relatively early, and then that's when the familiarity of the core of this group comes into play, and I think they're going to be really good in the regular season.
Agree.
My biggest question is, do they take down the Pelicans? That's what I want to know. Can they beat the Pelicans team?
Don't quote me on any of that. I don't know.
At some point, they're going to have to. Like, for goodness sakes, at some point, they're going to have
or just win all the other games. And don't be.
I guess you can do that, too. Let's get to why you look so ridiculous today. Jake said on Sunday night, hey, it's Patriots week, baby. Get me on the show.
It's Patriots week. What you talking about, man?
It's the 49ers and the Patriots, man. My man Jake Gadon is excited. Now let's come on, man. Let's talk. This Patriots team, like this Patriots team ain't it. Like, I know you're repping your squad, but like it's mandatory. Like, this Patriots team ain't it, is it?
No. If we're a top 5 pick this next year, I think that makes me happy because we need a left tackle. I think when I look at this game, I say this is a get right game for the 49ers, especially on defense. Patriots have no offensive line. So, like, I think Nick Bosa is going to go off this game for maybe a sack or a sack and a half. The wide receiving core is young, inexperienced, and I think that they're going to be locked down. I think if there's anything good about that Patriots offense, it's Jacoby Brissett making mistakes. He doesn't turn the ball over, and then the rushing attack led by Ramondre Stevenson. But if you look at what Stevenson did this past week against the Jets, you sit there and you're like, on Thursday Night Football last week, you're like, all right, well, this is not good. If Stevenson can't run the ball, how are they going to move the ball? So 49ers defense hasn't looked good for the past 2 weeks, especially last week against the Rams. I sit there and say this is a get-right game at home in San Francisco in front of your home crowd. And offensively, this Patriots defense is still really good. It has a lot of Bill Belichick in it still. Gerard Mayo is a disciple of him. So I think you're going to see a lot of mixed defenses, a lot of what you saw maybe in Minnesota as well, which I'm excited to see. What's going on?
You got to close your messenger or your email or
updates.
somebody
It's asking
is
him to do
trying to get a
updates.
hold of you right now.
You gotta update his Windows.
And it's quite jarring.
My mom's calling me right now.
Okay,
Oh, thank you.
okay, Mama Gadon, we'll be with you shortly. Just text back, Mom is an emergency. I'll be right with you.
That's literally what I'm about to say. I'm on the radio. Are we good? Oh my. Can't wake it up. Okay, getting back to it. I think that what you saw 2 weeks ago in Minnesota and the Brian Flores defense. I think that's going to be a big type of defense that you'll see from the Patriots this next week. So how Brock Purdy does, especially with the rumors with Deebo Samuel possibly being back in the fold, that's going to be very, very intriguing because it's a tough defense to play against. Even Aaron Rodgers admitted to it last week. This is going to be a grind out game. It's not going to be high scoring, and if it is, it's going to be because of a 49ers blowout.
Well, let me ask you this then, to kind of piggyback off that. What does a Patriots win look like on Sunday, in your opinion?
A 14-10 win, like not even maybe even like a 10-6 win. Like I'm talking.
So like week 1 against the Bengals, where it's 16-10, Bengals turn the ball over 2-3 times, and the Patriots just don't turn it over or mess it up, basically.
Mistake-free football, and they're going to win at the battle of attack, or it won't be more physical than the other team. And they're not going to beat you with their skill guys because they don't got skill guys. Simple as that. Like, it's just not – they're not as good as a Debo or an Ayuk or a George Kittle or even a Jordan Mason. Let's be real about this. So if you're asking me what a Patriots win looks like, it's like like you said, a 16-10 game. It's a field goal fest and no touchdowns thrown at Levi Stadium on Friday or Sunday.
Take care of the football 49ers. You got this.
You love the Patriots. You cover the San Francisco 49ers. Not the best start, not the start everybody was hoping for the San Francisco 49ers. What's your early assessment of the way this team looks right now? Anything to be concerned about just early in the season, injuries?
I would say injuries are definitely an issue. I'm quite concerned about Christian McCaffrey. Like the tendonitis thing is, I have a buddy that has dealt with tendonitis through his whole entire playing career and couldn't finish college because of it. So I think the tendonitis thing is something to definitely keep an eye on with Christian McCaffrey. But when you look at this team, it doesn't look perfect, and it doesn't look like together. Like there's just I think we've all talked about this. The vibes seem off on a consistent basis on how they play and they move the ball, how they're practicing. Like the vibes are definitely different up in Santa Clara. And I think until they have that get right game where everything goes right and they just dominate from start to finish, I don't feel like any 49er fan or any team covering them or any person covering them is going to say, yeah, this looks like the 49er team that we expect. I personally believe that they need to have like a couple more weeks until you really can assess what this team actually looks like. Give it to me by week 7 or week 8, and then we'll have a better idea of what it looks like. But right now, to start the season, the vibes aren't good. Especially remember last year they started 4-1 or something like that. Like that is when the vibes were good. You felt like, okay, they separated themselves from the pack and they're able to win games in a variety of different ways. And now you're sitting at 1-2, and you're like, well, that last one didn't look good against the Rams. They came back and won. And that Vikings game really didn't look good. And the week 1 game against the Jets, they did look good, but it was the first week of football. So vibes are different, I would say. Vibes are definitely different this year.
Jake, your Patriots were the only team to lose the Super Bowl and go back and win the following year. What was from your memory, what was that season like? Because everybody talks about the Super Bowl hangover and all this other stuff. Do you kind of remember how they went about that championship year to get over the Super Bowl hangover? Was it something that started from the start of the season, or did they kind of get their footing as the season went along?
Got their footing when the season went along. And I remember there was a struggle at the beginning of the year to find out who was that guy, right? Julian Edelman wasn't doing great. Gronkowski, if I can remember correctly, was pretty banged up to start the year. So I remember it didn't look perfect at the beginning of the year. But that you got to remember, you're not going to win a Super Bowl in September. You're not going to win a Super Bowl in October. You win a Super Bowl in January.
We know that for sure.
Positive.
Has this idea been studied?
Well, you can't. What did he say? You can't lose games and win in the NFL.
Well, that's the great Trent Dilfer. You can't lose games and win in the NFL. That's truer words have never been spoken.
For real, fam. For real. So I think when you look at the Patriots and how they won that back after coming off a Super Bowl loss, a lot to do with Tom Brady. Be real with you on that. A lot to do with Bill Belichick, but they found their form in December and November and then took off from there. The big thing for the Patriots, and I think that's the thing with the 49ers for the rest of this season, take care of the division. You can take care of the division, win your other game against the Rams at home, be able to beat the Seahawks. Like, those are the games that I count the most, because if you win your division, you're guaranteed to make the playoffs, and then you go from there.
We've been talking a lot. It really kind of, the conversation got a little bit louder after the Carolina Panthers decided to kind of move away from Bryce Young at this point. Your Patriots also have a young quarterback in Drake May. Jacoby Brissett is kind of the guy under center right now. That has started to come into question already this year. But what was your assessment on Drake May, and maybe not necessarily Drake May the player, but more that situation? Did you think it was something where, hey, this offensive line can't protect him, this team isn't good enough, we'd be setting him up for failure? Or was it more of like, he's not very good, our best bet right now is Jacoby Brissett?
No, I really believe it's the former rather than the latter. I think truly, when you look at Drake May and who he is, I think when he has struggled, especially in North Carolina, it was because he didn't have the right people around him. But when he did have the right people around him, he flourished with the Tar Heels. So I don't think it's setting the young stud up for success, right? I think you look around the league and you look at players like Sam Darnold, for example, like not a great situation in the New York Jets, got thrown to the fire, and now is found his footing in Minnesota after a great year last year with San Francisco. I think that's what people are starting to realize in the NFL of like, you can't just throw the rookie for the Wolves. Like, you've got to have a good situation for him to set up. So for me, I am a huge proponent of having Jacoby Brissett still start every single week until like week 7 or 8. I think they have a bye week in week 6, and then they play Miami week 7 or something like that. Like, I think that would be a perfect situation. And when you put Drake May and put him in the fire, because there'll be a time he needs to play. He needs to get the reps. I wouldn't sit him out and have a redshirt year. But at the same time, I'm not going to start him from week 1 and have an offensive line. Like, they don't have a left tackle, guys. They have no left. He would get killed by Nick Bosa if he started this week. He would literally be eaten by Nick Bosa. That's why people have been clamoring in New England about trying to make sure that Drake May starts this week. No! Let the dude cook under Jacoby Brissett, figure out what it means to be an NFL quarterback, and then when you got the concepts of what the offense looks like and you have the guys around him to be able to win, then you go. Like right now, like I said at the beginning, I'm gunning for a top 5 pick because we need a left tackle, and it needs to happen this next year. And then you can talk about, okay, is Drake May legitimately the guy moving forward?
Hey, Jake, I wanted to ask you because like a number of different stories in this city since you come here, you're all over the Sac State situation and them trying to make a push to get to FBS. And I know you were out in Oakland yesterday, so you didn't get a chance to go to the press conference. But, it looked like they're moving forward, building this new stadium and doing everything they can to be appealing to these Pac-12 or Mountain West conferences. What's your feeling on that, man? How do you feel about the progress and if they're going to be able to get this done?
I'm 50-50. Like, it's a great idea, and I love the concept, and we've talked about it. Everything's there for it to happen. Like, I really do think Sac State can be an FBS program and can move into that. But where's the money coming from, fam? Like, I've been talking to people for the past week about this, and just the concept of moving from FCS to FBS sometimes is not understood by everybody, and what it takes to make that move and the money that's involved. Like, great, they have a football stadium for next year, hopefully within the next 2 years. That's going to help with recruiting. That's going to help with the program itself, and not just the football recruiting, but the other sports that are going to play there, track and field and rugby. But fam, have you been to the Nest? Like, The Nest is by far the worst college basketball venue I've personally ever been in. Some of the high schools, like Indercombe High School right up the road, Grant High School might have a better setting for a basketball game than the Nest. I hate to say it. So I'm worried that we might have jumped a little too far too quickly. I want to know where this money is coming from, because they still need to update the basketball arena to become an FBS program or move to the FBS level. They're still going to need to do updates to the other 20-something other sports that they have going on within the program. I'm not sketched by it. I'm hesitant to be excited about it until I know where the dollars and cents are. And there's actually shovels in the ground, because you guys have been here for much longer than I have. Wasn't this a thing where they announced at one point that they were going to redo, the stadium, and then it never happened? Like, that's where my worry is. Like, it's a bunch of talk, but there's no actual progress with it.
For me, the difference between this time and the other times is, number one, I feel like they're a lot more vocal about it, a lot more out front with everything. And they've gone outside of the typical, we need donors to give back to get the money. They're going to businesses. They're going to the city to try and get this done. And I think that's the difference between all the efforts in the past. You're right. We won't know anything until the shovels are in the ground, but this one feels different. And I think President Luke Wood and AD Michael Orr, they kind of look at this as their legacy. What they're able to do with this is going to cement them, in the history of that university for a long time, and they take that seriously. And I think they're hell bent on getting this done one way or another.
I got one more thing I want to add, make sure there's something clarified for everybody, because I've been asked, hey, is Republic FC a part of this and this rebuild and everything like that? And for everything that I've talked to people, it sounds like Republic FC is not a part of this. And if they were, it would have to be something where they're not using artificial turf to play on. And I believe the stadium has artificial turf. So if anybody has questions about, okay, is Republic FC going to play there because they don't like playing at Heart Health Park? From everything I've heard, there's nothing to do with it. It's two separate entities.
So I haven't heard anything either, but I watched the press conference back, and I was talking about this during the break a little bit. And President Luke Wood, he mentioned in the coming weeks they're going to unveil more information about this. And he said it twice. He said something about naming rights and tenants. And I don't know. The Kings ain't using the field as a tenant, so there's only one team.
Can I clarify what he probably meant by tenant then? I think if you remember, CIF is looking for high school football venues for state championships.
Very true.
I think that if I had to guess, and this is just me guessing, like I said, I think that's the tenant. He's probably saying, like, hey, NorCal championships, state championships held at Sacramento State, which would be an incredible venue, especially if it's redone within the next 2 years, because we have a lot of great venues up here that are underutilized in that respect.
Jake, you are the man, my friend.
No, you guys.
And your team's going down this Sunday.
Okay, so Kenny, what are we betting on? What's the bet?
Well, you notice he didn't commit to Sports Sunday, just in case. Just in case something goes wrong, he can be like, "Oh no, the wife said I had to." Like, I caught that. I don't know if you caught it, Jake. I'm around this guy. I'm around this guy 10 hours a day, every day for the last 4 years. Like, I know what that meant.
I'm there.
Kenny, what's the bet though? What are we doing? A little bottle?
Another one of them Grey Goose bottles up there, man.
Say less. Say less. I want a Merlot, okay, if I win.
There we go.
You got it.
We appreciate you, Jake. We'll see you. We'll see you Sunday night, my man.
Deuces, fam.
Take care, man.
Jake Gadon right there. CBS 13. We have fun with Jake. He does a great job. He was all over the A's story, the Sacramento portion of it, and he's been all over the Sac State stuff as well. We'll come back. We got Eddie Gonzalez joining us in the 2:00 hour. We still got a lot to talk about. We've got a Rookie of the Year. We got a Defensive Player of the Year, not named Asia Wilson. We'll talk about it. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Man, Leezy, you cooked, man. Appreciate you, bro. Man, boy, I said, boy, we in midseason form right here. Jesse got clips posted. Leezy got a reel done already. We did some more. Complex did some more editing. We edited Big Papa. He said someone in San Francisco complained about it.
Oh wow.
Sorry, guys, just getting this getting Leezy's work posted on IG.
Jesus.
Can you, just in case, bring us back? I need to go ask Charlie.
For sure. For sure. What's Abel doing next? Oh man. Rest off, busy day today, man. Busy day, man. Flashback Friday, always around, but oh yeah, you know I got you, Ramsey. We're gonna have that on the show. Hey, matter of fact, Jesse, when I'm gonna try and keep it at it really don't matter now because we got whatever. Can you clip Cash Caraway for me? Yeah. Like I said, it could be a 9-minute video now. We got it like that. I mean, there's places in Sacramento you can't wear all this jewelry. It's whatever. I'm not in one of those places, so I'm gonna wear every single chain, even when I'm in the house.
Jesse, I'm sending your number to Kimberly. We have a delivery coming between 3 and 4.
Oh. Man, that dude Steph Curry crazy. I got this game on in front of me. He just hit another one of them M1 threes. It's a good question, Collins. I think this is the last game. As Kyle broke down earlier, his practice window should be opening up on Wednesday.
I think John Lynch was making it seem like he's going to start practicing next week.
Yeah, because it's game 4. So.
Well, whenever he's available.
I want to see him. I want to see how he is on the field, man. He looks like a talented receiver.
My multitasking abilities are falling short, bro.
Oh man, you good, man. You good. Somebody brought up a good point in the chat. Collins, or no, it wasn't Collins. Who was it? Where'd it go? Well, I don't know. But somebody asked, oh yeah, it was Collins. He said, speaking of wearing jewelry, when is Pershaw slated to return? Ricky Pershaw.
Who was speaking of wearing jewelry?
It happened during the break.
Oh.
But
who was talking about it?
That's a good point. I forgot. This is the last game of his IR term or whatever in his practice window.
Yeah.
which me and Kyle were talking about earlier, should be this next week. His practice window should open up. And, I don't know if he's ready to play or not, but the guy was out there 7 days later, out there on the side field doing stuff. So he might be ready to go as soon as he gets off the IR. I'm just glad he's here.
I hope he's good. Like, the brother was shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot that I think goes into that I know he's a football player and the football aspect and like all of that. I hope there's other parts of his rehab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I hope there's other things that that my man is going through.
Yeah.
But look, he's here. Good for him. I hope, in fact, that he is back sooner rather than later, because one of the best things for him has to be getting out there on the football field.
But yeah, and that's the other aspect. Maybe you never know. It's person to person. Maybe him not being able to do anything is worse for his psyche or
For
emotionally
sure.
or something like that.
Absolutely.
And there's a sense of normalcy that he wants to get back to. But I'm with you. Let's make sure first. You know what I mean? Let's
Mhm.
make sure physically, mentally, and emotionally he's in a place to return. So
Absolutely. We've got, there's a lot to cover from the W. Caitlin Clark named the WNBA Rookie of the Year.
air horns for that, man. Great rookie season for Caitlin.
Yeah. Air horns indeed. Nafisi Collar named Defensive Player of the Year.
Air horns. For
I'd like
that.
to track down, actually, if I could, I'm gonna need you to take care of something on Instagram here in just a moment, because I posted some clips from our Domantas Sabonis conversation. Big shout out to Lizzie and Jesse for turning those around so quickly. I wonder if I could track down the voting. Nafisi Collar certainly very, very, very deserving. I did think that Asia was pulling double duty. I thought she was going to pull the Jordan, Olajuwon, Giannis ? Did Giannis do it?
Defensive Player of the Year MVP.
Wait, who? Somebody just did it, wasn't it?
It had to be Giannis.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Yeah.
Jokic didn't.
No. Oh, Embiid
It wasn't
did.
Joe. It had to have been Giannis.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with
Or I'm
Giannis.
just making it up. Who knows?
I'm going with
Who knows?
Giannis.
Who knows? And all of this comes after Teresa Witherspoon got fired last night.
That was bizarre.
It's not, and I'm going to tell you why. I've had Michael Alters, probably the worst owner in the league. Go ahead,
Giannis did in
Jesse.
2020. Yeah.
He did. Okay, thank you. 2020. That's why I can't remember. And shout out to Rory, who said it was Draymond. That's terrific.
And real quick,
Uh-huh.
our guy Nick Wagner states Kittle's good to go for Sunday.
Okay. All right.
So George Kittle will be back in the lineup and on the field.
I feel like it was precautionary.
Understandable.
I think they maybe were a little spooked by whatever went on, and we're just like, hey, let's.
Well, if it was a playoff game, he would have played.
Well, did he say that about? Who did he say that about?
I think
McCaffrey?
Oh,
No.
The original. Oh, Kyle's just said it the other day.
Yeah.
I feel like he said that about McCaffrey or the going into week 1.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm glad it
Let's
wasn't a
retire.
playoff game, and I'm glad he didn't play.
Let's just retire that line of thinking forever. Forever.
Yeah, because you're not right. You're not right. Like, if you can't play, you're not right. It don't really matter.
He's not playing for the first 6 weeks of the season, and you're going to tell me if he was going to play if it was a playoff game? Stop it. Stop it. Teresa Witherspoon, the head coach of the Chicago Sky, was fired. So first of all, Angel's tweet was weird. Angel said
Angel did a lot of tweeting.
Well, okay. I want to talk to you about that.
Okay.
I want to address this first. She said, "You're the reason I came to Chicago."
Well, that's not necessarily true. You were drafted by Chicago, ma'am.
Angel, what are you doing? Angel, I'm really trying. I'm trying really hard with you. That was just bizarre. okay, it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, I thought this is a terrible, but this, like, Michael Alter is a terrible owner. And having very intimate knowledge of what Teresa Witherspoon was making for the Chicago Sky, Teaspoon, good for you. Get the hell out of there. Get back to the NBA or if there's a job opening. I mean, I think there's one open in Los Angeles right now. I don't know exactly what they're looking for. But yeah, just an absolutely ridiculous move.
I couldn't believe
by
it when
Michael
I saw
Alter
that.
in the Chicago Sky.
And I've heard you talk about him as an owner before, so that aspect isn't necessarily surprising, but it's still, she had them playing really well. She had the ladies on that squad believing in her, even if they weren't able to get to the playoffs and stuff like that. Kennedy Carter, Angel Reese, Cardozo, they played for her.
It
They
felt like
respected
she
her.
was the perfect coach for that group.
Yeah.
Just the perfect coach. So I was really disappointed to see that. I don't trust whatever Chicago does next is going to be in the best interest of Chicago and those women there. So best of luck to Angel and the rest of that group that I do believe is talented, that I do believe they have something. Like there is something there for Chicago. They need someone outside Kennedy Carter to be that go-to scorer. Finding a coach that can vibe with Kennedy Carter and Angel Reese, I think that's going to be difficult. I thought you had it. Best of luck to Michael Alter and that group in Chicago, and hopefully it doesn't derail what I think is a pretty talented group there. There's a number of other things to get into. I do want to ask you about this. You are obviously aware of Angel's tweeting in recent days. I thought this isn't this. I'm not like sneak attacking you with this. I thought you were a little harsh on Caitlin yesterday. I understood the place that you were coming from. I just didn't necessarily agree with it. Maybe you weren't harsh. Maybe I just didn't agree. That's all it was. Angel tweeted a lot about what she has been through. And I felt like, and maybe this is me taking your Caitlin stance, and maybe I'm being unfair to Angel, and I'm just strengthening a position that I had months ago, and you might be doing the exact same thing with Caitlin. I feel like Angel did a lot of me and I. When I heard Alyssa Thomas the other day, she was talking about us. When I heard Brittany Griner yesterday, and God, I can only imagine what Brittany faced this season. She did a lot of we and us. Angel was me and what you put me through, and this is why I did this, and I started my podcast. And you talked about protecting Black women, and Alyssa's speech following, or it wasn't a speech, like she was talking, Alyssa speaking after that game. And I felt like, man, Angel had a lot of I's and me's when Alyssa had a lot of we's and us's. And I felt like those two messages didn't link. Maybe they were trying to say the same thing, and Angel's not as eloquent as Alyssa is with words. Maybe she's not at that place in her life yet. But I read what Angel wrote with the belief I understood what she was trying to say, and felt like she completely missed the mark. Now, maybe that's not fair, because I heard Alyssa and then a veteran like Brittany Griner talk about it in a completely different way. Whereas Angel is still very young in all of this. And maybe I'm stalling her out. I'm not sure, but I didn't like anything she tweeted.
I think my thought with what Angel was talking about was more so of the perspective of somebody who has been going through this since before the WNBA is going through it. She's been dealing with this specific situation for the better part of 3 years, 2 years now.
I mean, since that national championship, so that's 2 years, three now.
Yeah, and when she talks about I and me, it's more so it felt when I read the tweets, and I couldn't really keep up, to be honest with
There's
you.
a
I
lot.
read about 3 of them, but I didn't know if they were in order or what. But it was more so of you guys thought I was crazy when I was saying this stuff 2 years ago, and how I had to deal with this stuff 2 years ago. Now you see, maybe I'm not so crazy. Maybe these are the things that I did go through. So when I read that, it wasn't from a place of the WNBA. It was her talking about her experience, and for the last 3 before she even got to the WNBA. And that's kind of how I took it. But I mean,
and you might be you might very well be right. I think her years are off because she's actually been villainized for 3 years, not 2. but hey, I mean, I don't know. That's just tough.
And Caitlin spoke about it again this morning. And
I didn't hear
she was
Caitlin this
asked
morning.
about it, and she said everything she said the entire time. She said this the same, and what I would classify the same correct thing every single time she's asked about it.
So are you good with that? Like,
I mean,
I guess I'm still not sure what you want.
I
from her.
understand there's not much she can do about it. I understand that. But also in the exit interview, Aaliyah Boston was talking about what she went through from her own quote unquote fan base until they got good. And they asked her about it. They were like, and like I said, it's coming from the same place and it's directed to the same type of women.
Yeah.
This ain't Seattle Storm.
I got you.
Fan base doing it. And that's all. I don't know how to fix it, but I see it's the same thing every time.
Can I point out too? I want to bring Eddie in here. It's not new. It's just being paid attention to differently.
Do you think it's not new though? Because they're all saying I've never experienced nothing like this.
Yeah, because they weren't in the league 10 years ago. Why ask Coach K? Our Coach K. This isn't new. It's not. Ask Rebecca Brunson. Like, but what it would come from? It's more the back then. It was more the coded stuff where, you'd see things like Rebecca used to have the twists, like the locks, and you'd see members of the Monarchs fan base like touching her hair, like, why don't you cut this? You know what I mean? Don't you know what I mean? It's not what Dejanay, and it's not that. It's closer to what the lady with the nails, right? It's closer. When you see it, you can read through it. If you were just outwardly gay, like they've been dealing with this from jump. It's just under a different microscope now, and it appears it's gotten a lot louder because the fan base has gotten a lot bigger.
Yeah, and I understand. And once again, want to reiterate, there's not much, if anything, Caitlin can do, and everything that she can do, she is doing right now, using her voice and all this other stuff. So there's that aspect to it. But
let's bring in Eddie. Let's bring in our man Eddie Gonzalez to this conversation. Eddie, what up, baby?
What's going on, guys? I got a good combo going, man.
We're talking about it's upsetting, it's frustrating, Eddie, that the W has gone through such a massive growth, really, like, and I know people want to believe it's been over the last year. It hasn't. It's really been over the last 4 or 5 years. It took an exceptional peak this season for a variety of different reasons. Caitlin absolutely being one of the big reasons why, but it's been maybe not necessarily drowned out, but man, it has been flooded with so much unnecessary noise around a sport that's going through a pretty big transition right now.
Yeah, I think it's real interesting. And you got to remember with the W, this is still one of the wider sports in terms of like demographic in that sense, and in terms of star players as well. Like, you're looking at the NBA as 95% black men, whether they're foreign or not. But the W, some of the biggest names, some of the greatest players the league has ever seen. A lot of the players that have come out there at UConn farm the last decade plus. And you got Diana Taurasi and you got Sue Bird, like some of the bigger faces of this league, Breanna Stewart, you got Elena Deladon. Like, this has been a white league for some time. So going to what you guys are both saying, like, this has been happening. Maybe it hasn't happened this amplified. Maybe it hasn't happened when they're able to to clap back essentially as loudly as they can now and have as big an audience now. But this definitely has been happening. And Dan, you mentioned like the sexuality as well. Like that's always been a thing. That's always been a backhanded, not even backhanded, like front-handed diss towards a lot of these players. So Dejanay said something earlier this year. She tweeted it. She's like, we're not the league that's going to show up and dribble. Y'all just got to deal with it. That's true. And they stand on that, and they always have. And that's for better or for worse as a fan. Some fans love it. Some fans hate it. But they're going to stand up for themselves now as well. I appreciate, it's not really none of my business, but I respect what you're saying, that it's not like, it's only so much Caitlin can do. I don't know how that became a talking point. Like, she needs to stop them. Like, she's not encouraging them. You know what I mean? Like, and she's speaking up where she can. Every player in every league is not going to be as outspoken or an activist or what have you. I think she's taken a pretty bland approach to that, which is her prerogative. She doesn't necessarily need to. She's stood up in certain places. She's basically said, I stay out of that type of stuff, truth be told. Even when they were asking her about Twitter trolls and stuff like that, it's like, I don't get into this. And I think there's some truth to that. I mean, people can feel like that she's not doing enough, and that's, again, their option or their opinion. But, not every player is going to be that. But I'm happy that she came and stood up and said, hey, this isn't cool. I'm just like a pessimist in the sense where it's like that anonymous troll Twitter account that's pestering whatever player, they're not going to see Caitlin say, they go, oh, yeah, let me reevaluate. They're still
we determined Caitlin would have to be the first person ever to stop racism.
Right. Caitlin is not getting the Pepsi can from
Dr. Right. Dr. King couldn't do it. Pepsi couldn't do it. Caitlin
can. But it's an important combo, and this league is important. Is my homegirl Ari Chambers says, like, the WNBA is so important. It's important in a lot of ways. Like, I took my daughter, of course, on to see a game, and she was like mystified. Like, I didn't know women do this. It's important in a lot of ways, and this is one of them. So, look, it's not everybody's favorite combo as a sports fan or even as an athlete, but they're dealing with this. And here's what I'll say. When Bill Russell was telling us what was going on 25 years into his league, it would be wrong of us to be like, oh, get over it. Just play. You're fine. You know what I mean? And they had to stand up, and they had to take stands, and they had to do all of that as well. People forget this is year 26 of the WNBA. Like, this is, the NBA was still on black and white TVs and still like in bingo halls essentially, and not live television and all that stuff. So this is it's an infancy stages still of this league, and they're dealing with stuff like this. And so, yeah, they're going to have to figure out what that is, whether it's increased security, whether, it's just a quicker leash at the game to get guys out of there. And we seen that on TV the other night. They were grabbing somebody courtside like, yo, you got to go. Yeah. That happens in the NBA too. Like, I don't understand why people are acting like, oh, these women are just overly sensitive. We watched Russell Westbrook multiple times in the last couple of seasons say, hey, he said this, he got to go. And so it's not no different, and they should be standing up for themselves. These women saw
LeBron right there.
So it's tough, and that stuff goes beyond just sports. You know what I mean? Like, they're taking it another level, and it's darker, and it's gross, to be quite honest. So it's frustrating to watch as a fan, as captain. Like, I just want to talk about basketball when I talk about the W, but this is a part of the conversation with that league.
Right. And like for me personally, maybe it might hit home more than person X that's on ESPN or whatever the case may be, because I look at these black women who can routinely talk about the disrespect that they're getting and the racism they're getting. And I look at home. I look at my mom as a black woman. My wife is a black woman. My daughter's a black little girl. You know what I mean? And it's like
mean one sometimes.
Well, they say don't cross her. Don't cross her. But yeah, I mean, like I'm like, man, everybody needs to be protected, but we got to protect these black women who are telling us that they're experiencing something that they've never experienced in their career. And I don't know. I don't have the answer. I don't know what can be done. But I'm with you, Eddie, and Damon, you said the same thing. It's not something that you just brush off and say, oh, get over it or get better. Like, I think the WNBA needs to be a little proactive in this matter.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm with you. Like, I'm not sure what exactly that is, but they'll have time to figure out what that entails. And it's been such a great season for this league and for a lot of these players, and just the growth of the sport in general. You hate to see it marred by something like this. And I don't think any one player is responsible. I don't think that, any one player can stop it. Like you said, none of them can stop racism as a whole. But yeah, I feel like they can be proactive, or at the very least show their players they're trying to be proactive and protect them. We're 20 years out from the Malice at the Palace, you know what I mean? And the NBA instantly reacted and said, we have to protect our players. We have to install new rules, new practices at all of our arenas. We have to change it. And they even put some rules on the players. Keep your ass out the stands. But you have to be proactive as a league. You have to protect your athletes. And that's what's gonna have to happen this offseason for the WNBA.
To be fair to Commissioner Stern, I think that rule existed before.
Well, they had. Yeah, I know.
We're gonna reiterate. Hey, don't go into the stands, guys.
You can't even throw the ball in the stands no more. You used to be able to kick it.
That's right. You can't throw a mouthpiece into the stands.
That's a tech, my boy.
Yeah, he got tossed. I think for that. Didn't Steph get tossed?
Yeah, he got tossed. He got tossed. We know the classic of that old random early '90s clip. Vernon Maxwell Like, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yo, y'all go to games all the time, too. He went far up into that lower row.
Halfway up the bleachers and fell. I said, yo.
He went a ways up there. That's a walk, my man. So, yeah.
Shout out to Cass. He does bring a good point. Just paint end racism on the court.
Everything will be done.
It worked for the NFL.
Thank
Why
you, President Gazelle. Thank you.
That'll do it.
Yeah, nothing ends racism quicker than painting it in the end zone. And if we can lift every voice and sing, we're cooking now. We are cooking now.
Roger Luther Goodell.
Eddie Gonzalez of Complex Sports with us here. Shifting gears over to the NBA with a couple of media days already in the books, most of them getting underway next week, including here in Sacramento. I saw Jamal Crawford said Lob City was one of the best teams to not win a championship. And I had to agree with him. I think he's right. And I always think about that Lob City team. And Eddie, the worst thing that happened to them is they were ascending at the same exact time the Golden State Warriors were. Warriors just ascended a little higher.
Man, I love my man Jamal. Like, I talk to him all the time. Great dude, one of the realest dudes I ever met in this sport, in this industry. He tripping a little bit right there, though. I'm gonna just say that. I mean, look at the teams that was around. Like, was Lob City better than the Pacers? They couldn't get through the Heat. Like, were they better than the Bulls? Derrick Rose just retired. Like, are we talking about a better, stronger team than that? It was a decent team in a tough West. Are they better than the Thunder? You know what I mean? Like, they're not better than these squads to me. They're a great team. They had one really great run one year, and then the injuries piled up, and then you're dealing with Doc Rivers, and that's his own situation, and all that going on. So I don't know if I would take it as far as Jamal. They were one of the more impactful and interesting teams I've ever seen. I remember I saw Blake Griffin at Arco, and it felt like a celebrity was on the court and just so happened to be playing basketball. Like, it was bigger than basketball, and every single deflection that happened in that game, it was like. Like, are we gonna see one? Oh yeah, and it was like that, and it was like, I think that was like Tyreek and Boogie, and we was just waiting for the Blake dunk. I don't think we ever got it, but
Blake was supposed to be ours.
Blake was.
We tried.
That was our worst. that was when we had the worst record on the planet and got the worst pick that you can get with the worst record.
Blake was one of those stars that was like, the LeBron fans gonna get mad, but he was bigger than LeBron for about 6 months. Like, he was a bigger deal. LeBron was better. Don't yell at me on Twitter. But Blake was like the league for a lot of people for a long time. So, yeah, that was a fun team. It was an impactful team. I don't know. It was one of the best teams that ever won a championship. You know what the best team that ever won a championship is?
Yes, we do.
we all on the same page here? We all on the same page.
We all are. We all know exactly what team it is.
Come on now. We know what the best team that ever won a championship is. And they should have won a championship. We got to take that one to court or something.
Lob City had 1 year.
Right, again.
They had 1 year. 2015, I thought was their year.
Yeah, and then when you talk
they
to
blew that game 6.
JJ Redick was pretty adamant on his show, like he felt like it was that one year they had, like they really had a chance. I think that's when CP broke his hand. No, it was the year before.
No, that was the year that was a tough one. But the year they blew Game 6 to the Rockets,
yeah,
they were going to play the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
I thought they would have beat the Warriors, and they were. I thought they were the best team that year.
You can't blow that game like that, and when you do, you kind of get what you deserve. They had another one they blew against the Thunder that was awful too, and it was
I
like,
think that
how
was
do
the
you
year
lose
before.
that game? You know what I mean? So
Oh,
was a
Lob
game
City was
5,
better than Chicago. I mean, that's Chicago. They were
Chicago,
tough. Like,
well, Chicago probably felt like they were going to win it the next year when D Rose got hurt.
yeah.
oh, for sure, absolutely.
The MVP season was like a year too early, but that next year when they were running through the league, I think they were the 1 seed. Like,
yeah,
come on, and yeah, so it's
tough.
tough. That was a team like of the time too. Like you look at the guys they played, how big they were, how big and slow they were, even though they had D Rose. Like that's a team you could never trot out there today. It's ancient, and that's only 13 years ago.
Right.
Perfect roster, perfect coach.
While I got both of you guys here, we didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday. D Rose retiring, and I saw on the Insiders they were having a conversation about whether or not D Rose is a Hall of Famer, and I think he is. And I want to tell you guys why, but I don't want to be mean. I really don't want to be mean. I don't want to. It's gonna come off being mean. Should I just say it?
Just say it.
The bar was set when Tim Hardaway got into the Hall of Fame. Derrick Rose is bigger than Tim Hardaway.
That is the argument, right? In Sacramento, I love you.
Well, I know. I look.
Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. What the hell is going on here?
I love you. And I love the Air Bacons, and I love that jersey. But the bar also got set with Mitch Richmond as well.
That was
the bar will be set in a few years.
He hit him with
Draymond Green.
He said, "Sacramento, I love you," and then sweet chin music right to the face.
See, to me, Eddie, I ain't even gonna lie. That was the old bar because I agree with
Timmy's
you.
the new bar, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
And my man Andre, if he gets in, it's a conversation I've had with Andre. If he gets in, the bar changes again. He may be up the level, but again, he has hardware those guys don't have. Draymond gets in, that changes the bar. Like we're talking about the statistical bar at that point. Draymond's a great player. So I think it's that. Like I pitched something around a few years ago. I wanted to do like a cultural Hall of Fame. I want to do a Hall of Fame that had guys like Jason Williams and Baron Davis and Jamal Crawford. And
I love that Jason Williams was the first
oh,
name.
Jason Williams, like, I love basketball. Are you kidding me? Jason Williams wearing the hyperflights is like what made me care.
Come on, man.
But like that level of player that matters culturally, has impact on the game that might not necessarily be an MVP. Now the thing with Derrick Rose is the youngest MVP of all time. If he doesn't make the Hall of Fame, he'll be the only MVP to not make the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
I don't think he's going to get in because of the rest of his career. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
You lose that career because of that injury, and that sucks. I think he's a Hall of Fame talent. He's absolutely like top tier 1% Hall of Fame talent. We'll never know what happened. The league changed for him just like it changed for us. You know, and it turned into a different league that if D Rose isn't shooting 35% from three in 2017, who knows what even a healthy D Rose is looking like, you know. But I think he should get in. I don't think he will. But if I had a vote, I'd vote him in. And you know, you start splitting hairs. Is he first ballot? Is he this? Is he that? I think the way I look at it a lot of times is if we write the book of basketball, shout out to Bill Simmons for that. But if we write the book of basketball, like some guys get a chapter, some guys are across chapters, some guys get a page, some guys get a paragraph. D Rose might not have a chapter, but he has a couple long pages where we got to talk about what he gave to the game. So to me, that's a Hall of Famer. I just don't think he's going to get in.
There was a time, and I mean it still
I don't
is.
agree with either one of y'all.
I don't know. Like, once again, we talk about the book of basketball, telling the story. I don't know if you can just not mention Derrick Rose.
Well, you can't because he has a very distinct link to basketball history. They changed the CBA because of Derrick Rose. Everything that some of these guys fight for in terms of rookie it exists because of what Derrick Rose did his first 4 years in the league.
Very true.
That's his link, though.
But the other thing about it, I remember watching. I was telling people about this, not like I found it, but I just remember having this conversation. I said there has never been. I've never seen point guards like Derrick Rose and Russell Westbrook when they were like I've
Absolutely.
never seen anything like that at
Absolutely.
the point guard position. Then you see more like Dame Lillard's,
Yeah,
Steph
yeah.
Curry's. These guys were LeBron at 6'4" or
100%.
something like that. Like it was crazy to see.
It's funny. The closest comp we had when we was younger was KJ, right? Sac native, and he was kind of that. Like he was like 40% of what that was: athleticism, speed, that type of stuff. D Rose had an argument to be the most athletic player in the sport, and that's with prime LeBron running around. You know what I mean? Prime Dwight running around, like all these dudes who was jumping out the gym who could run up and down the floor, and he was doing it at 6'2", 6'3". Like you said, even when you get a pretty athletic point guard, and you got younger Dame, and he was dunking on guys and doing stuff like that. It wasn't that. Them dudes was just the fastest dude in the gym at all times, and he could jump with anybody in the league. And so it was crazy. Like you watch a guy like D Rose in high school, or maybe even in college, when we watch him in Memphis, it's like, okay, he's just more athletic than everybody. He can't do that in the NBA. And then he goes to the NBA and he does it. And he's just like, okay, he's just doing this at the highest level. This is always going to look like for him. So it was nothing like that. Like I feel like we get nostalgia and we start gassing stuff a lot, but it was nothing like that first couple of years of D Rose when he was booming on everybody and crossing everybody up. And I was in the building when he dropped Reek, and it hurt my soul. And it was just like, man,
that Dragic,
the home crowd got to go, whoo, like you got to.
That Dragic dunk is one of the nastiest dunks I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
You never see a dude just chest for chest, two hand. He's dunking going up still. Just like, and Dragic, I'm waiting for Dragic to give him his flowers for the retirement. He retired this year as well. I'm waiting because I know he's got something great to say, because that's like his NBA moment. But that was insane, bro. Like we never, a dude at that size is athletic and as incredible as I think Russ is and was, he still wasn't that athletic. Like he still didn't have that extra gear that I think D Rose had.
He didn't play enough. One.
That's fair. That's the argument. That's
the other one is, and I'm sorry to like he has a very uncomfortable part of his story.
Oh yeah.
Like it's bad. Like real bad.
It's so I try not to be like high horse media guy, but I was shocked how little that was mentioned over the last decade.
Right. And look, I mean,
that's facts.
It was like 10, 11. It was a while ago. I'm not good with dates like you guys. It was a while ago, but it was close to. It had to have been somewhere between 8 to 10 years ago. But it's bad. Like when you go like again, it was a decade ago. When you go get familiar with it, it's a tough look. And even though like I don't believe your worst moment has to be mentioned for the rest of your life, but god damn, that's a bad moment. Like a real bad moment. And when you got a player like this who was so on the verge, and it was always weird with Derrick Rose. I remember he had a moment, I feel like he hit a game winner and it felt like the entire world was watching and he sobbed. And
he hit for
50-point game.
Is that what it was? Okay. And I remember his reaction, and more specifically, I remember the NBA's reaction, meaning Bron, Chris Paul, guys tweeting about Derrick Rose, and it was nothing but love for him. Yeah. And I remember thinking in that moment, that's dope, and also kind of strange. And again, you don't have to be defined by your worst moment, but you still have it.
Yeah.
And Derrick's is pretty tough.
Yeah, I again, as a media member, I not pride myself, but I kind of make it a point to be kind of partisan and kind of want to be as balanced and have fun with some of the stuff we do. But it was one of those stories, like I was shocked how little was mentioned, especially now where like people always want to bring that stuff up. And again, this is a decade ago. This is, he was officially exonerated, right? So I mentioned that as well. And again, I don't want to be the high horse reporter, and I'm not necessarily myself casting judgment, but usually that type of stuff is really loud in these moments, and it just wasn't for whatever reason, which was surprising. So,
for sure. can't have Eddie here without talking about Little Raiders football. And I just want to know,
Well,
can you?
You can if you like.
Not want to talk
Well,
about
I
that.
just wanted to know if he could rush the passer or play wide receiver this year. They need, or this Sunday, they need
they do.
need help.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
crazy. I didn't see Sunday coming at all. I know Raider fans were like, "Oh no, we've been here before." Some Raider fans were like, "We've been here before.
Yeah.
We're on guard or whatever."
3
But I
years
was
straight
like,
now.
I was like, nah.
3 years straight.
I was definitely in the meme with like, oh, I got my hopes up. Oh, they're about to kill. Like, I was definitely right in the middle of the meme. I was just like, there was this little hint of like, you know, they put an adult at quarterback. Maybe I've seen that movie before with this team. You know, I've seen it. I've seen Nick Foles do it. I've seen Baker Mayfield do it. I've seen a bunch of guys I'm forgetting right now in my trauma. So it's like maybe with just like a taller quarterback who knows where to throw it most of the time. And Andy Dalton's by no means great, but he's just a veteran. I said maybe that will be bad. But our defense is where we lay our hat. Our secondary is where we lay our hat. No. I watched about 10 minutes of that game and was like, oh, I know exactly what this is. I'm out of here.
I've seen this before. I've seen this as a rerun. I've
seen this before. I don't think so. There's a couple of losses that really sink, right? And are like really painful as a fan. Losing to the Ravens, AFC Championship, they broke Rich Gannon's arm. Yeah. That sucked. That was like, oh, that was our year. That was our year to win a Super Bowl in my life. There's like the 52-0 Rams game. That was pretty bad. The Baker game where he gets he doesn't even have a playbook. He signs on the street Tuesday and beats them with a game-winning 99-yard touchdown drive
off the plane
on Thursday. Fresh off like being cut and just about out the league. And I'm no Baker. Well, I wasn't a Baker Mayfield fan. He kind of made me one that night. So yeah, all those are like way worse than this.
You ain't even mentioned my favorite. You ain't even mentioned Jeff Saturday.
Oh my God. See? Wow. But like my thing with that is like after the Ravens game, I called my buddy D-Rec out in Sac. I said we had like an hour-long convo. Like, man, if they win this game, they could beat the Browns, and then then they play this. Man, we mess around and go to KC like 5-1, 6-1. Like we might be looking at and yeah, now I'm just over it all. Like now,
good news, buddy. You didn't do it on the radio like I did.
Silly guy.
Yeah, man,
that was tough. One of the things that I'll ask you about this too, about the psychological aspect of it. I saw some quotes from some Raider players like, yeah, we had some talks. They got a little personal. People had to say what they had to say, but it was good to clear the air. Are you okay with that this early?
3 weeks into the season, right? And we're talking about a new coach. We're talking about fairly low expectations. We're talking the thing that worries me is that like the sell for the new coach is, oh, he'll have the guys ready at all times. Like they'll be motivated at all times. And I love AP, but to have this meeting 3 weeks into the season, that's pretty damning for a team with a lot of veterans too. For a team with a lot of veterans, you got a grizzled vet at quarterback, but your two superstars, they're vets and they're proven. And it's like you have to have these combos now. Yeah. That doesn't bode well for the rest of the season. But I mean, again, you turn seasons around, seasons along. This is gonna be a tough game. Obviously, you're missing those two stars this game. So now we're gonna see they announced Kuntz is out for the year. It's a lot going on over there, man. I'm watching Colorado Buffalo games pretty closely.
That's my boy, my boy Shador.
I went to Giants Cowboys last night. I saw Dak Prescott in person pretty closely. I'm keeping my options open as far as like what's going on with the quarterback position out there in Las Vegas. Now Dak got that bag, so he's we're talking about maybe the end of that now at this point. But yeah, I'm kind of moving on here. I'm a national fan at this point. I'm watching the whole league.
well, hey, it's fun over here. I can tell you that. It is so relaxing over here, my man. I got room for you. I got some wine. Come over here, hang out, man. Every Sunday is comfortable over here.
I get one more Trent Williams tweet, and I might be joining you guys in a second. Come on,
man. Dude, those weekends when you're a red zone guy, that's like the best weekends. It's like the best Sunday. You're just chilling. It's nothing to worry about. But them ones when you're not, and then you can't listen to none of your podcasts, you can't watch the halftime show on Monday Night Football. I
spent the whole week listening to Joe Budden.
And KC and hear about that. Like, man, look. Look, that was a rough week.
Joe Budden all week long.
Guess I'm planning Monday's show by myself.
Hey, man, y'all been talking about Sam Darnold all week. And the silly decision y'all made out there, man. I missed my opportunity, man.
Nah, I've been talking about Cardi and Offset. I'm all the way up to date on that. I didn't listen to no sports. I'm all the way up to date.
I'm about to loop there. Don't let your baby mama go on live and start talking crazy about you, man. And then you hit them. That's just a lot. That's a lot going on.
Okay. Boy, Cardi, you look at Cardi, you run into her somewhere and she like, hey, I'm feeling him. No, I'm good. I do not want to wind up the subject of one of your Instagram lives. It's cool. Very nice to meet you. I'll catch you at the next time you're at the Golden One Center.
You know what I always say about celebrities, man? I watched the Kardashians have multiple children and never show us any step of the process until them kids was like crawling around. So anything we know about Cardi, it's because she wants us to know and probably told us. So I have no sympathy. I saw for the show. I laugh, but they tell us everything when they want to.
Brother, we appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for these weekly visits. We'll catch up with you next
sir.
week.
All right, my guy.
That's the man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. Complex Sports, baby. We'll come back. Stealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No, you good, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Manny. What did you need? We needed to get access to Zabo. Is that what it was? Is that what you're asking me for, Manny? I'm sorry. Man, Leezy's videos are so much better than this stupid automated thing I'm using. Okay. All right. Yeah, Leezy's videos are good. We'll work through that at 4:00, Manny. And Zabo, if you're listening.
Shout out Abe. He was listening to us during the Domantas Sabonis. Threw it in the work chat. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So we had a good interview.
Very, very nice. Oh, that reminds me. I got to send you guys what. Did Kyle tell you what he sent me? Oh, man. We run this bitch. Believe that. Yeah. I look forward to that too. None. Absolutely none. Yeah, that's pretty dope. I love Abe. Absolutely love him. Work from home. These motherfuckers ain't paid. Only person to acknowledge what he wrote was Lisa. And Lisa ride with us. I've been fuming about that all day.
That's crazy. I didn't even. Was it? Did I miss that? Was that to us?
No, that wasn't to us. happened to us? With handcuffs on and crazy glue on the lips. That's all you do.
Gets me every time.
That's all you do. What is the Sacramento Century Challenge, Zebra? What's that?
I was talking to Carl earlier. It was Donut Friday, and no one's here, but somehow donuts were all gone.
Bro, that is crazy.
Hey, yeah, like, all right, I guess.
That is crazy. There's literally no one here.
Yeah, but all the donuts managed to be eaten.
That is absolutely incredible.
Oh, man.
Absolutely incredible.
So, look.
This place.
So, they were here at one point?
No. Friday is a new. Oh, the donuts were here. Yeah, donuts were here.
Donut Friday today,
when
bro.
I got here, I got here 11. The box was on the counter empty.
They were so gone. I was like, I guess we're not doing Donut Friday no more.
No,
when I got in,
they were just gone. And it's a work. It's a work from home. It's a hybrid work day.
I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Like, you gotta earn them donuts. You gotta earn those donuts.
Kyle's needs to stop putting them out there.
Yeah,
they need to go straight to
them
the
in the
ESPN.
locker.
They go to the ESPN 1320. They go to the Jesse studio, and you
That's
have
facts. You're not allowed in here.
You have to gain access to the studio to get a donut.
That's it.
That's how it works. Promotions can have a donut because they work their ass off. If you're only here 12 hours a week, you don't get a donut.
You're not qualified. You don't have enough hours.
G14 classification.
G14.
It's like the Donut Friday is like the max contract extension. If you don't hit the stats, you don't get the max contract. That's what the donuts are.
That's exactly what it is.
You just stay out there and you go to Kimberly's Snack Shack and you like it.
Are we real quick, just pull the curtain back? We going 43 here?
I don't know. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
I was
Trista,
listening.
we only go super long. We skip 2 breaks, and that's
Yeah,
just the Trista thing.
yeah.
Are you okay just going a little bit since you watched a couple more episodes of Vince? Like you it's even worse than you originally thought yesterday.
I think it's awful. Well, okay. We were talking about this earlier. It's not for me. I've been watching wrestling since I was 4 years old. Some of my earliest memories in life are wrestling. I never went to Arco 1 for a Kings game. I went to Arco 1. I can't count how many times to see professional wrestling. My first event at Arco 2 was not for a Kings game. It was for the WWF. I have loved professional wrestling since I was 4 years old. When my mom had to work late, I would get tapes from Blockbuster or Placer Video or whatever was in existence at the time.
Yeah.
And I would stay up and watch wrestling while she was working. I know too much. So when I'm watching with someone who doesn't, they find a lot of what is happening interesting. They don't know about the steroid trial. They don't know about the shift in professional wrestling in the late 90s. They're far more interested than I am. I just hate every few minutes I blurt out, well, that's not what happened. Like it is like to a degree. I recited the Dave Meltzer line before it happened. When they kept saying 93,173, I was like, that's not how many people were there. How many people were there? I don't know. I think it was around 70,000, but Vince makes up these numbers. Like the crazy thing is Dave Meltzer said it was like 78,000. That was still the biggest house in the history of professional wrestling.
There was no need to,
but Dave was spot on. And I'm not one of those guys who takes everything that Dave Meltzer says as the gospel, but I do trust a lot of what he says, especially when it comes to numbers and things like that. They've recited that 93,173 so long they think it's true. And I'm watching it and it's like, this is a terrific WWF documentary. This is not a Vince, at least 3 episodes in. This is not a Vince McMahon documentary.
Do you think it goes into Vince McMahon? Like, is it going in, oh man, what I'm drawing a blank on the word, but is it going in the order of his life and his career? And maybe in the last 3, his career starts to, the things start to come out.
Sure.
That get a little crazy. Because there's got to be something. Because Vince came out and was like, oh, there's a bunch of lies in here.
I haven't. Well, no, what he said was that the producers tried to conflate the Mr. McMahon character with Vince McMahon. It's very obvious. The individual sitting in that chair in the middle of the ring is Vince McMahon and Mr. McMahon.
Mm-hmm.
They're one and the same. Now, I know Bruce Pritchard has known Vince McMahon for an eternity, and he will tell you how he paid off his first car that the promoter that he worked for in Houston bought him, and when he left Houston, the promoter demanded that he pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Vince McMahon paid for it. Vince McMahon paid for his wedding. I'm sure Vince McMahon has done a number of wonderful things in his life.
And Nino Brown was buying Thanksgiving dinner.
But like that doesn't take away from the fact that he telling the Wendy Richter story, and I haven't gotten to the part of the Bret Hart stuff. I started to fall asleep. But when he's telling the Wendy Richter story, it's business. I didn't take it personal. Of course you didn't take it personal. She was the one out there in the middle of the ring. She was the one out there who had to walk back having no understanding of what just happened. Of course, you didn't take it personally. It's your company. She took it personally. She never worked for you again. And so I think you're 100% right at how this goes. And I understand, for those who aren't paying attention, all 6 episodes are out. Because of what we do for a living, I don't have the opportunity to sit down and watch all 6 episodes at once. I'll get through all of them this weekend. Yeah. And there's going to be a certain point where you're not covering Vince McMahon, the character, anymore, because the character doesn't exist. And my guess is you get to the match that involved Donald Trump, and then it starts to shift, right? And you start to see some other things. I know Stephanie has been pretty vocal about, is pretty vocal on the documentary about things that Vince wanted to do in terms of her character. I text Chris, because Chris is seeing, I was like, I saw Shane McMahon was trending, and he sent me a clip. I was like, Shane hates him, right? Like, he hates his father. And I don't know that that's necessarily true. Maybe it's not. But like, when I hear him talk about his dad, I get the impression that he does not respect that man.
Did you see the clip I saw? Because I'm still on the first episode. I'm gonna go back and watch it this weekend too. But that Paul Heyman, first of all, Paul Heyman is just always an unbelievable storyteller.
He's probably the greatest in history.
Yeah, like it's just fantastic the way he tells the story with the knife and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's a trip.
Mm-hmm.
That's a trip, and I'm not taking it as like, oh, I believe Vince was like, yeah, do this. But when he gets to that end part where he says, I was willing to do whatever I needed to do with my dad if he didn't listen to me, it's like, wow.
And maybe the one small bit of insight we've got is for those that have followed wrestling all of these years and have watched the evolution both publicly and privately of the relationship between Vince McMahon and Shane McMahon, we got a little bit of insight into Vince McMahon's relationship with his father. And they look to be one and the same. And that's obvious. Yeah. It's obvious, not even getting to episodes where Shane McMahon is talking extensively about Vince yet.
Right.
Like, I got to deal with hearing about the screw job for the 47th time and listening to Bret Hart bitch about it tonight. And then I think we'll get into these episodes where you're in the Attitude Era, and that's where Stephanie and Shane become central characters to everything that's happening. I assume Triple H is brought into this somehow, given that he's married into the family. There's a few other really main points that have to be discussed that I feel like maybe this documentary finally finds life in discussing Vince McMahon, because I don't want to hear what The Rock thinks about Triple H dating Stephanie. I want to hear Vince talk about it. I want to hear Linda talk about it. And if they're talking about it as their characters on television, then I'm just watching for something that I hope pops up that I've never seen before. And so far, the only clip that I've never seen before is the Madison Square Garden tribute to Vince's father. I had never seen that before, and I actually thought that's pretty cool. I've never seen that. That's it.
Yeah, I want to dive in a little bit more this weekend, man.
I'll finish it this weekend. Like I thought I had plans this weekend. I don't think I do.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Yeah. I could tell you from a conversation I had yesterday, your weekend's free, pal. So I will be able to get all of that. I will be able to get the documentary. I might even be able to finish it tonight. Who knows? But we'll try to work it into the show at different points next week, even though the Kings are getting underway. For those that missed it, Domantas Sabonis joined us earlier. That interview in its entirety will be available in podcast form once the show is over. Of course, it's available on YouTube as well. We are done with guests for the rest of the day. Let's come back and reveal the number one game in KC's top 20 games of the Kings season. But before you do that, head over to maptrition.com, or to make it easier, go to the website that Greg built for us. It's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. You can access maptrition.com right there. You can set up your free nutritionist consultation. You could use the free macro calculator to help you kind of build out what your meal should look like if you don't want to do the meal plan that they have. I suggest that you do it. Shout out to our girl Katie from the Wake Up Call. She met with Greg this morning. Nice. Her training starts tomorrow. Your training can start right now. Your road to better health and better fitness begins with trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. The link to Maptrition is right there to get the strength enhancers, the fat burners, to get the protein powders that we talk about. It's right there for you, all in one place. Trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. And we'll be back with more here, dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
All right, we'll go brand new graphics. We'll go 13th round. Here we go. There it is. Yeah, man. 13th round. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brandon. Shout out to my man Rampage the Barber. You already know the vibes. Pull up on him over at Barber's Dream. Let him know KC said what's up, man. He'll look out for you. Make sure you're good, man. Boxing got some things going on this weekend. Last week we saw AJ. I don't even think I really talked about AJ the way I wanted to, and his fight with Daniel Dubois. It's time to move on. It's time to move on from the champion type of Anthony Joshua. And I'm all for, you need to fight Deontay Wilder, and we have a loser retire match right there and do it that way. Because that fight's still a big fight. I still want to see that. That's still a fight I'm paying $80 for to watch on pay-per-view to see those two. They're not at the top where they were, but I still want to see that. But that's what happened last week. This week, it's a little less high profile, but it's still big time fights. The women are in action doing their thing this weekend. Sandy Ryan taking on Michaela Mayer tonight on ESPN Plus. Make sure you check that one out. But the one I'm going to be checking out, I'm going to watch that fight too. But the one I'm going to be checking out is my girl, Alicia Baumgartner. She's back in action. She's taking on Delphine Persoon. I don't know who this young lady is, but it doesn't matter because Alicia is back in action. I've said for a long time, if she was with the right promoter and she was marketed the right way, she could absolutely be a megastar for boxing. She's got the look. She has the fan-friendly style of fighting. She'll knock somebody out. She's got a nice little mouthpiece on her. She'll talk a good game. She could be a bigger star than what she is right now. But two things are going on there. Number one, I don't think she's with the right promotional company. Number two, I don't know if she has the right dance partner to make her that big of a star. But she's back in action tonight. I'm going to be checking her out. And that Michaela Mayer fight. That's the 13th round.
You see Haney suing?
This guy's got to stop, man.
You're getting beat up?
This guy's got to stop. He's making it worse. He's absolutely making it worse. Haney, just get another. How about get another fight? How about if you want people to forget, get another fight?
Exactly. He's probably really gonna wait till Ryan's back though.
I'll tell you this, though, that's a big money fight. If you want to see the rematch, that's a big money fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. He said he won his lick back. Maybe, but I don't know if Ann Wolf is just KO and Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields is a problem. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 on this beautiful Friday afternoon in Sacramento. It was a little hot today. I went and took a walk with my daughter earlier. It was like 10:30. I started sweating. It's a little hot outside. I went right back inside. We went to the corner. I said, we'll go for a walk later. Came right back inside.
Oh, man. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just gotta send it to you. Severely distracted. No, you guys are gonna love this. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Stand by.
I'm so excited.
No, if I read this in the chat, the pop would be crazy. Oh my God, stand by. Hang on, everyone. I'm so terribly sorry. This is just awful.
Man.
I wonder what it could be.
This is just terribly
This suspense
unprofessional.
is killing me.
No, it's in your phones right now. Oh my goodness. We have the greatest radio.
Jeez, bro.
So let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Remember this moment.
Wow.
Remember this moment right now. 2:50 today. Remember we were looking at our phones. We started laughing uncontrollably.
Time to send the bat signal out for someone.
Hey. Remember this on Monday. Some of you are going to figure out what we're laughing at on Monday. We'll revisit this as a class all together. But I don't want to say it out loud because it's
yeah.
But oh man,
bruh.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yeah. What a Friday. You know what? It's Friday. Y'all know what it is.
Sure the
Hang
hell
on,
is.
man. It's Friday.
Hey.
This show is special, man.
Come on.
This show. Just remember this moment on Monday. That's all I ask you guys to do.
Crazy, bro.
Remember this show. Remember this
crazy.
moment.
That is crazy, man. Oh, by the way, I see him in the chat. Young Zell, man. Hey, go check out the new album from my man Young Zell, man.
Sure.
Go check it out. Young Zell got that new album. That new Young Zell is out. Come on, man. Go check him out. Apple, all that.
That's our brother
Spotify,
right there.
all
Yeah,
that.
it's out there. It's out there. Go support our man Young Zell. He don't miss.
Ooh.
But Zell, you sent me a text a while back. I don't think I need to screen capture it for you and send it back to you. You know exactly what text I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Zell, TikTok. Y'all, you know what it is. You know what it is, Zell. It's about that time.
Okay.
It's about that time.
I smell what you cooking.
See, not Zell knows. He knows. During the DeMar DeRozan, Malik, he knew. He knows. I see you, Zell.
His new single, Killer D's.
Well, that's not it. That's not it.
It's the funniest owner.
I was gonna say featuring Vivek.
Basketball.
I love too that Domas knew exactly what we were talking about. Like he wasn't like, huh? What's it? No, he knew. He absolutely knew what we were talking about, and he knew that nickname is not gonna fly.
Man, that's crazy. I text you. I'm still tripping off that. That's crazy.
It's wild, right?
That is, man.
They can't do what we do, man. Don't think a company email will go out about that one, though, will it?
I guess we'll just wait till Monday.
I was, man.
Yeah, man, I'm tripping off that one. Like, oh man,
They don't love us over here. No matter what we do, they don't love Lolo, D-Lo, and KC. Lolo, ESPN 1320.
hey, man, we just gonna keep.
They don't know.
winning.
We find out everything too.
We just gonna keep winning. That's all we're gonna do. We just gonna keep winning.
I say this all
That's
the
what we do.
time.
We don't know any other way.
I say this all the time. Just wait till they see what we do next. When I say we run this bitch, I mean it. And we're gonna make that even more evident in the next few months. At some point, you're gonna have to acknowledge us.
Acknowledge us.
Want to get to game number 1 of the top 20 games of the Kings season?
Well, before Mike's still on the line with us. Mike's still on the line. He want to talk.
didn't even know Mike was there. Mike, my sincerest apologies. Mike here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Mike?
Man, you guys are going to make me follow that, huh?
Yeah, well, so that Mike, that was all my bad, man. I apologize.
Hey, I've been watching wrestling as much as you. Stuff you say, it's like, God, I didn't think anybody else knew that much about it. But this documentary, I've seen all 6 eps, and it's like everything I hear is like, oh, I already knew that. It's a whole lot of I already knew that. And like a handful of things that are said and that are shown, it's like, okay, well, that I didn't know, or that is wrong completely. You know, it's really one of the most interesting documentaries that I've seen, where it's a handful of, oh, I didn't know that. It's just a bunch of I already knew that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Mike, and I'll also ask you and Damien as well. I made the comment earlier. I don't know if they're gonna make anything that you guys don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are historians of wrestling, and you've you soaked up all the knowledge around it. I'm sure there are some things you don't know, but there's not much, right? Like, there's not a whole lot I don't think you guys can learn. But like you said, maybe the people you watch it with, all this is news to them. You fact check them a little bit, but like, oh man, I didn't know this about them. And that's kind of maybe more,
I think,
something like that is made
Yeah.
for.
Do you think the casual fan, like, if you were to present that to like the doc to them, like, do you think it would be like they'd learn a lot or something like that? I guess. Because like I said, like one example I was thinking about yesterday, like you said, we know all this stuff, like the plane ride from hell. I learned that from a Kevin Nash shoot interview or whatever, not from like any of the docs. It's like you see it, it's like, oh yeah, you knew all about this already.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think you'd probably a casual fan, sure, a less than casual fan. I'm trying to pinpoint like what you'd find interesting. Like I've said this a million times, the story they tell about WrestleMania 3 can't possibly be true. You like when Vince McMahon went to Andre the Giant when he was filming The Princess Bride and said, "I need you to come back and wrestle Hogan." It wasn't, "I need you to come back and wrestle Hogan and we'll see what happens." It was, "I need you to come back and put over Hogan." you are the only guy who could send him to another stratosphere. Like, he can beat Bundy, he could beat the one-man gang. Like, you're Andre the Giant. We need to do something we've never done before. That was the whole idea. Hogan knew that. Andre knew that. Vince knew that. And the idea that Hogan went out there not knowing what Andre was going to do is silly. Now, do I believe Hogan went to Andre and was like, hey, what are we going to do out there? And not now. Don't worry. Yeah, sure. I could believe that.
Yeah.
But the idea that he didn't know slam, leg drop, 1, 2, 3 in front of 93,170, that's ridiculous. Like, that's so against everything Vince McMahon said 5 minutes before that when he's talking about his business.
Well, look, and maybe it's different. Maybe it's different at that time in WrestleMania 3, but hell, we've watched enough wrestling in our lives to know how that was supposed to go. We knew for months Roman was going to lose at WrestleMania. We probably knew before.
It's storytelling.
Yeah, like,
it's storytelling.
We've seen enough. This is how this goes. Like, we know how this is going to go. So I guess them still trying to go with that story that I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how it was going to. Come on, man. Like, all right, bro. Stop.
And the Monday Night Wars is the most, like, next to the Montreal screw job, it's one of the stupidest thing in wrestling.
You think so? I like
it's
the Monday Night
so
Wars.
overblown, and again, most of it isn't real because WWE gets to tell the story.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, like, Eric Bischoff did give out the results. They did want to take WWE down. Like, all of that is true, but there's just so much, like, extra nonsense in there that's.
I always find that intriguing, and that's probably something that. Like, I've watched every little documentary on that, so I know everything about that. But I find that intriguing because more than steroids, more than Owen Hart, Chris Benoit, whatever, I feel like that was the time when WWF was in trouble. Like, maybe not going away forever,
Yeah,
but
95, 96.
It was like they had no answers.
Yep.
These guys were the hottest thing, and they didn't look like they were slowing down.
Yeah.
And they were coming out there with. Like, they were shook. Vince looked
Duke
shook.
the Dumpster Drosy.
Yeah, he looked shook. Like, I don't have the answer.
Bastion Booger.
The Montreal Screwjob, like, that's a moment. That's also overdone
Completely,
as well,
completely.
bro.
Yeah, it's so tiresome. And, like, the one thing that I actually do feel bad for Brett about, because I don't think he understands this. The reason the Montreal Screwjob lives the way that it does is because he won't stop talking about it. For years, it was all he talked about. And his whole he was like, I was so worried about my legacy being forgotten. His whole legacy became that.
Right.
And a lot of that was him. I mean, everything that happened in WCW was terrible. Like, he deserved such a better end to his story. But he has such a high level of bitterness because he was on top of the world for so long. The Montreal thing happens. He goes to WCW. It's a disaster long before he gets in the ring with Goldberg. Then he gets in the ring with Goldberg, and it all ends.
Yeah.
And it's just talked about at an exhausting level.
I agree with you because Jesse, I agree with you. It is a moment, but it's not that big of a deal.
It's not.
Like,
I mean, it's
become that because, like you said, he won't let it
That's
go.
right.
But it wasn't that big of a deal.
And was he even wrong, if we're being real here?
In my opinion, no.
Because I was watching the doc or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, like, we're just gonna do this whole big brawl at the end and figure that's stupid, bro.
Yeah, why? My biggest thing is, like, Brett really thought that was the plan.
Yeah, and like, oh yeah, like, that's a great ending. Or like, no, that's dumb.
I just can't envision in that time frame, because the important thing is what you just said. The Stone Cold had taken off, but it didn't matter. The NWO was still beating their ass. And you thought in that moment, in that time, Vince was just going to say, sure, just give up the title. Go to it's cool. Thank me and go on your way. Like, no, you're going to do what I had Yokozuna squash the last guy who was like you and have him carried out of here. I have beaten everybody who has left my company. I'm going to beat you. Oh, no, you're not. And the whole thing with well, I have creative control. No, you don't. You have reasonable creative control in your final 30 days. Not losing is unreasonable.
Right.
And I feel like Brett he's one of the greatest to ever do it. But a lot of his position in life right now is because of just this I think, and how his brother died like on pay-per-view in the wrestling ring. Like, I understand his brother-in-laws, were entrenched. Like, British Bulldog is probably dead because he was a professional wrestler. And he took steroids and he did all of these other things that came along with being a professional wrestler at that time. So many people associated with him are no longer here. Kurt Hennig, one of his best friends. Ravishing Rick Rude, another guy. Brian Pillman. They're all gone. And so I, to a degree, understand why he has this bitterness towards professional wrestling. But he's the one guy, even more than Hogan, who actually thinks he's like a superhero. Like, he doesn't know he's a character. Like, he can't separate Bret Hart from Bret the Hitman Hart. And that's always the weirdest thing about him to me.
And real quick, it's because we got to get to the top game. But I saw a clip the other day. I think it was on Twitter that maybe I just wasn't really aware of. I don't remember or whatever. But when they said Hulk Hogan, the caption was Hulk Hogan had talked crazy about Stone Cold, and Stone Cold didn't respond until they finally
The
met
Hall
up.
of Fame.
I didn't know.
Got a can of whoop ass and it's got Hulk Hogan's
I didn't know
name
that
on it.
happened. Hulk was not amused. It was real heat.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the case.
Those two had a little bit of heat for a while.
Is it still that way?
No, I don't think so.
Wasn't that why Stone Cold worked with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall instead of Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania?
No.
I thought I saw like Stone Cold didn't want nothing to do with him or something like that.
No, so they can't. That's another lie that they can't make up their mind on.
Great.
Like Austin, the way Austin tells the story is he puts a lot of the blame on himself that he wasn't in the right place to do the Hogan thing, and WWE was fine with it because they felt like, we've got Hogan and we've got Rock and Austin. We have to do one first. It would actually work to do Rock first and have a year-long build. Because remember, Hogan got there in February. WrestleMania is in April. That's a quick build to Rock and Hogan. Now, obviously, it was what it was. In Toronto, it was incredible. Yeah. But the idea was, let's build this out as long as we can with Austin. And that was the year Austin walked away the day after WrestleMania, came back, did the Brock Lesnar walkout in June, was gone until like February, came back, did the Eric Bischoff thing, and then wrestled one match against The Rock and was gone. So they'd never had the opportunity to build Hogan and Austin, which I think was the original idea. We have to have one first. The Rock actually makes sense. If Austin doesn't want to do this, it's fine. We have a whole year to figure this out. Let's build out a plan. Let's make them wait, and then we'll have Rock Austin next year. Or excuse me, we'll have Hogan Austin next year. And it didn't happen because Austin was so hurt.
Another game you could play when you're watching the doc too is maybe take a drink every time they say protect the business.
I'll say it again. What is Tony Atlas doing there?
It came out of nowhere.
Why is Tony Atlas in this documentary? We're actually in a part of life where Tony Atlas has nothing to do with the company. Unless he's breaking out the Saba Simba outfit, get him off of my screen.
Who should be there? And who's left to have there?
I mean, is Taker on it?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
I think Taker was talking nonsense too. I saw some clips.
Not even as a joke. Someone threw it in the chat yesterday. Like, oh yeah, like they only got about the people they have, like the guests or whatever. It's like, who's still around from back then?
Oh yeah, like
I don't think I think
none of them are there.
I think our guy Elijah told me Jim Ross isn't in there.
Yeah, that might have been tough. I mean, he does work for AEW. Like, it could have been difficult to get him.
He's somebody that might
tell the truth. Yeah. He might, because he has an interesting relationship with Vince McMahon. I don't know that I want to hear JR storytell at this point. As much as I love him, it's gotten a little tough to listen to JR.
I hadn't heard him on the broadcast in a while.
Yeah, it's gotten a little tough. I had to turn away from the podcast right now. And John Bull is correct. Danny in San Francisco is just he's just throwing chairs around his office.
Well, unless he texts us, we wouldn't know.
No, that's true. We wouldn't know.
Somebody don't text, you just don't know.
I think we would have lasted if we were only able about 3 minutes on wrestling a show.
Oh, there's no way. Like you gotta.
Danny was literally like, "Yeah, you guys can have your little fun for a couple minutes, but then you have to talk sports."
It's like you got to have a shot clock in your head. You got to have a shot clock. Well, the shot clock hasn't gone off, pal.
High school basketball,
Yeah, I'm
pal.
about to say we playing in 1944. Ain't no shot clock here.
We're gonna Bob McAdoo this thing and just run the clock out.
Might as well try to foul, I guess.
Did you know? I think we talked about this before, but did you know there are states that still don't have a shot clock in high school basketball today?
I did. I read something about that there was some like bizarre game where they like run the clock. Yeah, I did know that.
That is so embarrassing.
I didn't know that the shot clock was a state regulated law.
Right. Why is that the case?
Like who said, you know what? Let's turn the shot clock over to the states. Who ran on that platform?
Let's turn the shot
Who
clock
did that?
Let's turn the shot clock to the state.
If Harrison
That's
Walls
hilarious.
really want to win this election, they're gonna take away the shot clock from the states thing. Goodness gracious.
Let's just go put them over the top.
That's so bizarre. What if there's no shot clock? What sport are you guys playing?
That is funny. Dude, so
It's a sad realization that we only have 4 minutes left, right?
Yeah, well,
we cut the wrestling conversation off, and now we can't quite get.
I mean, we can go to 28.
Well, we can
Oh,
also
do that.
We could do that, or okay,
go
we'll
to
go
28.
28 because I was gonna say we could do it on the top of the other side, but this one.
Double down on that one.
Let's just do it right now.
So look,
we play by our own rules.
Game number 1
Yeah.
of the 2023-2024 Kings season. And I'm interested to talk to you about this because I sense disagreement in this being the number 1 game. Some of you guys should be able to figure it out by now. It was the game
Everybody
that
figured it
literally is in no statistical category. It's not in the playoffs. It's not in the regular season. It's in the abyss. It's the play-in game between the Kings and the Warriors. 118-94. Kings dismantle the Warriors and put them away. We talked about The Undertaker. Rest in peace.
Very good. Way to tie it all together.
It's over. Great game, obviously, by none other than Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
32 points, 9 rebounds.
You guys
on the
demanded
night.
it.
Yes.
You guys were demanding that Keegan Murray be better.
He was fantastic in this game.
So was Klay Thompson.
So I was watching back the game. Klay just missed every shot, literally.
Mm-hmm.
He missed that, and there were wide open looks.
Yeah.
Last game of the Splash Bros.
Crazy.
Man, I had a great time on Twitter that night. Great time. We was dancing on that grave, boy. We was dancing on that grave. But I mean, Keegan Murray was fantastic. De'Aaron Fox, 24 points, 6 assists. Domantas Sabonis did his thing, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists. Keon Ellis, fantastic defense, 15 points, 5 assists, 3 steals, 3 blocks from Keon Ellis. Keon was that dude. And he had early in the game when it was like, oh, I ain't never seen that before. When he ripped Steph Curry at around half court and went, I feel like I've never seen that before. I feel like I've never seen it watching back the game.
Got to be one of the most replayed clips on Twitter.
Oh, man. I was watching that the other day. I said, what? He blocked Curry, like Zabo said. He also he picked him again a little later in the game, in the third quarter, I think. I don't even know how I can't even talk on this show, but he got the steal. He deflected Curry's dribble when he thought.
Sorry, bro. You shouldn't have to say what you wanted to say because I don't even just say it. I don't even know what you meant.
He picked them from behind.
All right, dude.
That's what happened. Why can't we talk basketball on the show? Why can't we talk hoop? Why can't we talk hoop? That's what happened.
Keep your hands to yourself, please.
That's what
Well,
That's what happened, man. So he was all over the place in this game. And you mentioned the other big storyline, Klay Thompson.
yeah,
0 points, 0 made field goals
crazy.
to end his Warriors career.
Yeah.
And it was so we talked about a little bit earlier. You missed the game. It was a party in there. It was a party in the Golden Ones.
I remember distinctively. I think the last game was a Sunday. I remember saying goodbye to a lot of people on Sunday because I knew I wasn't going to this game. I can't remember the reason why. It could have just been because it was a Tuesday, but I feel like there had to have been some reason why I didn't go, but I didn't.
I was trying to think because we did the show the next. Well, we did a Sky River show before the Pelicans game. So you were around.
We did?
Yeah, we did. We did.
Before the Pelicans playoff game, playing game.
Yeah, and I remember I couldn't stay because I had to go to my son's baseball game.
Oh,
and everybody was watching it there, and I couldn't stay. But yeah, but before that playing game, we did a Sky River show that Friday. So I say all that to say you were around that week.
yeah, I was
I'm not
around.
sure.
Like I didn't go. Maybe it was just a plan to not go. I'm not sure, or it might have just been I was afraid the Warriors were going to win. And that might have. I was like, I don't want to be there for that. Like
that was a
could have
concern.
been. Yeah, it could have. It really might have just been that I just didn't want to be there. Because remember, things weren't good. Like the season did not end well. Sacramento was not playing well. Malik was gone. Herter was gone. It felt like they were reeling. I joked. I wasn't joking. You guys were demanding that Keegan Murray step up. Like he has to be a threat, a major, major threat. And I mean, he was. And I think it was just, it wasn't, the vibes weren't good. It wasn't the same as it felt going into the last, the series against the Warriors. And of course it was a series against the Warriors. You didn't have the one-off component to this. But I have to assume that played a factor in why I didn't go to this game.
Well, to your point, what is this? I don't know, maybe about 6-7 games. I'll just run them down for you. You lose in New York to the Knicks. You blow a 20-point lead there.
Yeah.
You lose in Boston by 1, where you actually came back, had a shot to win, and they didn't call foul on De'Aaron Fox. You win in Brooklyn, but then you lose to OKC, blow another 20-point lead. You get beat up by the Pelicans at home on national TV. You lose just a gut punch against Phoenix, where you were up by 3. I think that was Friday night. You were up late in that game and lost that game.
Yeah, 107, 106.
It was almost good now. It was 108, 107. So, yeah, they were reeling. And it didn't feel like they had enough to even get out of this game, with the Warriors and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But luckily they did. I just remember the Golden One Center was electric. And we maybe talked about that because I didn't know what the atmosphere was going to be like for a playing game. Not even one you'd have to play another playing game if you would have won.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was like, I wonder, but it was buzzing.
Or would it be like tense?
Right.
Just everybody just kind of like, oh, it's the Warriors.
Man.
It's Steph. We've been through this before. And to that point, I don't know if like 3 of the 4 games were one score games. I mean, they were 1-point games.
Yeah, and they beat the hell out of them in this game. And like I said, it was buzzing from the start. Like it was loud. It was like a playoff game from the start. And when the Kings they got up big early and it was electric. And then the Warriors got it to 1 earlier in the third quarter. And it's like, oh, here we go. And the Kings just kind of pulled away after that. And that whole fourth quarter was literally a party. Literally a party. And yeah, I thought that was the best moment that team had this year.
I'm with that.
That was the best moment because after that game, there was a belief we were going. New Orleans can't beat us again.
Well,
Zion got hurt in that game,
right.
And there was a real belief. We were talking to our girl Linnea after she went to New Orleans. She's like, "I'm going. We about to make the playoffs." There was like so much optimism
Mm-hmm.
after that win,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't work out. But it felt like that was the best everybody felt about the Kings getting to the playoffs
Yeah.
all year.
Yeah. And it falls in line with the story of the season.
Mm-hmm.
The big win, exhilarating, at home,
Mm-hmm.
party atmosphere, only to go on the road and to get your face kicked in.
That game was tough because they started off so good.
It did. It felt, I mean, they were up 2 after 1,
Mm-hmm.
and that was kind of it.
That was it. I remember specifically watching that game. There was like a minute 37 to go or something like that in the first quarter. Kings were up 7. I said, they've got to end this quarter still up 7 or greater.
Yeah.
Like you either, they had the ball. They were taking the ball. And I was like, you got to be 7 or more because you played so well in this first quarter. And they ended up being up 2.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, in a minute and a half,
And,
it was, that's what it was.
and we got a very bitter taste of karma. Keon Ellis played 27 minutes in that game, was 0 for 5, scored 0 points, and was a -20 for those that celebrate.
Tough.
That was for us laughing at Klay Thompson.
It's kind of worth it.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying it's
no, that's
very,
exactly
very
exactly
bitter
what it
taste of
was.
karma.
Another funny moment from
Now, before you go any further, what I was saying was, after yesterday, the Malik Monk shot, Draymond throwing the ball out of bounds, the chalk outline. How was that not the number 1 game of the season? I get it.
There's an argument.
It's not a play-in game. It's not a postseason game. But come on, man. Draymond died on the floor of the Golden One Center, and Steve Kerr said, "Get up, get up!" And then he rose from the dead, ran down the floor, only for the end of the game to come about. This is completely ignoring the technical that he picked up that set the Golden One Center on fire, to throw that pass out of bounds after a Steph Curry turnover to allow for the Malik Monk heroics.
Now there's a definite argument for it. I can't dispute that. That was going back and watching that game and then the little intricacies.
I watched it.
Could have
Last,
been number 1.
Come on, man.
It definitely could have been number 1. Now here's where a little bias of being there may play into part for this one. It was a party in that arena from the fourth quarter till 15 minutes after the buzzer was sounded. It was, and there was nothing like that. There was the only thing akin to that, and you'll understand this because you were there for this one. It almost felt like game 2 of that first round series. Like, and when it was over and everybody was just so happy and believed so much that this was our time.
We're winning a championship, yeah. We're winning a championship. The hell with winning a first round. We're winning the Larry O. That's what we're doing.
That's right. That's how it felt after that playing game. It was a part. I was, and like I said, maybe it's just a personal thing. I met the Sacramento Sings. I saw Jay Cliff, saw Lania. Like we were all, it ain't no, we coming back here. We come back here next week. Like these boys is ready. It was
spoiler alert. We didn't.
We did not. I haven't seen them since.
Oh man.
I haven't seen it yet since.
Oh man.
But it was an absolute party in the Golden One Center that night. And that may play a role into it too. But that
sure list, it's fine.
That game number 2 is a good one. Another one that we got that you didn't have to be in the building to get this legendary moment. Baby Rain was on the post-game interview.
Oh, the classic meme. The iconic Baby Rain meme.
Baby Rain was like, what you asking that question for?
That's epic.
Baby Rain was in the building on this one, man. So.
Okay. All
Number
right.
one game.
That's a good little
of the season.
Good little intangible right there.
And now it's time for the new season.
It is
time
man.
to get it going.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. I said yesterday, this is the longest off season in history. I have no way to prove that, but it certainly feels like it. And for it to start for us today with Domantas Sabonis on the show earlier today was that's pretty awesome. Of course, that'll be available on the podcast. It's available on YouTube right now, actually. But yeah, really great conversation with Domantas Sabonis before he gets underway with Media Day. We'll have to answer a whole host of questions again. And of course, the first practice with Mike Brown and this squad will be on Tuesday. You got you got an opportunity to spend a little time with Mike and Monty yesterday. We can't talk about it because it was off the record. But Kings season's here, man.
Yeah, man.
And next week's going to be a really exciting week. And then we'll be counting down to that first game at the Golden One Center. And we noted once we get to that Wednesday, October 9th, we got games every other day for like a week. And then we got a week off leading into the home opener / season opener against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, man. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, man, but everybody is. This city is so excited for this season. So excited for this season. I can't wait to see what Doko is going to look like, what the Golden One Center is going to look like, even for these preseason games. You know what I mean? Because I think it's going to be – I'm not going to go crazy and say it's going to be comparable to opening night, but there's going to be a buzz. You know, people wanting to see DeMar DeRozan, people wanting to see this team with DeMar DeRozan. And I'm excited to see how this team performs. And one thing that I think is going to happen this year is I think they will be better at home this year. I think this Golden One crowd, Sacramento, I think will turn into a bit of the home court advantage it should be. You know, and that's not on the fans. It's just I'm talking about the winning record. I think they're going to have a good record at home. I think they're going to take pride in that. And I think it's going to be a place where people look like, oh, man, I ain't trying to go in the Golden One, man. They're going to light that stupid beam. And, oh, man, like it's going to be crazy. I think they're going to have that type of home court advantage this year.
I hope so. This team, I feel like I can say I think they will. This fan base, I think, will have we talked about at the end of Beam Team 1 that next year is going to feel different. You know, your expectations are going to be different. Like there's a lot that's just going to change the way that this all feels. This was such a good offseason, a winning, like I think Kings fans feel good about the way that this offseason went. Obviously, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, those types of things. I think I feel like the vibe might be a little different. Now that could get extinguished with a bad start, but I feel like Kings fans might be going into this with a slightly different outlook than they did last year.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand that. I want to look while we're here because you talk about the start. I know there's Minnesota and the Lakers, the first 2 games of the season. But yeah, you know, you got Portland, then you got a quick road trip. You got a quick 4-game road trip after that. And, you know, after what's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be 2-5. You don't want to be 3-4. You know what I mean? Like you want to get off to that good start and feeling good about yourself, be above 500, you know, to start the season off so those vibes can stay there. You know what I mean? And nobody, because do you think it's going to be like an apprehensive Kings community this year where
I don't think so.
If they start 1-3,
oh
my gosh.
Yeah, but I think that's natural. I don't think they're apprehensive right now.
No.
And I don't think they'll be apprehensive going into the Minnesota game, regardless of what happens over that week of preseason games. But yeah, in the scenario that you presented that I interrupted, yeah, that is, oh no. Kangs.
Damn Kangs.
We'll come back. We'll come back, man. We're excited. King season's finally here, but football season is going on right now. George Kittle is going to play, but we got to keep an eye on Debo. And now Trent Williams out of nowhere.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Trent Williams went from being sick to hurting his toe. This is fantastic. That's the game changer for me. We'll talk about that. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, well done. We don't know when theirs is.
They try to put theirs out early.
Yeah, that's what Jesse said. Shit, I feel like social media is back today, man. Damn.
Shout out Twitter. We got those views again.
Mm-hmm. I might have to jump up and grab our delivery because I think he might need my ID.
So let me see your ID. Oh, don't worry. Okay. When we come back, I'll knock that out real quick.
Yeah, we could do that here. I didn't prepare for it like I did last week. I'm sorry. I saw you did it, and I didn't.
Who does Michigan play this week?
Minnesota.
Odds aren't good enough to bet on that one. I'll check back next time.
Shout out to my guy John Bull. He updated the drinking video.
I can't wait to see that. I
Appreciate you,
cannot
John.
wait to see that.
It can now live forever. Does not have to be canceled.
Michigan 10.5.
Got to save it for the right game, Zayo. Got to save that 30 for the right game.
Collins, I can talk about this because it's not on the list. The streets are saying the backup quarterback might be better than the guy who left. They said they might have got better.
All right, we don't need this kind of negativity on a Friday, bro.
Oh,
yeah, what's this?
Who they play?
The Titans, Monday night.
Oh, come on.
Tap in,
home.
yeah,
At
tap
home,
in,
dude.
baby, yeah. Riveting football.
I shouldn't tell you guys this because I'm trying to, get back up in the standings, but get your picks in if you haven't already.
Do I still make my picks or am I out since I already missed last week?
No, go ahead, make your picks. Let me see what the standings are looking like. I got this tab open right here.
I think Tyler Huntley's starting on Monday, so we got that going for us.
UCLA, stand up.
Could be Kenny Caraway the week after.
Back here to close out this week strong. Remember, if you missed anything, we'll run it back. If you missed our conversation with Domantas Sabonis, we'll run it back for you here on ESPN 1320, of course. We've got Flashback Friday jumping off over on 102.5 KSFM coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. So Many more hours of D'Lo and KC ahead.
We're
Because
here.
4's not enough.
You're not gonna get away from us.
4's not enough. We've got much more ahead. I'm gonna go grab a little gift for us while you make everybody some money.
Yeah.
Straight cash, homie.
Let's go, baby. Cash Caraway is back at it. A little rough outing last week. Went 1-2. Shout out to the Tennessee Volunteers for keeping me from going 0-3. But what happened last week is going to play a little bit into what we got going on this week, because the first game I'm going to give you guys is number 20 Oklahoma State in the Little Apple, Manhattan, Kansas, taking on number 23 Kansas State. Now, Kansas State, they got beat down by BYU last week. That was a tough one to watch. But Oklahoma State, well, I tell you, I should have known. I should have known the first time. They got me for the second time this year, as I picked them in the points to beat Utah at home. They couldn't do it. They lost. They couldn't cover. They couldn't do anything. So you ain't going to can't be fooled again. That's what's going to happen around here. Give me Kansas State. They're going to take care of business at home. And Gundy and those boys, they not handling business. It's a 5.5 point spread. Kansas State is the favorite. Go ahead. Give me K-State. Give me the Wildcats in that joint right there. Then in the second game I got for you, this one's interesting, because you got the number 15 and 3-0 Louisville Cardinal going to South Bend to take on the number 16 Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And the lines moved a little bit. It was a little high. It was Notre Dame -7. That's now down to 6.5. I'm not scared off. I'm still taking Louisville on this one. Notre Dame, they got the win last week against Miami of Ohio, whatever the case may be. Salute to them. It's all good. You know what I mean? But there's something I'm not 100% sure of. They may still win this game, but I don't know if they win by more than a touchdown. That's what I'm saying right there. So give me Louisville plus 6.5 in that one. And then the one everybody's talking about, the one everybody's looking forward to, the big game in Tuscaloosa. We got number 2 Georgia going to Alabama to take on the number 4 Crimson Tide. I know Georgia didn't look great the last time I saw them against Kentucky, but they didn't scare me off. Georgia, in my opinion, is the best team in football. They'll handle business. They'll go into Tuscaloosa. And I didn't like Alabama when they played South Florida a couple weeks ago. So, with that being said, I think Georgia goes in there, handles business. It's a 1-point spread. It's damn near a pick 'em. I don't want to say this is easy work, but if you think Georgia's going to win, this is when you take them. When they only a 1-point favorite, you might not ever get this for the next 3 years. All right? Give me Georgia -1. So, round up, Kansas State -5.5, Louisville plus 6.5, and give me them Georgia Bulldogs -1. Y'all getting paid out here this weekend. Thanks to your boy Cash Caraway. Let's get it.
You still using that tagline, we're getting paid, huh?
Well, some people might travel. Some people may listen to this and be going to Tahoe, going to Reno, going to Vegas, going to Baltimore. You know, they may travel. They may be going to New York for the weekend. Speaking of New York for the weekend, did you see that announcement yesterday?
You misunderstood. Are you talking about the SummerSlam announcement? Yeah. What was the Minnesota announcement? Was that the Royal Rumble? What's Minnesota?
I thought it was SummerSlam too, but I don't know. I don't know.
They just did, maybe it was a 2-night Royal Rumble. I can't remember. All of this stuff is going to wind up being 2 nights.
It is.
It's going to be the 2-night Money in the Bank. What? Why?
2-night Money in the Bank.
Want to answer your FaceTime over there?
My friends don't know what I do for a living.
We got a couple of bottles of Beyonce Sir Davis delivered to us. This is our first opportunity to try this.
Hey.
I got to bring some to the tribal chief because I know he wanted to try this.
What is this?
This is whiskey. So this looks like a shot. But just is Jesse in there? Jesse, you want some? No, you're good. Oh, okay. All right. Jesse.
No celebration.
It's all right.
I don't know what we celebrating, but we celebrating.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, we celebrating. We kept.
Sir, that does not look like a shot.
Yeah, that I think I'm gonna have to give that one to Aaron. That was a little. I did not mean to pour that much at all. That's a definite.
I had to tell the wife, come pick me up.
That's a definite my bad. That's a definite my bad moment. That is easy.
My dog. Yeah, man. Hey, shout out D-Lo and KC. Shout out ESPN 1320, the Insiders. Odyssey. We out here.
Man, shout out to the Chatty House.
Shout out to the Chatty House. The Chatty House after party. Another successful episode.
Young Zell.
You know what I mean? Young Zell, big ups.
And
you know what I mean?
The fact that the Kings off season is finally behind us.
We made it.
Here's to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, this is good.
All right.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I see you, Queen B. I
Sir
see
Davis.
you, Queen B.
This is a nice little whiskey right here.
I'm good.
Yeah.
It just hit.
He's a
It just
smooth.
hit.
Yeah, it's good.
It's
It's
hit.
good.
I ain't gonna lie.
I like whiskey. No, it's not for everybody. This is good stuff right here.
You know what? I when I went to dinner the other day, what has kind of become my drink that I hope this makes sense. I don't think it tastes good at all. Like I'm not like, oh, this is delicious. But somebody go to a restaurant, what you want to drink? Oh yeah, I'll take one of those. Yeah, it's good. It's good. An old fashioned.
Oh, old fashioned is spectacular.
I don't think they taste good at all. But
really?
But I'm like, nah. Yeah, I'll take a old fashioned. It's something I could sip on. You know what I mean? Like it's good.
I mean, it's watered down, it's sweetened.
I don't
That's
know.
Too bad.
You
You can get one with smoke. Get a whole
Very
presentation
fire.
like at SR Prime.
My buddy Elias, he kind of put me on the old fashions a little while ago when we met and our sons go to school together, they're good friends, and we'd go over to the house. He's like, make you an old fashioned or whatever. And I was like, I don't really drink these things, but I was trying to be a good guest, and I was drinking. All right, cool. And every time I go over, he make an old fashioned. I'm like, man, cue up an old fashioned, man. Go ahead, man. Let's get it done.
It's a nice little social drink.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Looks
Yeah.
good in your hand.
Yeah.
Hey, drinking my old fashioned.
He actually
sophisticated.
He actually makes a pretty good old fashioned too. I maybe that's the case.
You know what I'm really starting.
So does SR Prime.
You know what I'm really starting to enjoy more is wine. I'm really starting to like wine more.
D-Lo Sabonis.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Maybe I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm
White wine, red wine?
Nah, I like reds. I find that I like pretty strong reds. Like when me and Gavin went to Q 1227 a week or so ago. I don't really know what to order, so I was just like, hey, can I have like a red that's like pretty bold, strong? She was like, oh, I got the perfect one for you. She brought it out and she was dead on. It was perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
I ain't got my wine game too much. I gotta step it up.
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. Like, I don't know what makes it bold. I don't know what makes it strong. Like, I don't know that stuff yet. Like with tequila, I figured that out with tequila. The different types, the different blends. Like I've learned to read like what are the little notes in it to find what I really like when it comes to sipping tequila.
Yeah.
I haven't learned to do that with wines yet.
They I saw the other day. I'm gonna have to go check this out. They got a black-owned winery in Lodi.
Mm-hmm.
I got Alexander. I can't remember, but I got to check that out.
Very good.
I was like, look at you in Lodi. Well, I mean that's
Lodi, yeah,
that's where the
Lodi.
wine is. But
Yeah, they got some. I know it's Lodi, but shout out. Hey, first of all, shout out
Lodi. Shout out Lodi and shout out Clarksburg, man. Big ups, man. Those are two places that I discovered when I moved back to Sacramento. Well, I knew where Lodi was. Clarksburg, I had never been to Clarksburg a day in my life. I was like, what is this? I used to live next to Clarksburg my entire life and had never gone over there. They got these
I'm going to need a little further explanation. Can you read Nicole's tweet out loud? I need to.
Well, she said,
cabs are the best.
Cabs are the best. A nice meaty red.
Okay. Letting that go, huh, Coach? Okay. All right.
What do you want me to do here? What do you want me to do?
All I was asking for was I don't know what that phrase means.
It's like the sophomore class.
I don't know what that phrase means.
We'll deal with that fan. We'll get him thrown.
Hey, shout
We'll
out
get that fan thrown out.
Shout out Good Kid Dad City. He's in the Matthews Mattress Chatty's house. I saw him on Instagram and it's catching on. It is catching on. He used the phrase Rabin team. He used it. It's catching on. It's going crazy all over Sacramento. I was distracted. Sorry. But it's going all over Sacramento. Rabin team. Shout out.
All over.
Put it on a shirt.
Rabin team?
Put it on a shirt.
It's better than the other one.
What I believe you called it the Redeem Beam.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he said. I think he said no, he might have said Redeem.
Let's not allow Redeem Beam to catch on.
Redeem Beam.
You got to get that one.
And if we do trademark it before Blue Chew or any of these other companies get a hold of it.
Put it on a shirt. Rabin team. I like Redeem Beam too. You know, that's a good one. That's a good name.
You know, we've got football this weekend. Obviously, Jauan Jennings said something during his media availability that I think deserves like a little bit more attention.
Okay,
I think there's limits to this, to be fair, but he didn't speak to the media after Sunday's game.
Okay,
and he said he wasn't in the right headspace after the loss, and he left the locker room because he didn't think he had the right answers for the media. And that's probably the first time that the media really wanted to hear from Jauan Jennings. It wasn't meant to be shade, but like he had a phenomenal game. And I think sometimes we forget, and I don't think you can grant every athlete that leeway every game, because obviously I'm thinking about Sacramento and the blowouts, and here comes KZ Okpala to talk about it. Or Keon Ellis. It may not make sense now. Keon Ellis had to go to the media when he wasn't Keon Ellis.
Right.
He was Keon Ellis on the Sacramento Kings. He wasn't the guy we know now.
Right.
As Keon.
He was two-way Keon.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And he's out at the podium. But I do think we should grant athletes like a little bit more leeway when it comes to stuff like this, because he just said, I didn't know what to say. I didn't really know how to handle that. Like, you're dealing with the emotional high of this career moment, and the fact that that like you didn't get the job done. You set out to do one thing. It was beat the Los Angeles Rams. You can't get that done. And I didn't know how to answer questions that I didn't want to say the wrong thing to where it made it look like I was selfish or all of these other things. And he said, I wasn't in the right space. I didn't have the answers.
Wow.
And I really respected that.
Yeah. And that's, to be honest with you, that's fair. You know what I mean? Because it's not like he's talking about he'll never talk to you guys again, or I'm not going to talk to you. Like, give me
and he can't do that tomorrow. Like, if they lose to the Patriots, he can't do that again. But I understand that thinking once.
Can he? I'm a believer of you stand up there and you talk and you comment, right?
I understand.
But if he's, say for instance, you're going to talk to Jauan Jennings on Wednesday regardless, and say they lost on Sunday, man? No, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I promise you, I will give you time. We will talk. Not today, because if he's not in the right headspace after a loss and says the wrong thing, that he got to deal with that.
Right.
Not the media or us or anything. He got to deal with that.
That's
so
right.
if he
you can't undo it.
Yeah.
Like, once you say it, it's said.
Yeah. So if he 4 weeks in a row needs, not after the game, guys. I'll talk to you guys on Wednesday. Mind you, once again, I would say, hey man, you got to talk to him. That's part of it. But to protect your locker room, to protect you as a player, if you're just bad and losing moments like that with your words and your filter and everything else like that, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But also, I don't have a job to do, like those writers as well. Maybe they're kind of relying on some of those quotes as well. So
I feel like if you were to push it off, like not post game, I feel like Monday's probably the latest, because by Wednesday you're already on to the next week.
Well,
everyone's kind of moved on.
That's probably his first availability. Because
no, but you probably have to like make it, if you were to just like give them the option, you're not gonna do a post game, you got to do it Monday or whatever. Then you got to figure out sometime.
I got you.
Yeah, because I feel like if you were to do it like at that point right down to the next week, teams already moved on.
And maybe it's that I just kind of like Jauan Jennings, so I want to give him a bit of a pass on it, but I just kind of respected the fact that he acknowledged it. Like I didn't respect what Jamal Murray did. When Jamal Murray threw the heating pad at an official. and said, well, that's old news. Well, it's old news because you left the locker room. This is our first opportunity to address you. Yeah, you guys are asking me something that happened a couple of days ago. Yeah, we couldn't ask you because you left. Like, I didn't respect that.
Yeah.
And that's actually stuck with me regarding Jamal. And I think it's kind of why I have like feelings, like some thoughts on him. But I know that's a small thing. We're talking about a football game. We're talking about the 49ers and the Patriots. I just respected that from
Jamal. It's just it's a real moment.
This goes south Sunday. Panic meter's out, yeah?
Yeah, for me it is. Panic meter is, I got to press the button. Right now, I said the panic meter is at a 2. I think I had it. It would jump up to like a 7 at that point. Like, it's lost to the Patriots at home in this situation is worth 5 levels of panic, because the Patriots, I respect all these professionals. We saw what the Panthers did last week to all this other stuff, but just being real, that doesn't feel like the Panthers have enough weapons to be able to beat a team like the 49ers, even if they're not at full strength. And when I think of weapons, I'm thinking offensively. I think the Patriots have a respectable defense, but offensively, if you're not turning the ball over, there's no way that offense should march down the field 80, 85 yards 3 different times in this game. Like, that shouldn't happen. And yeah, I find a hard, I asked Jake this, I found a hard pathway to a Patriots win if the Niners are playing a clean game. They're not turning the ball over, not a lot of penalties, and not giving the Patriots short field opportunities or even scoring opportunities in that respect. It's going to be tough sledding for the Patriots.
If they were to lose, would they give us a pretty good idea of who the 49ers are going to be this season? Not necessarily that they're going to lose out the rest of the season or anything like that, but more so maybe you're just not that elite Super Bowl contender this year.
It depends. I have a lot of concerns if Trent Williams doesn't play. He's questionable. I think Debo's questionable. Trent went from being sick earlier this week to, I guess, he hurt his toe. I don't know the severity of it, but like I've always said, give me Trent, give me Brock, and I feel like I'm good, even with the absence of Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, whatever other offensive player you want to throw in there. I feel like if you give Brock time, he'll find the Jauan Jennings. He's going to go back to Ronnie Bell. He's going to find Jordan Mason. He's going to work with Jordan Mason. I feel confident in all of those things. You take away Trent Williams, I feel a lot differently about Brock Purdy. I feel a lot differently about Jordan Mason. And I feel a lot differently about the San Francisco 49ers. If Trent's out this game and they lose, I don't think it's indicative. While I have concerns, I don't think it's indicative of who the 49ers are. But I'll start to, like, I think you brought this up earlier this week, Jesse. Like, they just might be a good NFC team. They might not be as separated as we originally thought. And that could wind up being what we see here.
Yeah, they get to 1-3. I still look at it. They've got a level of talent on that roster, if healthy, to be able to bounce back from that. But it would, like I said, I'm not going to act like it'd be anything that I'd be like, oh yeah, everything's great. Like, no, it'd be concerning for sure. I look back on that Patriots team that won the Super Bowl after losing it the year before, and they started off 1-2 as well. They started off 1-2. They got beat by the Lions.
Did they start off 1-3?
No, so they started off 1-2, and then I think they won 5 straight.
Okay.
So, and they lost the second loss.
Because we're only talking about if they lose.
Right. No, I was just talking about just in general of like where the Niners are right now. But 1-3 feels a lot different. And then you got stuff like you got the Trent stuff. You got I don't know if you caught this at all, but this weird Brandon Ayuk thing today. I don't know if it's a big deal or not. I got to really look at it, but he came out in the practice with the wrong shorts, and him and Kyle was
doghouse.
Kyle was talking to him about it. I don't know I don't know. I'm gonna tag you in. There's a reason why I didn't see this, but I'll tag you in it. And I don't know. Like it's bizarre. Like why is this? Why is he coming out in the wrong shorts? Why is this even happening? You know what I mean?
Team has just been off, bro.
And Kyle's talking to him about it. I'm trying to explain it. As a wife, but Kyle's talking to him about it, and he's kind of probably telling him like, looks like he's telling him like, "What are you doing?"
Look whose account it's on.
That's why I missed it. It was a
No, I got
quote
you.
tweet that I saw.
Oh,
But Kyle's like, "Bro, like, what are we doing?
yeah.
Like, what are we doing?"
No, it does. It looks confrontational.
So little weird stuff like that, man.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I'm sorry. I'm just completely locked in on this. Like, okay, it doesn't look as bad now. They're standing by themselves. It doesn't look as bad as it like did the first time.
Mhm.
Or it didn't look as bad as it did at the beginning, but I think he's pointing to his short. Kyle, I have no idea what they're saying. Someone's absolutely going to ask him. Okay, he does look pissed off. He could just be. It could be like, hey, like attention to detail is
Right.
important. It's why
we're losing.
It's
That's
why
why we're
your
1 and 2.
season has started the way that it has. You're not paying attention to detail.
Yeah,
and
the
it
little
does.
things.
Yeah, it does look weird that he's out there in red shorts and everybody's out there in black.
Just little silly stuff like that. They asked Kyle about it. They said, "Did Brandon Ayuk
Did anyone ask why he's taking off his shoes? Oh, he's taking his shorts off. Okay, wait a minute. How long does this video run? What is happening? Oh, he's in a bad space. Oh man. Okay.
So like
Oh,
what are you
that's
doing,
bizarre.
man?
Yeah, that's bizarre.
What are you doing, my guy?" So they asked Kyle Shanahan, and
Dude, I just saw the tweet, like the tweet accompanying it.
He definitely.
I don't know why people are like this.
He
man.
definitely my boy.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But no, they asked Kyle Shanahan about it, I guess, today. And they said, did Ayuk come out to practice wearing the wrong shorts? Kyle said, yeah, he did. Good question. And he said, is it a punishable offense? He said, no, I wish he could wear different shorts. I wish I could wear different shorts, I guess. So I don't know if it's a team-wide mandate, but I think what you said is probably what that conversation was, is pay attention to what the hell we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why we're where we at right now, 1 and 2 and scuffling, because we're not paying attention to the little things. And it may seem like nothing. Like if this is what he was saying, I completely understand. It may seem like nothing, but these things matter. If you got a job to do, if you got a uniform that you're supposed to wear the uniform the way it's supposed to be. In the game, if you've got a job to do the job the way it's supposed to be done.
Big thanks to Kyle Madson, Eddie Gonzalez, and Jake Gadon for being with us. Its show is over. Yeah, big thank you to the Sacramento Kings and Domantas Sabonis for being here with us. If you miss any part of today's show, we will run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos 49ers. Let's go.
Guys, we've got to go because we're actually in commercial on KSFM right now, and Complex is getting ready to mix in less than 3 minutes. So head over to 102.5 if you want to have some fun for the next couple of hours. If not, we will see you guys on Monday at 10 o'clock. Media Day, baby.
Yep.